a full invasion of Ukraine. To say that the Ukraine of 2021 or even the Ukraine of Janusz 2012 was the same as today's war-torn nation would be one stretch too far. This year, the state of the Ukrainian state will be a heavy task for all of you to summarize, to wrap one's head around this issue. And the questions always asked of the keynotes, why Ukraine, free, prosperous, and stable still matters, will have meaning like it never did before. I can only wish all the speaking participants the best of luck with this endeavor this year. It will not be an easy task. Now, very swiftly, because I took too much time, I will turn to the rules of the game. The rules of the game are this. The moderators, 68 minutes, will write the first comment and first question. The focus session keynotes get 15 to 20 if they so desire. The panelists each get 10 to 11 to 12, total of 55 minutes of discussion. Question and answer should be about 15 to 20 minutes. Questions, audience questions to about 30 seconds. We will be having questions live. We will also be asking, there are Zoom chatters that will be able to ask questions, and Andrew will give us notes to the moderators to read those questions, and we'll try to get those questions in as well. Now, at the end of it, grading, 6 to 7 minutes. I've actually been asked by perhaps the most distinguished diplomat in that we have, Ambassador Taylor. I don't want to embarrass you, but I've reread your history and the magnificent service you've done both in the Army and elsewhere. And you truly are, sort of the dean of the magnificent diplomats we do have. The United States has produced some serious diplomats, and all of them are going to be moderators today. So it's just a pleasure to see all of you. Okay. Anyway, with that, I also now want to turn, because I have taken too much time, I want to express my gratitude to Ambassador Margarita, because she's always helped us. In the last 2 years, she's been magnificent, but she's now torn constantly. So she wasn't able to make it this morning. I'm hoping that there was some talk that she might join us right after the lunch period to introduce the afternoon sessions. But in her place, again, speaking of consummate diplomats, we have a consummate Ukrainian diplomat with us, and someone who has been a steady champion of our various mentioned events of the last years. Deputy Chief of Mission Yaroslav Brisiuck. Deputy Brisiuck, if you want to, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuritsky, for your kind words. Ambassador, dear colleagues and friends, it's my great honor and privilege to welcome all of you and to open this 10th summit on behalf of the Embassy of Ukraine and Ambassador Oksana Markarova. I'd like to thank Dr. Zuritsky and his team for their tireless efforts to maintain the US-Ukraine dialogue on a high expert level for over the past 2 decades, as Dr. Zuritsky just described. This dialogue has become a truly important expert network that helps Ukraine to broaden and deepen its strategic partnership with the United States. And we truly value your contribution and your intellectual support of these efforts. Today, as we are opening this 10th annual summit of US-Ukraine Working Group, Ukraine finds itself at a very perilous moment, at the most dangerous moment in its history. It is the 113th day of Russia's devastating, unjust, and unjustifiable war against our sovereign nation. And every day our best sons and daughters sacrificed their lives in defense of Ukraine's territorial integrity and its freedom. Today, the destiny of Ukraine is at stake, but also the fate of the entire democratic world. Ukraine fights for everything that we in the West hold sacred: human rights, rule of law, democratic values. And it's a clash of 2 worlds and 2 value systems. The clash between the rule of law and the rule of the gun. So at this unprecedented moment in history of Ukraine, our country needs unprecedented decisions and real leadership from its friends and allies. President Zelensky demonstrates this leadership every day by leading our nation during the war times and inspiring all of us with his personal courage and strength. Only 4 days after the war has begun, the president signed a historic document, Ukraine's application for the European Union membership. The EU Parliament members welcomed Ukraine's application with standing ovation, and we expect a positive decision on Ukraine's EU candidate status to be adopted at the summit in just a few days. This will be the best answer to the question why Ukraine matters and why, after 400 years of Russian and Soviet occupation, Ukraine and its allies cannot lose this war. In Putin's mind, Ukraine does not have the right to exist as an independent and sovereign nation. We have to prove him wrong. We should not allow Putin to steal our future from us and from our children. So, dear friends, we're truly thankful to all our allies and partners for the tremendous assistance that Ukraine has been receiving in our fight. And we keep fighting, and we need more help to prevail. The transatlantic community led by the United States has responded with strong sanctions and closed the venues from which Russia could finance this war. But we need more. We need to completely isolate Russia and make it pay the price for its war crimes and devastation inflicted on our people. We also have to accept the reality that long-lasting peace on the European continent is only possible if Russia is completely defeated on the battleground. The only option for us is victory. Any halfway solution would only freeze the situation and give Russia time to regroup and attack again. So attempts to appease genocidal tyrants with territorial concessions are morally repugnant and strategically wrong. We cannot fall for that, and we will never accept any concessions that are being discussed or suggested. We will keep fighting until we completely liberate our territory. To ensure Ukraine's victory, the West should unite and provide us with sufficient number of weapons and ammunition and the tools to keep up the fight and to prevail. I would like to thank the United States government and Congress and all American people for the tremendous assistance that has been already provided to Ukraine. As President Biden said, Putin thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met a wall of strength he never imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people need your support today. And this gathering here is very important in discussing ways how this support could best be provided and how we all can unite and continue the fight. So many thanks again to the US-Ukraine Working Group for providing this support, for organizing this summit, to you, Dr. Zaritsky, and your team. And I would like to wish you all a very productive discussion today. Thank you very much.
As expected, DCM Brisiuck, I thank you very much with the enormous clarity that you bring to everything. Thank you, sir. And I'd like to ask you to stay because in the very next session, I'd like to possibly, if you'd like to participate, we're going to move right on to our first highlight focus session. I'm going to ask Andrew, are we ready with Minister Havrilov? He is online. Okay, so if you can bring him on. Our first focus session is that question that we continue to ask and have been asking for the last 10 years. Why a free, prosperous, and stable Ukraine still matters. And in this particular, it's from the Ukrainian perspective. And the chair will be my good friend, Mykola Hryckowian. I must say that I thank you, DCM Brisiuck, but there is someone else who has done an enormous amount of work in all of this, and I want to make certain that everyone knows this. Our DC director of the Center for US-Ukrainian Relations, Mykola Hryckowian, has not only done well by Kuzar, but he actually put together a team, a committee, an ad hoc committee to be able to get Ukraine's help in 2014 and 15. And it is as a result of a lot of the work he did that those crazy javelins first appeared in Ukraine. Mick did a lot of background work. So with that, Mick will be our chair. Our featured speaker is someone else who Mick will introduce, someone who's really been very close to us and spent a lot of time in our embassy in Washington. I'm very proud of having been associated with our Ukrainian embassy, because for the last 25 years, some of the best diplomats have come through that. And but he's not only a consummate diplomat, he's also a consummate warrior. And so, Mick, you're going to be introducing Minister Havrilov. It's all yours, Mick.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction, Walter. First of all, I'd like to welcome our audience, our live audience. Okay, after the pandemic, this is only the second conference that we're having actually live, but we're also doing an audience, an online audience. I want to welcome our audience on Facebook and our audience that is viewing us through YouTube. So we actually have a nationwide, or in fact, an international audience. In the past, when we did it live, the audience was always Washington-centered, but now we're international. So I want to welcome everybody to our conference. I have the honor to introduce Deputy Minister Volodymyr Havrilov. But before we get to his biography, which I will go over for the benefit of our online audience, I'd like to say a few words. Like Walter talked about, is basically the question is, does Ukraine matter? And here in this town, we have certain pundits and political factions who are blatantly saying that Ukraine does not matter. Okay, some of them are proposing that Ukraine sue for peace and give up territory. Others are saying that the United States should not be in the process of building a nation in Ukraine. Okay, and that's a false premise. Those premises actually accept the view of Putin that Ukraine is not a country. When you say that we're nation building, the Ukrainian nation is built. It's there. If there was no Ukrainian nation, you wouldn't have 113 days of war where the Ukrainian military, and it's not a foreign military, it's the Ukrainian military, has fought to a standstill, the second largest army in the world. Some people would call it a superpower. The Ukrainians don't need nation building. Over the past 30 years, the various programs that helped Ukraine were actually, you could say, therapy programs, right? So that Ukraine could deal with the aftermath of 70 years of Russian communism. And everybody in the Eastern European region has suffered that, and they understand that. So I just want to throw a challenge out there to the people here in Washington who talk about we don't need Ukrainian nation building, or Ukraine has to give up the territory. You're actually accepting Putin's false premise that Ukraine doesn't exist. Also, this 113 days of war have showed that it's a war of genocide. I think everybody's aware of the various statements that Putin himself has made, and now other people from the Russian government, from the Duma. We have Medvedev, Rogozin. They basically say Ukrainians and Ukraine do not have a right to exist. And we see this on the ground. We see the barbarity. We see the murders of civilian population. We see the destruction of the Ukrainian infrastructure. And we have to constitute that this is a high intensity conflict. From February, the war has been going on for 8 years, since 2014. But starting February 24th, it became a high intensity conflict on the level of the Second World War. When I was last in Ukraine, we were in Mariupol, and we were out on the front in Shirokino. That was a low intensity conflict. I did not feel insecure there. Okay. When my colleague, Walter Zaretsky and Christine Balko and Boris Potapin, who were there recently, Walter just returned last week, okay, all of Ukraine was under threat. So this is a completely different, this is the first high intensity conflict in Europe since World War II. And I submit that it's a higher intensity conflict than even the Balkan Wars were in the last century. So we have a completely different situation, and we have a situation where this Ukrainian nation that has been formed has fought the Russians to a standstill. And let's remember historically, how long did France hold up to Nazi Germany? Several weeks. How long did Poland hold up to Nazi Germany? Was it 30 days? Okay. And nobody questions their nationhood. But Ukraine fighting 113 days, and you have pundits saying we shouldn't be nation building. That's a completely false premise. Now I would like to do a short introduction of, and I would call him my friend, Deputy Minister Volodymyr Havrilov. Okay, he was recently appointed the Deputy Minister of Defense. He's part of Minister Reznikov's new team. Okay, he's part of the team that is helping prosecute this war. He started his career in air defense units in 1981. And then in 1991, with Ukrainian independence, he joined the newly formed Ukrainian army. And he was in the first group of military attachés. He did tours in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Romania. And he speaks English fluently, Romanian fluently, Ukrainian and Russian fluently. In September of 2015, he was appointed defense attaché in the United States, and he was defense attaché until 2018. Okay, and actually I had met him the first time probably a week or two after he was appointed. And that's when our relationship started. Upon retirement in 2018, when he was rotated out of his post as defense attaché, he went into retirement and he became director of Veterans Dozen Foundation for the rehabilitation of wounded war veterans. And he traveled the United States extensively. He was very much he came back to Washington with the Wounded Warriors. He came up to my hometown, Philadelphia, with the Wounded Warriors, and he participated in various gatherings and conferences already as director of this foundation. Also, as part of his career, he served as in peacekeeping operations in the Balkans in 1989, 1998. And also in the anti-terrorist operation, which was, as the war was called, in 2014 and 2015. He served in Donbass against Russian aggression in 2015. And he is also a veteran of many of our Center for US-Ukrainian Relation conferences over the past several years. When he was in Washington, he made a very big impression on the expert community. And then when the expert community heard that he was appointed first as an advisor to Minister Reznikov, everybody saw that really this is taking the Ukrainian military starting to get up on its feet. And then when we heard that he was appointed deputy minister, everybody was very, very pleased with that. And we see the results of these reforms in what's going on in Ukraine. He's also the author of many articles on the war in Ukraine, which is too many articles to list here. So right now we have 30 minutes for Deputy Minister Havrilov's presentation and Q&A. So that's enough out of me. And Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introduction. It's a great honor to talk to the audience there in United States. I'm here in Kiev, just air raid finished. Do you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Yeah. So the topic of this panel or this meeting is why a free, prosperous, and stable Ukraine still matter. But nobody in Ukraine asks such a question. The key word in this phrase is the word free. Freedom has always been a fundamental value of Ukrainian people. Any attempt to deprive Ukrainians of the freedom inevitably leads to the consolidation of the society as a whole. And you can see it now in this war with Russia. Unlike the first war of 2014-15, this time every Ukrainian family has a soldier or a dead or a wounded or a volunteer or a refugee. We are witnessing an unprecedented unity of people and the willingness of many of them to sacrifice themselves for the protection of the homeland. I want to challenge some experts' doubts about Ukraine's ability to survive this war. This time, Ukraine will withstand the blow and win. We have been holding back the enemy for almost 4 months. At the same time, we are increasing our defense capabilities through unprecedented assistance from our partners. For the first 2 months, we fought with weapons we had at the beginning of the war. It was a Soviet-era weapon, like 152, 122 artillery, which consumed 4 times more ammunition than modern 155 artillery of NATO standard. During the 3 months of the war, we depleted almost all stockpiles of Soviet caliber artillery ammunition from Eastern European warehouses. Therefore, the transition of the Ukrainian armed forces to NATO standards in artillery was inevitable and is happening rapidly. The losses of armored vehicles were significant, and the defense industry, which also suffered from Russian cruise missiles, did not have time to repair the damaged equipment, and we are working on that, how improve it. However, these losses were partly offset by trophy, for example, equipment that the Russian army threw in large numbers in Ukrainian fields and roads during the first stage of the war, including due to its inability to provide fuel logistics. Heavy weapons like 155 caliber artillery from United States and European countries began arriving in Ukraine only in May. In June, the troops began to receive the first self-propelled artillery system from NATO countries, like French Caesar or American M109 or Polish Kramer. The first long-range precision striking system, like MLRS, will be delivered in late June. Anti-ship missile systems are also expected in June. This will change the balance of power in the western part of the Black Sea, for example. By the end of July, the vast majority of the Ukrainian armed forces, heavy weapons, will be represented by NATO standard systems. In peacetime, it would take years. During the war, it takes months. We are not interested in prolonging this war, and we understand the challenges for our society and economy in this scenario. This war is a mixture of old tactics and modern technological methods of warfare, with the widespread use of drones, EW systems, higher precision weapons. In this war, the one who has a technological advantage and a more motivated army will win. Ukraine has a motivated army, and is quick to learn modern weapons and technology. Assistance from our partners in this is critical. So Ukraine will win this war. After that will come prosperity and stability. And I'm ready to answer your question. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience right now? Okay, Adrian, can you just step up to the microphone, please?
So my question relates to Mr. Podolyak's wish list of Ukrainian requests for Ukrainian armaments, which was made public a few days ago. And my question to you is, what proportion of that win list is currently either committed to Ukraine first, and I don't need the details of whether it's in operation, but committed and presumably on its way to Ukraine?
I would like not to comment the public announcements of some of our officials, maybe not related to the official announcement. We have very good relationship on the working level with our Western partners. And so all our needs and our requests are put on the paper, and they're very balanced, and they're just understood by both parties. And that's why we should be very cautious to some comments in mass media on different people without so-called official confirmation. So I don't want to comment the numbers. The numbers, once again, which are on the table in our working groups, are realistic and more up to the ground. That's why we are not going to make it more public and just leave the space for other people to comment on what could be on these papers. But once again, I think that one of the problems of this war, that too many people are ready to comment on something without having the exact information what is going on, and that's an inevitable thing. We should accept it as it is, but remember, we have a very good working level communication with our partners, with the real numbers there on the paper, and with real movements of armaments, logistic plans, and everything related to this war. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, there are. I'm breaking my own regime here by asking a second question. But, sir, the one thing that we have, because we've been able to handle the narrative that Ukraine has done really well in Kyiv, and we expected that it would do equally well because of our persistent resilience in the East. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, the Russians have managed to put out information about how things are going in Donbass, and then have added that while we've said that there are counteroffensives we've done in Kharkiv and in Kherson, that they've been able to stop these and reverse some of this. Would you be able to give us a general, without getting into the real detail and so on, could you give us a general assessment of how you feel those areas are doing?
Yeah, we are in the second stage of the war. Russia learned a lot from the first stage, which was a full disaster to the military. They were not prepared for that kind of the response from Ukrainian military. Now they mobilized almost all available by the time capability and force. They started to move troops from Far East and from areas like Abkhazia, Armenia, or Tajikistan, just to fill the gap of their losses. And they have an advantage by now in artillery and munitions, and they're just trying to use this advantage to push our troops in the east, first of all. Yes, the situation in Donbass area from the beginning of the war was difficult, and in these days are especially difficult. And we are just pushing hard to stop Russians there, the movements and the strategic plan. We understand they have to present as a kind of temporary preliminary victory to take control over the administrative borders of Lugansk, Donetsk Oblast. We understand it as a desire to have a political leverage during kind of other events. Once again, we as a military, we control the situation. This war is very dynamic and mobile. One day you have movements in both directions, back and forth by both sides. We are just building up our capability to be capable to stop any movements of Russia at all, and then to be ready to push them back from our territory. It takes time. It takes time. It's not easy because it requires a lot of people to be trained and equipped and ready to be sent to the front line. We also just expecting a number of modern systems like long-range precision strike capability come to us in this month. And we also expect some other capabilities to be delivered to our military. And with that, we would be ready, I think, not very long from now, to control the situation in total in Donbass area, and then to start to push Russian army away from our territory. So it's very dynamic, difficult situation in the east, but once again, it's under control, and we know what to do and how to react to that. So it's a matter of time when we would be ready to push them back from our territory. Thank you.
That's our internet connection with Ukraine it's not working properly right now. How is it, Andrea? Is it better?
Do you hear me?
that he will directly tell you what he sees and what he hears, and he doesn't try to wrap things up in nice paper. So I really humbly apologize that we had to lose him. Now let's we now move on to the very first of our panel discussions. It's called Robust Democratic Politics, Assessing Ukraine's Progress Regress. The moderator is Ambassador Taylor. I think he's at the dais at this point, and I think all our graders, except for Jonathan, who has excused, Jonathan Katz, he will be joining us later. And I think Dave Kramer is joining us by via Zoom, and we have to take care of that Zoom issue right away. But we do have most of the panel assembled, and I just simply wanted to say, Ambassador Taylor, I know you're going to raise that issue, and I wanted to humbly apologize. Of all the issues we've done on regress and progress, all of them are issues that we can put grades on in terms of Ukraine. But on the robust democratic politics in the middle of war, it looks like it would be almost silly to talk about effective political parties and so on and so forth, but it isn't. It's ironically this topic, sir, and I've said it to you, and I know that you're going to stress it. This topic is the most important of all the topics. Democracy is exactly what Ukraine is fighting for. And it's the Russians who want to impose autocracy at some point. And so this, of all the panels, take it from here.
Walter, thank you. Thank you very much. And we do have David Kramer here. David.
Yes, and David is in. Okay, so it was Ukraine.
And we have a great panel here. I'm very pleased to be here with this crew. And Walter, you're right. It does seem a bit uncomfortable, unseemly. It seems a little odd to be grading a nation that is fighting for its life and fighting for our values, as you've just indicated, fighting for democracy, fighting for the things that we value, fighting for the security of Europe, fighting for our security. So let's be clear. The Ukrainians are on the front line and they are fighting our fight, and we need to support them. And President Biden has addressed the important issue of what our goal is. What are we trying to accomplish? What are the United States trying to accomplish? What is this alliance trying to accomplish? And he was very clear in this statement. And Walter did exactly what you said. It's the first thing on his list. What he's after, what we're supporting the Ukrainians for. Our goal is for a democratic, independent, sovereign, prosperous Ukraine. The first word he used, the first characteristic, the first goal is democratic. Exactly right. And that is important. So that's why this panel is important. We're not going to do grades here, but we are going to emphasize the importance of democracy. And President Biden put that at the top of his list as well. The second part of that statement that President Biden put in the New York Times op-ed piece in response to an editorial that the New York Times had put in a week before. The second part of that goal statement is also important, and that is, okay, what Biden said was democratic, independent, sovereign, prosperous Ukraine with the means to deter and defend itself against further aggression. That second part of that goal statement is very important. And we should talk about that. And Walter, I'm sure rest of the day we'll talk about this. But this says what President Biden laid out is we need to give Ukraine the ability, he said the means, to deter the Russians and to defend itself against further aggression by the Russians. And that means weapons. And we heard yesterday, another $1 billion of weapons. That's great. It's not enough. And it's not coming fast enough. So what President Biden laid out is the right goal. And now his administration, our nation, our alliance, the NATO alliance, the international alliance, including the Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Australians, the world that is allied in support of Ukraine against the Russians needs to speed up the weapons, needs to speed up the second part of that goal statement. That is the means, give Ukraine the means to deter and defend itself. So I think that's going to be real important as we go through this discussion. Okay, we're going to do democracy, and we've got some democracy experts up here, and David Kramer as well. So let me again say how pleased I am to have, and we'll just do the order that's in the agenda there, with Steve Nix from IRI, International Republican Institute, Katie Fox from National Democratic Institute, Jonathan Katz, who's not here, so we'll put him at the end, from the German Marshall Fund, David Kramer, George W. Bush Institute. David is in Dallas, I guess. David, very good. All right. And glad to have him there. And then Adrian Karatnycky from the Atlantic Council. We're very pleased. Couldn't have a better group. Jonathan Katz just walks in. Perfect timing. While he's getting seated, we're going to go to Steve Nix. Steve.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Vladko, for organizing this event. It's always an honor to join you and your group. I'd like to echo what was said earlier about Ambassador Taylor's service and to express my personal gratitude for what he has done for his country and for Ukraine. But let's talk about Ukraine. We're talking about democracy. I want to echo what the ambassador said, is that yes, now is not the time to be talking about democracy when Ukraine is fighting an all-out war to defend its democracy. Let me give you the IRI perspective. Prior to the conflict, we were doing what we normally do. We're working with political parties. We were helping candidates ascertain whether or not they wanted to run for the presidency. 2014, RADA candidates for parliamentary elections in 2013. All of that went out the window on February 24th. In fact, prior to that. What are we doing now? We're focusing on two main things. IRI quickly assessed that the administration was somewhat behind the curve on providing military assistance to Ukraine. And what was being done early on was primarily as a result of congressional pressure. So we decided to start bringing delegations of Ukrainian members of parliament, civil society people, to help elevate their forces on Capitol Hill, advocate for more military assistance, humanitarian assistance, and ask Congress to motivate the administration to do more and do it quickly, along the lines that Ambassador Taylor just lined up. And we feel that we've had some success. But we have a delegation in town this week. In fact, I have to leave early to rejoin that delegation. We have 6 members of the Verkhovna Rada in town. We've been on the Hill. We spent 2 days ago, we were on the Senate side, yesterday on the House side. Very high level meetings, getting a good reception. Again, the message from this delegation, and I had hoped to have David Arakamia and Yevgeny Kravchuk join us today, but we had a meeting come up this morning. They had a conflict. So they've asked me basically to channel what they've been saying in these meetings we've attended the past several days, which is we need more militarily and we need it now. We need it more quickly. That's the basic message, along with expression of gratitudes. The Ukrainian delegation is very, very thankful to this administration for what they have done. But again, they need more. They need it now. Specifically, as the defense minister said, long-range missiles, long-range artillery. And the reasons are well known to all of us. The Russian military is able to basically bombard Ukrainian positions safely because they have longer-range artillery. That needs to change. And that's the goal right now. And I know that the United States military is rushing long-range artillery. Some of it's arrived already. But again, they need more. They need it now. We are going to have another delegation next week, which consists of Air Force pilots in the Ukrainian Air Force and also Ministry of Defense officials. And they will be making specific requests, Congress, State Department, the Pentagon, for specified jet aircraft capability and air defense systems. So Our plan really is that this will be a continuum. We will continue to bring Ukrainian delegations here to elevate their voices. There will come a time when Ukraine will prevail on the battlefield, and this will then shift. This effort will become more of a humanitarian effort to advocate for funding and assistance to rebuild Ukraine, to help with displaced persons, to help with refugees. So that's the next level of this continuum. The second thing that we have been doing since the war, we've been doing polling. We've been providing Zelensky and his administration with data on very, very important points of negotiation, public opinion on the conflict, and the results are amazing. President Zelensky in our last poll enjoys a 94% job approval rating. It's historic. So it's clear that the Ukrainian people have rallied behind this great wartime president. Secondly, sense of optimism. 97% of Ukrainians in this poll believe that their country will prevail in this conflict. Now, we assess the reasons behind that is there's no alternative to victory. Ukrainians know that if they don't prevail, their country will be destroyed, eliminated. So they're very, very confident of victory. The majority of Ukrainians feel that the conflict will end in various stages within calendar year 2022. So a great sense of optimism from this poll, which by the way was taken when Kiev was still under attack. So a lot of people were surprised by some of these numbers. I was not, especially the numbers about winning, because I've been to the Eastern Front. I've been to the Crimean Front. I've spoken with the young men in these positions, as Ambassador Taylor has, and some of you have. And I came away convinced that they would stand, they would fight, and they would be willing to give their lives for the country. And that's exactly what we are seeing being played out today. So again, it's incumbent upon the United States and our European allies to provide Ukraine what they need. I will add to that, again, when we tested public opinion on what victory looks like, what concessions, the vast majority of Ukrainians in our poll do not want to give any concessions. And this is an important point, and it's a point that we shared with our colleagues in Brussels recently. I briefed European Parliament on this polling data with the message that certain European actors must not, should not, cannot try to convince the Zelensky administration to negotiate terms that are not supported by the Ukrainian people. It's a very important message that I hope we all can convey to our European colleagues. I think the US position was stated very clearly recently. Secretary Austin said, negotiations are the province of the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people. So again, the data says very clearly that at this point in time, the Ukrainian public is not in a mood to concede anything. In fact, I'll sum up the polling data by saying, when we've tested what victory looked like to the Ukrainian people, a majority of Ukrainians reported a return to the borders in 1991. It's a very important data point. So it's clear that at this point in time, the presidential administration doesn't have a lot of room to maneuver on negotiations. If negotiations are driven by public opinion, President Zelensky has indicated clearly that it will be. So again, we are going to continue to provide this important data to President Zelensky and his team. My team went into Kiev and briefed on the poll that I just shared with you. I just signed off on another questionnaire. We're going to go out in the field next week, and we will continue to provide the administration with timely and accurate polling data so that they can make decisions based on public opinion in Ukraine. I want to go back to this main element about doing everything that we can to assist Ukraine. And Ambassador Taylor channeled President Biden's vision of what this means. I'm going to quote Senate Minority Leader McConnell, who said on March 11th, very clearly, he said, the US Congress has to do everything it can to help Ukraine kill as many Russians as they need to in order to defend their country. Those are not polite words, ladies and gentlemen, but that is where we are. So We're going to keep on moving forward. We're going to bring these delegations. We're going to continue to focus on Ukraine. We're going to keep Ukraine on the radar. We're going to do everything that we can to assure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend its democracy. And I'll sum up by saying that, again, the delegation asked me to channel their gratitude to the Ukrainian community for everything that you have done to assist Ukraine since this conflict started. And then instead of asking Kravchuk or David Hryckowian to speak, since they're not here today, I was going to reserve some of my time to them. Vladko, I see that my good friend and colleague Hanna Hopko is in the audience. May I reserve 2 minutes of my time to hear from somebody from Ukraine? Do I have leave to do that, Ambassador?
Of course, absolutely.
Hanna, wstawaj. I just think it's important for this particular panel to hear from Hanna.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Volodko, and everyone for having me here today and also discussing how to help Ukraine to win faster. Because I'm here in Washington with the delegation, and with me is Alexander Lomako, who is the secretary of Chernihiv City Council and also one expert on energy, Victoria Wojcicka. So yesterday we visited and we had a very fruitful meeting at National Security Council. Of course, we couldn't meet National Security Advisor Sullivan, but we met 4 directors responsible for Eastern Europe, for criminal justice, sanctions policy. So we are here because we believe that US leadership role should be strengthened by a more proactive position. And Ramstein coalition and yesterday meeting, it's a great example how to improve coordination between different partners who could help Ukraine more with weapons, because weapons are key. My best friends now in the battlefield, former members of parliament, civil society representatives, and every morning and evening, if they send me a message, I'm saying, thank you, God, they are alive. But they are praying and saying, Hanna, in all your meetings, please mention that we need weapon more. So, and only military victory over aggression is a key. Steve, you are right saying that complete Ukrainian victory means restoration of full territorial integrity and sovereignty, which includes Donbass and Crimea. Now, our General Havrilov mentioned second stage of the war, but then after winning the second and returning newly occupied territories like Kherson region, then if we are talking about returning control over Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, how to unblock Black Sea, but not do it for export of grain, but to secure the Black Sea region from Russian monopoly, and how to bring more NATO countries to Black Sea, because it should be wider strategy, Black Sea, Mediterranean, and even Indo-Pacific region, because geopolitical the victory of Ukraine is geopolitically important for the whole world, democratic world, for Indo-Pacific region, for Belarus, Belarusian people which are suffering from Lukashenko regime. And let me also mention Moldova, because a candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova, and I wish to see also Georgia joining to this, because it's also Ukrainian responsibility in 21st century, and it's God's purpose on Ukraine to defend and defeat totalitarianism by providing the successful example how the strongest armed forces in the world, Ukrainian armed forces, but with NATO standards weapons, we could do our job, what we are doing for this more than 116 days of full-scale escalation and within 9 years of ongoing Russian aggression. And let me finish. I think with Reagan approach that we are winning, they are defeating. Because I visited Berlin, Chancellor Office, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I was very sad hearing that official representatives were telling us, Hanna, we want Ukraine to help to win, but Russia not to lose. I think this type of approaches after 8 years of peaceful settlement of the conflict or diplomatic or political settlement of conflict, which resulted in full-scale war, is not acceptable anymore. I think the West should and responsible to help Ukraine to win, not just to think how not to humiliate Russia, how to save face of Putin, and by losing credibility of the West, because China is very observant, and Russian nuclear blackmail is the way how to deter Western support. And we have to learn the lessons, because if Russia managed to do this, then another nuclear countries will start doing the same. So what about the nuclear proliferation? When countries which gave up with the third largest nuclear power plant, like Ukraine, now are not receiving enough support. And I'm here in Washington to express my gratitude for all these years. But yesterday, taxi driver was, because I was in the Vyshyvanka, asked me, "Where are you from? Are you from Ukraine?" I say, "Yes." So could you tell me the reason why Putin is attacking Ukraine? He wants to colonize Ukraine or to destroy? This was very untypical question to taxi driver. But I think this is the question to US government leadership. What we want, what is our strategy towards Russia? Because decolonize Russia, or what is the strategy Ukraine defeating Russia? What next? And not having a strategy creates a situation when there is reluctance or delay with weaponry supply. So Ukraine has a strategy how to win, and actually we have a strategy what to do with Ukraine defeating Russia. Thank you, Steve, for giving me this opportunity.
Дуже вам дякую, пане, за гарну презентацію. All right, I'll conclude by saying, again, I represent IRI. And when I tell people the things that we're doing that I described to you today, we're merely continuing John McCain's legacy. John McCain cared deeply about Ukraine. You all know that. The last international trip that he made before he died was to Ukraine, to Mariupol, where he told a group of Marines, "We're going to get you the weapons that you need to defend your country." John McCain predicted the initial invasion, fought hard for weapons. It was an uphill battle. John McCain was very frustrated that we didn't do more in 2014 and 2015. We should have done more. We failed Ukraine. We, the West. We have another chance. Let's not blow it a second time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Steve, thank you.
Thank you very much for that description. And we should talk. We want to hear what the Ukrainian strategy toward Russia is. You said you've got one. We'd like to hear this too. Good. We've made it clear that that Ukraine succeeding and the way that the president said, that's what we're after, and that means that the Russians are going to lose, because they don't want to see that success. Katie Fox, NDI.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Taylor. Thank you, Walter. Thank you to the conference organizers. So I think Ambassador Taylor and Steve have very well outlined the very strong bipartisan support in Washington for Ukraine's success, for its Ukrainian victory. So I'm going to use my time here a little bit differently. Yes, like IRI, NDI does polling, and we have a very recent poll. My colleagues at the moment are briefing the president's office, the leaders of the major political parties, parliamentarians, and CSOs on this poll. So I thought I would use my time here to show it to you. And I think it's a bit more recent than the IRI poll. Steve mentioned that Kyiv was occupied when that poll was done. This was done in May. So, but the findings are similar. And apologize in advance to David, who I have placed in front of the screen. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is a very important slide. How important is it to you that Ukraine becomes a fully functioning democracy? NDI asks this every time. And democracy is always popular, but it has gone up very significantly. The last poll, December 2021, it was 76%. Now it's 94%. And that very significant rallying around the value of democracy as they fight this war, I think is interesting. And you can see that it's across the country. East, 91%, South, 92%. Next slide, please. Okay, what are the characteristics of a fully functioning democracy that you think are most important? The main change that we've seen since the last pre-war poll is that freedom of speech has gone up a bit, human rights protection has gone down a bit. I'm not sure what that's attributable to, but basically a very strong understanding of the fundamental characteristics of democracy. Next slide, please. Okay, are you, in general, are you optimistic or pessimistic about Ukraine's future? As Steve said, enormous levels of optimism. So here we see 52% in wartime are optimistic about Ukraine's future. Whereas in December, pre-war, and just look at the very optimistic. We had 9%, an enormous increase. And take a look at the next slide, please. It'll give you some insight into why. Okay, this is the word cloud where we, put the, yeah. This is what makes people, we asked, what makes you optimistic about Ukraine's future? Victory, army, people. Next slide, please. Okay, I think even more revealing. So this is the same question. You see the comparison. In December 2022, we asked, what makes you optimistic about Ukraine's future? See the big nothing. In wartime, people have rallied around the idea of Ukrainian victory, Ukrainian unity, Ukrainian national identity, Ukrainian people, and you can also see in there EU integration, prosperity, and nothing has shrunk to a teeny tiny little word. Great, thank you. Okay. So here we see, have you faced any of the following since the beginning of full-scale war? And this is really a measure of the suffering of Ukraine. More than 2/3 of the country has suffered income reduction, deterioration of mental health, deterioration of physical health, with women, as you can see, really bearing a disproportionate burden. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is more specifics on how Ukrainians have during the war. So since the beginning of full-scale war, have you or anyone in your family gone without? Sleep and money, very prominent. This is interesting. When you get down to things like drinking water and electricity and heating, gas supply, numbers of people who are going without are still relatively small, I think, because the infrastructure to provide those things, thank God, was intact. I should say here, and I should have said at the beginning, that this is a survey of, it is a representative sample of people who are physically located in Ukraine, including in places that have been occupied since February 24th, and who have a mobile phone, because it's a mobile phone survey. Next slide, please. How would you characterize your income nowadays? So you can see that if you look the two bottom bars, most people are finding it difficult or very difficult to live on their present income. And women are finding it more difficult than men, possibly because they are bearing more of the burdens of keeping the households together while men are fighting. And you can also see that the people who moved are finding it more difficult, moved to another settlement is the orange one. Next slide. Okay, how long do you expect the war to continue? Just as Steve said in the IRI poll, there is not an expectation that it will be long. Less than 3 months is the highest number. Next slide, please. Okay, how likely do you think the hostilities will continue where you are currently residing? So you see that 30–40% of people think that they're going to see fighting where they are, which is quite significant. Obviously, fewer in the West, but still nationwide, quite a big figure. People living with some fear. Next slide, please. Okay, so have you done any of these since the start of the full-scale war? Look at the number, 80% almost have started speaking more Ukrainian. Just under that, donating money to the armed forces, we have almost 80%. Donating for humanitarian relief and donating clothing to IDPs, more than 50%. And remember, this is against the backdrop of, in a previous slide, 70% don't have enough income to live comfortably. And yet they're... Next slide, please. Leaders, next one. Okay, so this is probably, attitude towards political parties. This is what we would expect. The positives are for serving to the people and generally for the new or nascent parties. Mr. Bertula and Mr. Rozumko have talked about it, but not yet started parties. The European Solidarity and Budjeryn are high negatives, not quite as high as Opposition Platform for Life. The interesting thing here is the negatives for European Solidarity and Budjeryn are about the same as they were pre-war, and so this is not an indication that they've sunk. It's just that the other people who are more prominent in fighting the war and more visible have risen. Next, please. Same thing. This is the like or dislikes. You can see that the people who are out front talking about, were the public faces of the war effort. And of course, the president, as Steve said, incredible approval ratings. And then again, we see Tymoshenko, Poroshenko, very, very high dislikes. Again, steady from pre-war, not a. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, performance of the government, very, very good. And President Zelensky, very high. The parliament doesn't rate as highly, but in previous polls, the parliament has been barely detectable on the chart. So the fact that it's this high is it. Next slide, please. Okay, who do you trust? As you would expect, armed forces, Zelensky. Again, the parliament, national government are fairly low. Local governments above national government still, which is historically true. Next slide, please. Okay. Social media is likely edging out television as a source of news, but not much. Next slide, please. Okay, so is there information you feel you're missing? Are you getting enough information? So interestingly, very large plurality of people think that there is enough information, which could indicate that the government's efforts to provide information, the media, the news marathon, and the 24/7 coverage are having an effect. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, these are the price for peace slides that Steve was talking about as well. This is where we ask Ukrainians what they would accept as the price for peace. What this slide shows is that 90% of Ukrainians will only accept a peace that includes reclaiming all the territory it controlled prior to 2014, including all of Donbass and Crimea, or what Steve said, the 1991 borders. And that's national, male, female, it's pretty consistent. Next slide, please. So this is where we tested two other possible formulations of what you would accept as the price of peace. One is the territory controlled prior to the start of the war, meaning not Crimea or the Donbass. And then the other one was Ukraine claims only the territory it controls today, or middle of May. And you can also see here, very, very large numbers, not quite 90%, but very large numbers would find either of those compromises unacceptable. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the EU. 90% want Ukraine to be a member of the EU, 73% NATO. You can see the increases relative to December 2021. Percentages that want Ukraine to be a member of the EU has gone up from 58 to 90%, very large increase. And it's not quite as large for NATO. Next slide. Okay, so this shows that do you want Ukraine to be a member of the EU? It's nationwide support, south and east, a little bit less west, but very, very strong everywhere. Next slide. Same thing. NATO numbers are lower, but the pattern is the same. Next slide, please. So this is the influence of the US, UK, EU, and Russia in determining Ukraine's future. USA has the most influence, slightly edging out the UK and EU. Of course, its influence is considered to be positive. Here you see Russia, very, very negative influence, and also, interestingly, there's been a drop by 50% in the amount of influence that people think Russia has. December 2021, 49% said Russia has a lot of influence. In May, only 26% Russia has a lot of influence. Next slide. That's it. Next slide. This is the methodology. As I said, it's random among people physically within Ukraine. Thank you. I think the data speaks for itself, and with that, I'm going to pass that off to.
It does speak for itself. Thank you, Katie. Thank you both Steve and Katie for those results. We're going to come back to those because there's some things in there that I'd like to highlight as well. But thank you very much for that. It confirms what we've been hearing anecdotally. That's very good. Thank you. Nothing.
Good to see you.
Welcome. Good to
Thank
see
you. And it's good to follow both Steve and Katie on this too, and also just praise the work that NDI and IRI still have both doing right now. And I think you've given my background and introduced me.
Give background to
German Marshall Fund. Okay, I'm Jonathan Katz. I'm a senior fellow director of democracy initiatives at GMF, but I'm also, along with Oris, a co-chair of the Transatlantic Task Force for Ukraine. And so it's great to be here. Walter, thank you as always. Such an important time, and you always have such an important influence in sort of the discussion here in Washington and in Ukraine as well. So thank you. And Ambassador, good to see you as well. Just wanted to also just thank for IRI as well too. On the GMF has had the opportunity to host, I think, almost every one of the delegations that you've mentioned, including yesterday. We held a press roundtable with the Ukrainian parliamentarians, and we've been doing that on a regular basis. I can just say also with Hryckowian from very early on in this process too, and I think it's had an incredible impact on decision making here in Washington, here directly from the parliamentarians, but also I'm going to make a plug for civil society as well. And I think, as many of you know, some of those that have come through, including Hannah, have the highest level of credibility when it comes, and I'm not dismissing parliamentarians, but they have also spent years working with NDI, IRI, GMF, and other US officials, multiple administrations, including on issues that I think are really important for this conversation, which is still these issues of democracy, rule of law, good governance. And so by having spent many years working with them and having them engage directly with policymakers here, they were the ones I thought were the most effective at making the case for these immediate needs that you talked about, both on the military side and it's when you have Hannah and others from organizations like ITIC coming in and speaking to, instead of talking about
the need to reform courts, but speaking directly to HIMARS or the type of weapons that are needed. It's quite an extraordinary change in sort of what they talk about, but it's been incredibly effective. And I've had an opportunity to speak to Hill staff, administration staff, who are also meeting with these same delegations. So important. So please keep them coming. And we're going to host the pilot delegation next week with another roundtable on press. So I think collectively, the best thing we can do is work together to try to keep this front and center, as you said, both here in Washington. And I think, as all of you know, there's a number of other issues that are at play right now, including our upcoming midterm elections. And I also want to praise the bipartisan support. Boris would know, and I look at him, he's written a lot about this. There's been support over the last 3 decades for Ukraine's democratic transformation and Euro-Atlantic integration. It's gone fits and starts depending on political leadership. But when I look at the dollar figures, as somebody who worked at USAID and oversaw assistance following the Maidan and where we are today, and knowing what funding looks like, the level of funding is the most that I've seen come through Congress, maybe somewhat comparable to what we saw in Afghanistan and Iraq, but in a different manner. I don't want to compare and contrast. So I just want that bipartisanship is really important. that EU candidacy status is just critical because in order to rebuild Ukraine, to support that rebuild, it needs that stricture of the Copenhagen criteria. So I'm really hoping today that this will be over the next week, that we're going to receive some positive signals from the EU on candidate status. It has to happen. That track must be real. And it's the same, it's the track that while we're dealing with the immediate, we'll have the roadmap, Ukraine, Ukrainians, Ukrainian civil society, which I am 100% certain that if Ukraine is given this candidate status, it can meet the Copenhagen criteria. This will be a dramatic change in terms of what Ukraine is responsible in doing, but also be a dramatic change in the amount of resources and support that would be given by the EU to make it happen. And the United States would also have a guidepost to know what to aim for in support of Ukraine. So I wanted to just emphasize that's why TTFU has spent a tremendous amount of time focused on support for this. GMF has as well, including supporting conferences in Warsaw. So continued support for Euro-Atlantic integration through grant making with support of the United States, the Canadian government, Rockefeller Foundation, the list goes on of those that are supporting it. So I just wanted to place an emphasis. I think that the most important element outside of the immediate needs, and there are many, rebuilding is obviously needed, and it's happening to some extent, including infrastructure, is really thinking about what we call a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. It doesn't have to have that exact name, but I think thinking through what that next step looks like while this current conflict is taking place, even with the unknowns. And I really hope that the EU takes the step. And I know we have some pretty important visitors in Kiev right now. And I hope that they will do the right thing and provide candidate status. And I think this is not only important just for Ukraine, but for Europe. There will be no security for Europe without a secure Ukraine that is in the EU eventually, and this needs to happen. And I think it will be short-sighted if the EU, and I understand the arguments of why they are hesitating, both internal issues, some external as well, but they should not give Mr. Putin a talking point. It shouldn't be part of the disinformation spin. By the way, that is also a major challenge, both in Ukraine and in Europe right now, that we all have to think through and support, which is countering that disinformation. GMF is by supporting Ukrainian NGOs and CSOs right now. But the United States and Europe need to deal with a broader challenge that I still hear when I hear European officials come through and they tell me, well, Ukraine can't be a candidate or a member because it's too corrupt. It sounds to me like a talking point of Mr. Putin, and also doesn't recognize, since gaining Eastern Partnership status, but also association and DCFTA status, that Ukraine and Ukrainians have made progress. And I look to the CSOs, Ukrainian CSOs and others that we've worked with to continue to make those points, but all of us in this room, including Ukrainian diaspora communities, but also organizations that really have the best information about those changes, to also bring Ukrainian voices across Europe and to continue to build that coalition of support for Ukraine. So thank you.
Jonathan, thank you. Thank you very much. We're gonna very good points about security guarantees. That you know, how is Ukraine going to secure itself? And again, President Biden has made it clear that means to defend and deter is part of that. They have to get there, so they need to get the weapons now, but then the security guarantees after that. And you made a very good point about reconstruction. The funding for reconstruction is going to be really an important one from the EU as well as from the Russians. We'll come to that. David Kramer has been patiently waiting in Dallas, and I'm assuming we can get him back up on the phone. I was just emailing with him, and he's standing by, and I don't see him on the screen yet. David, if you can hear us, pipe up.
I can indeed, Bill. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, and go ahead. Oh, there, we can each see you as well.
Sorry, I'm looking over everyone's shoulder. I apologize for that, but it's great to join you remotely. I wish I was there in person with all of you. A lot of friends there on the stage, and I'm sure in the audience too. And it was great to hear from Hannah as well. But Walter, thank you for organizing this and extending me the invitation again. Sorry not to be there, but it's great to be with you. The issues that Walter laid out in the preparation for this panel were ones to consider: fair elections, effective political parties, strong civil society, and free media. And I think we can say that Ukraine has all of those. They're stronger in some places and weaker in others, but Ukraine has all of those things. And that is one of the main reasons Mr. Putin, I would argue, invaded Ukraine, because it has those features and Russia, in fact, does not. In fact, those very issues are threatening to Mr. Putin. He does not have free elections in Russia. He does not allow real political parties. He does not permit a strong civil society. And we've seen what's happened to the media in Russia. Anything that is not under Kremlin control is driven out of the country. Ukraine has all of these things. It has a duly elected president who recognizes the need to go on television or communicate with his nation every single day, communicate with the world as well through various means. And he recognizes that he has a population that he's accountable to. He may be popular at 90%, well-deserved given his heroic leadership during this terrible crisis. But he also recognizes that for decisions that might be made, whether it's on NATO or anything else, agreements, he will have to turn to the people of Ukraine to make sure that he has their backing for any decisions that are made. Ukraine has a duly elected legislature, the Rada, and that too is something that, of course, we don't see in Russia. And so I do think that Ukraine, in many respects, is the antithesis of what we have seen unfold in Russia. And that makes it, unfortunately, a threatening alternative to the system that Mr. Putin has overseen for more than 2 decades in Russia itself. And it means that we have to do everything we can, we in the international community, whether it is in Europe, Canada, the United States, Australia, Japan, you name it, need to do everything we can to help Ukraine stay on the path that it has been on. And that, of course, includes dealing with problems of corruption, particularly with infusions of significant assistance coming in, making sure that the people who have made the ultimate sacrifice in this war don't in turn see the country resort to problems of corruption or oligarchs either returning or emerging in new ways. But at the end of the day, this, I think, gets at where I heard some of the previous comments. I've missed a bit of it because of connection problems. But certainly, Bill, what you said, Walter, Steve, and others have said, we have to help Ukraine achieve victory. And that does mean defeating Russia. There's no ambiguity here. For Ukraine to win, to be victorious, that means Putin's defeat. And that is also the only possibility for a better day ahead in Russia. There's no guarantee that will happen. But Mr. Putin needs to be defeated. And for leaders around the world who want to talk about avoiding humiliation or compromise, territorial concessions, they're talking about doing that with a war criminal, given what Putin and his forces have done in Ukraine. And so I think there's no question here that Ukraine is the innocent victim of egregious Russian aggression through yet another invasion of the country, through continued violations of territorial integrity and sovereignty, and gross human rights abuses that amount to war crimes, crimes against humanity, and yes, I would say genocide. Ukraine can't be left in the gray zone that it has been dangerously located for the past 2 decades. And that includes, and I caught the end of Jonathan's comments, couldn't agree more about candidacy for the EU, absolutely right, overdue. And I would argue it includes membership in NATO. Frankly, I think at this point, given what Ukraine has demonstrated through its determination to prevail, its willingness to fight for its freedom, for its values, NATO and the EU, frankly, would be lucky to have Ukraine as a member, given what they have demonstrated over not just the past few months, but frankly, for the past 8+ years. So I know we're tight on time. A lot has already been said, and I don't want to rehash this, but the Ukrainian victory is absolutely critical. It is critical, of course, first and foremost for Ukrainians. It will also redound to Russia's benefit. It won't redound to Mr. Putin's benefit, and that's a good thing, but it will redound to Russia's benefit in the entire European continent and, frankly, the entire world. So thank you again for letting me join you remotely. Sorry not to be there. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. We're going to come back to several of those things that you and others have raised on this thing. But Adrian Karatnycky has been waiting patiently as well. And Adrian, over to you.
A pleasure to be here, and as I know, the audience is made up of people who are, deeply engaged in promoting the defense of Ukraine at this crucial moment. I think it's really important for us to think about this category of issues of Ukraine's robust democracy as a central element in our dialogue with American society, with the rest of the world. For many years, the brand of Ukraine was, oligarchy and corruption. And I think it was an unfair and unbalanced expression of where the society was. It neglected the entrepreneurial spirit and emergence of a new economy underneath those layers of the old economy. It didn't understand that as the state was shrinking, so were the mechanisms and means for corruption. It understated, except for maybe an understanding of the value of voluntarism and civil society. It didn't really have the Western world, I don't think, had a proper balance of where Ukraine was. And I think the Ukrainian people are fighting for their freedom, partly out of ethnic national interests. There is a ethno-national sense of solidarity, but also there is a civic solidarity. And that civic solidarity is born from the fact that with all of the weaknesses of the Ukrainian state, people feel a freedom inside that state and an ability to have an impact on it. They are not discouraged, not simply by those spectacular figures, but even the figures of the previous year that Katie was referring to showed a certain degree, maybe not of trusted institutions, but a sense of the right sorts of priorities. And as the 5 or 6 million Ukrainians streamed into Europe and the media contacted them and engaged them, they saw not Homo Russicus or Homo Sovieticus. They saw people like themselves, people of, I would say, open-mindedness. I wouldn't want to use the politicized word liberal, but of open ideas, people who seemed like the rest of them. And this image of Ukraine as the poorest country in Europe, the most backward country, the most corrupt country, all those kinds of memes that I think were, frankly, a distortion of where Ukraine was, have been conveyed by this interaction with Ukrainian society in Europe and through the media more globally. But why is democracy important? Democracy and the restating of the case of Ukrainian democracy and how Ukraine is behaving at a time of war, in the absence of censorship, in the spirit of coordination among media and cooperation rather than state enforcement. Those are stories we need to tell. Why do we need to tell those stories? Because we have people like Tucker Carlson who call Ukraine a dictatorship, where opposition figures are imprisoned, where and media have been suppressed. We have guys like J.D. Vance, who will now replace the wonderful Senator Portman as the standard bearer of the Republican Party, who says, I don't care I care what happens on our southern border, not what happens on the Ukrainian border. We have 57 of a quarter of the Republican congressional delegation voting against the $40 billion aid package, which was as essential as the military component of it, because Ukraine needs about $5 billion a month to simply function as a society. And without it functioning as a society, it cannot fight its war. We had 11, again, about 25%, nearly a quarter of the Republican delegation voting against that bill. We have the Quincy Institute, we have the Libertarians at Cato, now we have the Heritage Foundation also calling against against that kind of level of support. And we have a kind of a drumbeat that Ukraine is a corrupt society, Ukraine is not really democratic, and we need to be well armed and well prepared to beat back and fight back on those issues. We have to explain that those political movements that have been suppressed or closed are those that have in which there have been proven connections to external Russian financing, who have made seditious public comments at a time when the country was at war over an 8-year period. We need to, show and contrast how Russia has suppressed even the use of a word war, not to speak of any objection to the war, to the conduct of Ukrainian policy, where even on this unified TV station that broadcasts on a day-to-day basis, there is a discussion of setbacks in the war. There is a discussion of the challenges that the country makes, all in a patriotic spirit, but in a very different tone of voice. And there is no hatred. There is no hatred, racial hatred, ethnic hatred in the discourse. There is a hatred of Putin and the war machine that he has launched against Ukraine. All these things are an element of how Ukraine's democracy, which has grown and matured over the last, particularly the last decade, and especially since the Maidan, that Ukraine's values seep through in how it is coping with war. The internal solidarity, the sense of community, the Katie statistics, which are even higher in the latest poll of Democratic Initiatives, which shows that about 70% of people say they're engaged in voluntary activity, up from the 57%. These are remarkable stories that we need to tell, and the issue of assessing Ukraine properly and getting the message properly about the state of Ukraine's democracy, beating back on those ill-informed and actually somehow, Russian talking points that erupt into our media atmosphere. These are important things for us to have. We should be, as advocates of Ukraine, confident that the society is open, that the people are united and spirited, and that this is really an outcome of, yes, it's a flawed democracy. Yes, the justice system until recently has been completely dysfunctional. We know all those kinds of things, but underneath it all, there was an important story of a spirit growing inside that country, and I think we all saw it at the borders. We all see it in the stories with the thousands of ordinary people, articulate people that are on our media platforms. We see it in all the the values that are reflected in Katie's data. So I kind of want to conclude by saying that we've had these judgments about Ukraine. We're not in this extreme situation going to be delving deeply into those judgments, but I do have to say that the performance of Ukraine and Ukrainian society internally at a time of war is remarkable. And the level of, even the restrictions against political parties, there are still many of those groups dissolved and have reconfigured themselves as only people who are potentially criminally liable. People are arrested for a reason. They are brought before courts. All of this is functioning. There is not a mass hysteria and set of arrests of people. There are a few traitors, and there are, lists of traitors, some of which are accurate, some of which are not. But most of these processes that are being done judiciously, intelligently, and not in an atmosphere of hysteria and punishment as we see in Russia. We have to tell that story. We have to revert back. And that is one of the great strengths. Ukraine, as I like to say, is the country with the greatest soft power in the world today. And that soft power, I would say, is undergirded in its openness, in the strength of its civil society, and in the quality of the people that this relatively successful democratic experiment is created.
Adrian, thank you. Very well said. And your point about telling the story of commitment, Ukrainian commitment to democratic values, all of ones, and David went through these as well. And Katie, one of your questions got at this this issue. I heard this anecdotally from a couple of Ukrainians, one who's still in the army, who's on the front line, and he was telling me that the renewed commitment, I mean, this guy was a reformer. This guy's a strong reformer. And I met him in 2006 and have stayed in touch with him the whole time. And every time I go there to observe elections with you guys and you guys, I see this guy. And so he's always been committed. He was so intense about and so focused on how Ukrainians had missed the opportunity to make these reforms. And now he was even more committed to these reforms and democratic values than ever before, since 24th of February. But Katie, I'm going to ask you if you want to elaborate on that one question you had, and then others that David may have thoughts on this. Steve, you may have seen this thing. Jonathan, Adrian, you already just addressed that. But Katie, we start off on this question of kind of a renewed commitment. Frankly, it surprised me that there was this renewed, intense, and as you pointed out, strong, broad commitment to democratic values and democratic practices, reforms that we didn't see in the past, that we can use when we're telling the story.
Thank you. I haven't had the chance to go to Ukraine, unfortunately, and talk to people, but from everything I have seen from the people like Hannah and others who have come here, there is that renewed commitment. And I think people realize what they have to lose when they start to lose it sometimes. They realize, they cease to take it for granted. That happens in a lot of places. I think the commitment to democratic values is deep in Ukraine. And I think a lot of the credit for that goes to Ukrainian civil society and its civic education programs. It's really deep immersion in the regions of Ukraine. I mean, that's like a donor talking point, but it's also really true that groups like Hannah's and others are out in the villages. And they've been through the experience of the Revolution of Dignity, and that helped to build the constituency. And then from that, they went through decentralization, and that helped to build it out throughout the country.
And as you just pointed out, and David, I don't know if you got thoughts on this one, but Hannah, also, you may have a response to this, but I'd love to get your thought. The idea that that since the 24th of February, when there's a real challenge, and people worry that they might lose this democracy, and it's so valuable. It's even more valuable now than it was before. David, any thoughts on this one? I'm going to ask Hannah if she wants to make any.
Oh, go ahead. Let's hear from Hannah. More important.
And then others. Anybody else want to chime in on this? Okay, you got it. Yeah. You want to use this? Okay. Yeah. So Hannah, here's the issue.
Yes.
Several of us, and one of Katie's questions highlighted the renewed interest in, focus in, commitment to democratic values, democratic reform on the part of Ukrainians since the 24th of February, when they, as Katie just pointed out, when they could be jeopardized, they could lose it. Ukraine could go under Russian control and lose all these values. And so my friends, a couple of my friends that I've talked to have said they wish they'd done more before. They wish they had gotten more reform done since then. But now they're more committed than ever, which is an important message for people who are going to try to support Ukraine. Thoughts on this?
So, of course, for Ukrainian society, it's important by rebuilding Ukraine after a victory, it's also to build a new Ukraine on the foundation of trust. So I think it's crucially important that all practices, both Russian interference in domestic policies through the fifth column, and also negative influence of oligarchs. And this is the question also to our Western partners, for example, Austria. Why for the US it takes 8 years to extradite Mr. Firtash. So I think it's a common responsibility after military victory to help Ukraine to combat oligarchy inside Ukraine by implementing important reforms. And I have friends, they are medium size enterprises, businessmen, and all their savings, they are now given to Ukrainian armed forces. And what they're telling me, like, Hannah, after victory, if someone from state security service or from tax inspection will demand bribes, I will kill them. So this is the mood of the society. So people who are now suffering because they have to invest everything they earn, like having noble businesses. So they don't want no one in the government or in the law enforcement agencies to demand bribes. So I think new social compact between government, society, this will be a key, because let's be frank, within 30 years of renewed independence period, oligarchs, they did their dirty job actually to undermine all efforts to have strong country to defend ourselves. So of course, we have to learn the lessons. And after victory, having unique fighting experience, we, with the investment in defense sector, new technologies, we have to make Ukrainian armed forces one of the best, because de facto Ukrainian armed forces is now the truly European armed forces. And I do believe that membership action plan, or in the strategic concept of during the NATO summit, we will see also a vision for Ukraine, not just for Sweden and Finland, which is we are very like keeping our fingers crossed, because it's important that Baltic Sea region will become a truly NATO region with Sweden and Finland joining NATO. But also, I think for us, it's important to use this chance after victory, or not to miss the chance after victory, because society is very traumatized and we paid a huge price. So I think the mechanism of transparency is a key, because the foundation of trust, it's also important for future resilience, unity, and Ukraine leadership as a trendsetter in the whole region. So successful Ukraine as important also to, Russian society, because I think they should also be guilty. It's not just about Putin regime or totalitarian regime. It's also about Russian opposition, Russian society, and we have to change the region, the whole region, which includes Moldova, Georgia, Belarus, by demonstrating military victory with combination of key reforms, strong economy with investment and modernization.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep. Anybody else on this point? Otherwise, we'll go to questions from David. You have something? Yeah.
Just real quick, Bill, if I can. Some of the best expressions have come from baseball players, and Satchel Paige famously said, "Don't look back, something may be gaining on you." And to a large degree, I think that is true for Ukraine, although Ukrainians do have to learn the lessons of the past, as Santayana reminded us. And I think it is critically important that the best way for Ukraine to pay tribute to the hundreds and thousands of people who have made the ultimate sacrifice defending their country and their freedom is to look forward and make sure Ukraine succeeds democratically, economically, in security terms and every other term. But that also means it's up to the international community to pay similar tribute, to make sure that Ukraine does take its rightful place and the Euro-Atlantic community is a full member one day of the EU and of NATO. Ukraine has absolutely earned that, and I think that's where Ukraine's focus needs to be as it becomes victorious.
Thank you, David. Jonathan, you have on this point, and then we have a question from the audience. Two questions.
Foot stop on
Walter, we're okay on time, and I know you've got to run. Two questions.
Okay.
Oh, okay, very good.
Jonathan, foot stopping in what Dave said too. I think it's, as Ukraine makes these commitments on the democratic side, it has to be met as well. When we talk about corruption, you've got to talk about the corruption within the Transatlantic community that enabled Mr. Putin to do what he's doing. And I think that's really an important part of it. I see there's still some voices that hope that things will go back to the way that they were before February 24th. That is not going to happen. So there's a lot of work to be done. I just want to highlight, I think when President Biden pushed his Summit for Democracy, and there was 3 areas that he highlighted. One was countering corruption. The other one was fighting against authoritarianism. And the third was human rights. Countering corruption, these other pieces that we need to model as well. As Ukraine moves forward on its reforms, we must also do the same, because this is a huge factor into where we are today, and the mistakes that were made, even economically in terms of trade, and being too reliant on Russian energy, which is still a major problem. These things have to be addressed as part of this whole entire process, and it goes to the strength of our own democracies, both here in the United States, but also in Europe.
Thank you, Jonathan. Very good. Victor Wood. So we have two.
Yeah, we can harvest.
So two questions, and then we'll wrap up. I know you're tired. Victor.
Yes, I hope I'm not misunderstood on my question to you and everybody else here. And that's the following. A year ago, we had the Geneva summit where President Biden reinforced the need to resurrect the rules of the road, so to speak, that were established after World War II. And the rule number one, of course, is the stop sign. You don't invade other countries. And in this discussion about democracy and corruption in Ukraine and everything else, inevitably, you're going to be drawn into argumentation with, whoever you're going to be talking with. Independence and national sovereignty and invasion is something that is not that easily debatable. It's pretty clear. So when we're talking about democratic societies, India, for example, which nevertheless has not supported Ukraine, and when you look at the range of countries in the world that have been tremendously affected by the Russian spin on the blockade of the ports and the grain withholding and the famine and influence on them, and their heritage of colonial dominance in many, many instances, they've been roped into that narrative. But what they do understand, of course, is national sovereignty. And every country, democratic or not, or anywhere on that scale, is supportive of the notion of the inviolability of territorial integrity. So when you look at American global security interests, my suggestion is, or maybe it's really a question, whether we shouldn't, in tandem with democracy and corruption in Ukraine, put in a lot more focus on the second element, Mr. Ambassador, that you had mentioned, that was written by President Biden, democracy one, right, and then independence. Well, I'm suggesting to you the two are inseparable. You cannot have democracy in a non-independent country and vice versa. So my question is, I guess, where in this spectrum do you see the argument in garnering and maintaining support for Ukraine? Where is national sovereignty in that whole range of argumentation? I just see us getting too buried on the democracy corporation point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. So hang on to that question. Hang on, Adrian. We're going one other question, and then we'll answer. People can answer both, and we'll wrap it up. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Hannah, and I have rather two comments than questions, but maybe it can be also transformed into questions. First of all, I would like to support Adrian's point about reforms in Ukraine, that society is ready, because I'm involved in helping people for evacuation and establishment their temporary life in other countries. And when I'm talking to those people, like from the ground, they tell me that they want changes. They want to change educational system. They want to change health system. They observe how people actually respect the laws in European countries, and they want this in Ukraine now. And this is also can be an answer to corruption. Finally, I think from the ground, people want to get rid of corruption. They started to understand what it means. And the second comment, I would like to return to the military issue. I'm in constant contact with some of military commanders who were fighting and are fighting in the east, near Kharkiv, particularly to Izum battles. And they told me that weapon is very important and it's coming. Trainings are coming, but what they are lacking is very basic things: protective stuff, protective masks, tactical goggles, tactical gloves, protection for knees and elbows, and bulletproof vests. Very basic stuff. And one of them told me that for one company, 120 people, they have 3 bulletproof vests made by themselves, by their hands, out of exploded Russian tanks and some other garbage. And they just transfer this from one person to another. And so I also wanted to raise the point that now I hope in Ukraine, the life really means something. It has value, not like Russian lives, how Russia relates to their people. In Ukraine, each life matters. And my question is, how is it possible to support Ukraine with basic things, with protective stuff? And if really it can come fast. Thank you.
Anna, thank you. Thank you very much for both questions on the reforms and on the basic equipment. Adrian, so Victor Road had the first question. And I know, Steve, let me thank you for your presentation. I know you've got a delegation that you got to go to, no problem. Give them our best regards. Adrian.
Yeah. Just very briefly, I think this is an extremely important problem. If we look at the way countries voted in the UN on the condemnation of Ukraine, basically the non-aligned countries are not with Ukraine. This is mainly the advanced industrial world, the stable democracies, with some exceptions. But many of the big countries and the third world countries that experienced colonialism were not there. I know that the Open Society Institute has a plan to send emissaries out to these countries, partly using the fact that Ukraine is also a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and even multiracial society. There's an African-American member of parliament. There are Muslims in key roles, and people even from South Asia that can be used in this kind of discussion. But the most interesting dimension in this, apart from the food security and colonialism issue, is Russia's empire talk. Russia's television is now filled with this idea of restoring a Petrine empire. Putin has opened the door to these fanatics on Russian television. Every day they're talking about, we need to build the empire, we have to restore the empire. This rhetoric can be used against Russia, and I think that that's another dimension of the external work that the international community has to do. And I hope that the United States will make it not a gigantic priority. It's not on the order of military aid, but really to fight that ideological battle a bit through public diplomacy and public outreach, and maybe to devote some resources to that.
Thank you, Adrian. Katie or Jonathan or David Kramer on Victor's question about about democracy, independence, and sovereignty being combined there.
If Katie or Jonathan want to go first, but I'm happy to weigh in. But go ahead, please.
Go ahead, David.
Sure. Well, Victor, look, the two are inseparable in my view, is I think you rightly said. And when a regime doesn't respect the human rights and democratic institutions of its own people, like Putin, it's not going to respect the human rights or democratic institutions in other countries, nor is it going to respect concepts of sovereignty and territorial integrity. So I think I completely agree with what Adrian said, but I would actually broaden it to underscore that regimes like the one in Moscow are a threat to not only its own people, but to its neighbors and frankly to any other country around the world. Look at what Russia has done in Syria. Look at the support it provides to Maduro in Venezuela. Look at what the Wagner mercenaries are doing in countries like Mali and the Central African Republic. So the threat is not just to the Ukrainians. It is a threat to Russians, first and foremost, perhaps, but it's a threat to all of us. And so unless and until we recognize that these authoritarian regimes exist to stay in power and enrich themselves And that poses a threat because any democratic country is a threatening alternative to them. They will come to the support and aid of like-minded dictators, and that is not good for anyone.
Thank you. Katie?
Yeah, I agree with you, David. And I think underlying this question, and of course, the reluctance of some of these non-aligned nations to support Ukraine, is a view that the United States, frankly, has a double standard and supports democracy selectively, often not in some of these places in the global South, as they say. And I think that's a fair criticism, and we can't pretend it doesn't exist, and we do need to do better. But that's not an excuse. What David said is still true. Russia is a danger, and not only to Ukraine, but also to Syria and to many places in Africa. So while that criticism is valid and worth discussing, it is not a reason for staying on the sidelines in this.
Ambassador Taylor?
Can I just jump into? I mean, I would agree with that. I do think that the diplomatic side on this too, on sort of making the arguments, this has taken some time. I think even for the U.S., I think that the UN votes, abstentions, I think they were pretty important, even with those that did not support that. I think the things that you don't want to have happen is that countries end up go around for sanctions. Or are the alternative route to resupply Russia, both with weapons and technology. And so there's other, sort of really other important factors as well. But most of these countries will also think about, and these leaders will think about what's in their own interest right now. And it may seem very far away from them when they think about what's taking place. And also, I do think that making the case that David laid out to these countries about the threats or imminent threats to them is really is particularly important. And I will just say this, the loss of US credibility globally, and I don't want to get into the politics of this over the last 4 years of what took place in the previous administration has had a dramatic impact. And what you will also find is some of the same commentators, they're looking also at commentators from the US, very prominent and even prominent political figures who are pushing against sort of these policies or support for Ukraine right now. So it can be a bit confusing, even when you hear what's coming from US press. I think the best thing the US can do is, in these instances, and even going forward, is strengthening our own democracy is critically important to this component and having credibility. And I wouldn't say that the Biden administration is purer than the most purest on all of these points, but they have made an effort to try to address the democratic deficiencies that have impacted the ability for the United States to speak globally about human rights and to speak about democracy. And this is, I know we're here talking about Ukraine, but if you want to have strength, you have to speak from example. And so, and that goes for our European partners and allies when we talk about corruption.
Good, that's a good point. Last question. We got time for this?
Thank you. Just to follow up on what David and Adrian said, this is something I write about and have been examining for many, many years, is that the ideological drift in Moscow has lethal consequences. If you remember 22 years ago when Putin came to power, yeah, he was focused on beating up on the Chechens and probably the engineered explosions of the buildings were the case. A lot of us didn't want to believe in that. But the narrative of denying Ukrainians peoplehood and statehood, which is effectively genocidal, now a quick shift into most vile imperialism, calling back 18th century Peter the Great aggression against the Baltic lands. This is dangerous for NATO. This is practical, immediate danger to our NATO allies. And beyond that, the Russians are talking about fighting with Poland. So I think we have work to do in terms of educating US decision makers, including some of these characters you mentioned on the far right and the far left, who don't want to get involved in Europe and don't want America to play a significant role around the world, but also explaining it to the French and the Italians and some of the Germans and Hungarians. What are we dealing with? We are dealing with the most extreme toxic chauvinism and nationalism that kills. It kills tens of thousands of people. And in the future, if the Russian threats of nuclear weapons are real, maybe killing millions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that was a good statement. And you answered the question. I'm glad you did. Thank you. Let me wrap up here by thanking Katie and Jonathan, Adrian, David, and Steve for this presentation. So just to remind ourselves that we're talking about a democratic Ukraine. We're talking about a democratic, sovereign, independent, as you point out, prosperous Ukraine with the means to defend and deter. Let's keep that second part in mind. And with that, Walter, I'll turn it back to you.
So Ambassador Taylor, I'm going to take 1 second on this. You guys just gave Ukraine one hell of a good grade on democracy. So this year, even Miss Katie, you didn't have to, by just bringing in those graphs, you gave one hell of a good grade to the Ukes and what they're doing. And I just want to compliment all of you. I actually want to compliment all of you because Adrian brought it up. The fact is that all of you helped. The ones that were at this panel, and I'm moved by it, you were all the folks that helped Ukraine through that transition. You guys were there. You were the parents of all what you see now. You know, those 78, 75% for NATO. It used to be 19, 20, 75. For Europe, 90%. I mean, you folks are the parents. So I'm hoping that you will continue to guard Ukraine the way you have.
Let's just be clear. It's the Ukrainians who get the credit for that transition.
Okay, okay. But so thank you very much. And I will include not only free press, but objective press, because it's very important. The Russians are beginning to do the counter narrative about whether the Ukrainian press is objective and so on and so forth in the reporting it does. I might have asked that question, but that's a question for another time, another place. I just want to thank you folks, because you really are. And 5 aces this time, not 4 aces, but 5 aces and a king. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Before the panel goes, are we actually doing final grades for each panel or no?
This one we said to Ambassador Taylor, we're going to give it an A, just straight from the
an A plus.
We're going to cheat. We're going to say A on this one. Okay, we will not allow everybody else to do that as well and stuff like that. Now, I could ask for a coffee break for 3 minutes if that's what's necessary. But if we did a coffee break for 3 minutes, it has to be 3 minutes and not the 10, because we will blow up the next panel. And the next panel is very, very important, equally important. It's energy and economics. 3 minutes, get your coffee, and we'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
The marketing of this. Okay, commentary, once I want to hear observer things. I couldn't fully see it all.
Courtney is here. I'm going to ask, I think, Adrian, Andrei, you have Morgan online? And then Ariel is here. Pani Margarita is here. Pani Margarita, you are here. Can you ask Pani Margarita to Assenova? Pan Tymofiy is here. Mylovanov. Yes. I would ask them to come. Oh, you are here. Yes, thank you.
When I worked there,
Sorry about all the wiring. Morgan is on. Morgan's on. Electron. There he is. Back. There he is. Say hi. Did Morgan see Ben Ariel saying hi? Okay. And we're still searching for Natalie, yes? Okay, thanks. All right, with a little lateness, but not too much. We'll just have to have a shorter lunch. We are now moving on to a second and equally important panel discussion, the one about developed market economics and energy security, assessing Ukraine's progress and regress. And on this one, I'm going to be a little tougher. I'm going to ask for grades. This time, I know that with democracy, we understood we're fighting for democracy, and the whole country is essentially is talking about how we're moving forward on that issue. You know, EU, NATO, and so on. But on this one, we can objectively try to say where the economy stands as opposed to where it was a year ago. And I think to that extent, I would ask folks on this panel to give that grade. So with that, Ambassador Bill Courtney is another one of, I told you that the ambassadors, the senior diplomats that we've had that have been involved with our situation, whether it's Courtney or Budjeryn or Taylor, they're the best that America has to offer in that category. And I'm just very grateful that they continue to come to our events and take part with them. So, Ambassador, with that, it's all yours.
Walter, thank you very much. We look forward to a really animated discussion. There are so many issues, whether it's the decline in Ukraine's GDP this year, the looming recovery and reconstruction activities that have to take place. So we'll be covering a lot of terrain today, and we have really great speakers. I'll introduce each, right before they speak, we'll ask each speaker to keep opening remarks to 6-7 minutes if possible, so we can have discussion. First speaker, Morgan Williams, who is President and CEO of the US-Ukrainian Business Council, and is Director of Government Affairs for the Washington office of Sigma Blazer Emerging Markets Private Investment Group. I can say that of all the business associations I know in this town, I know several with foreign business groups, Morgan is the best. So you're very fortunate that you have Morgan. Morgan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you for that introduction. We want to thank Walter and all of his associates for putting together this annual meeting, and greetings to the members of the very distinguished panel. Bill, I would like to speak today mainly from the point of view of the international business community in terms of the developed market economy, assuring Ukraine's progress into the future, and a little about energy security. The international business community with the Ukraine business community is the major business force, and business is a major force in keeping Ukraine going during this war and after the war. For the international business community, of course, the war is the major issue, but Ukraine is very lucky, very fortunate that after the Orange Revolution, after the Revolution of Dignity, and now after Putin's war, the members of the international business community, most of who've been involved in the 1990s, are staying in Ukraine. They're committed to Ukraine. They're not leaving. It's very impressive to see that the business community has continued their operations. Very few have left. They're supporting their employees. They're protecting their employees. They're keeping their business operations going as best as possible. They want to stay there and they want to be there in the future. And of course, they are doing everything humanitarian. It looks like the major international business corporations in Ukraine have contributed several $100 million to humanitarian efforts. And of course, their people on the ground have their own humanitarian programs, and they've created special PVOs, and they're raising money. So I can just say that one of the major positive forces for Ukraine today to move forward through this time of difficulty is the international business community. Their humanitarian work, as I said, is amazing. Their offices in Ukraine, a lot of them are open. They've moved some of their facilities to Western Ukraine, but we talk to them every day, and they're just doing everything possible to continue their work, continue normal operations, continue to work for the people of Ukraine. And so many of them have found special ways to help the government. And of course, we know that the main thing that needs to be done to help Ukraine and to help the market economy of Ukraine in the future is to defeat Putin now. I would like to say in terms of energy, None of us are very pleased with what's happened in energy in the last 30 years. There's still lots of corruption. There's still lots of monopolies. And Naftagaz just announced recently that they're going to take over 130 gas stations, and they're going to start their own gas station empire in Ukraine. And they said they would be pleased if they only had 30%. That's a public monopoly. That's the government of Ukraine extending its work, and it's at the expense of the private sector. There's been some progress in nuclear. Westinghouse has some new agreements with the Energoatom, which are very good and hopefully will be implemented. The one thing we need is, of course, the business to continue to support Ukraine business, and the Ukraine government has. But one problem we got is suddenly about 30 days ago, the world discovered that Ukraine is a major supplier of food. And there must be 100 to 150 articles in the last 30 days about the hunger situation, about the lack of exports of food from Ukraine as normal. We all know that Putin has blocked all the ports. There's no resolution to that issue. Ukraine can only ship out by rail and by truck maybe 20% of their exports. There's talk that there's not going to be enough storage for the future. Putin's gone after their machinery. They have a fuel shortage, a fertilizer shortage. And so world has been, and President Putin created a special task force on hunger. The United States put up 800 million. And now the developed countries running around the world looking for food to supply their food programs. As far as we're concerned, they ought to be looking first to Ukraine. They ought to be looking first to support the farmers of Ukraine who need supplies, who need military protection. Secondly, they've got to open up the ports some way. And of course, Turkey's blocking it, and of course, Putin's blocking it. So it's a big issue. And suddenly the war in Ukraine has taken on a new perspective around the world for those countries who are donors and for those countries who are receivers. And there's lots of people say that more people will starve to death in the world because of Putin's actions than actually will die in the war. So the critical thing that has to be done in the future bill is to support private business. Private business is supporting Ukraine as much as they can. It's amazing. It's needed, and the government needs to support business more. And the EU and the United States, instead of spending all their money and time looking for food, they ought to be helping the Ukraine farmer, and they ought to be working full time to get a corridor so Ukraine can export food. So I just wrap up and say the business community is the strongest force that Ukraine's got going for the future, other than the government itself. And the EU and the United States have been supporting business, but their businesses need more support, and we need to get grain out of Ukraine. So, and of course, we all know that we need to defeat Putin now. Thank you very much.
Morgan, thank you for those passionate and informative remarks. Our second speaker is Ariel Cohen, who is a well-known expert on Ukrainian, Russian, Eurasian, and European and Middle Eastern affairs, and he's director of the program on energy growth and security at the International Tax and Investment Center and a non-resident senior fellow at Atlantic Council. Ariel.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Walter. Walter, you and I go back with this conference so that if we had a child, the child will be graduating college by now. But it's such a pleasure working with you and working with the Ukrainian community. I must tell you, my Ukrainian identity got so much stronger with this invasion. I was born in the occupied territories in the Crimea. You know, it was, you know how it was Russian speaking, and then my family moved to Russia, and then we moved to Israel. But by golly, this is where my Ukrainian roots, my babusa in Kharkiv, the zoo that I remember, the cakes that I remember, the Sumskaya, the Gazprom, and Kharkiv that is now in rubble. This is destroying me. I get tears in my eyes every time I watch this footage and how the Ukrainian people is standing up to this vile aggression. This is amazing. This is like the British, under the bombs of the Nazis in 1940. And thank you. We will overcome. We shall fight them everywhere, and we will overcome. Now, Russia is earning $100 billion from just exporting what they do best, exporting oil and gas since the beginning of the war. So this is over 300 billion a year. Maybe not enough for all the Russians, but definitely enough to maintain Putin's 27 palaces and his cronies and whatnot. As a Russian meme goes, Daddy, the vodka price went up. Does that mean you'll drink less? No, sonny boy, that means you will eat less. So the Putin regime, with the support, the popular support, with this toxic imperialism that I mentioned before, and chauvinism, ethnic nationalism, and hatred of Ukrainians, hatred of Ukrainian nationhood and statehood, the Putin regime gets the majority support in Russia right now. As a young man, I worked on tracking the public opinion in the Soviet Union as the war in Afghanistan was progressing. And we're plotting year after year. I was working for Radio Liberty, Radio for Europe. Slavko is my witness here, right, Slavko? The graphs of support, of popularity of the communist regime, support of the war of Afghanistan, the difficulty of getting the supplies was going up, the support was going down. I believe that something like that may happen in Russia if, one, the West collectively, meaning US, Europe, Japan, Australia, South Korea, will be united in application of sanctions, but also if we figure out how China and India will be buying less of Russian energy resources, because these are the two primary markets for the Russian oil. The Indians love it because they get 30 to 35% discount on a barrel of the Urals brand, the Russian oil. And the second big challenge that we do not know how to solve is the hole that Europe dug for itself, importing Russian gas. We don't have enough product around the world, enough LNG, the liquefied natural gas, to pump it into Europe. So Biden called in the Emir of Qatar. He said, well, we'll have to redirect some supplies that now go to Asia, but the Asians are upset because they won't get the supply. There is gas in the world, but it takes literally tens of billions of dollars to build up the capacity, right? Because gas is an order of magnitude more capital intensive than oil, and LNG is more capital intensive than piped gas. That's why the Russians thought that a Teflon with Nord Stream 2. So how are we going to get this gas into Europe? Where are we going to get it? And I think Europe is missing a huge opportunity. Also, it's very capital intensive. It takes many years, but that's nuclear. And talking to Germans, I talked to Joschka Fischer, and it was like talking to a wall. He would not listen to you about nuclear. But importing coal, the Green Party in Germany is preferring coal to nuclear. It's idiotic. Finally, real quick about food and fertilizer. I asked my good friend Margarita, can Ukraine get some of this food and fertilizer further south to the ports of Constanța, Burgas and Varna, to Bulgaria and Romania by rail? I'm not a rail specialist, but maybe Morgan can figure it out. Let me shift to the big question of assistance. And how much time do I have? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, so my Marshall Plan for Ukraine ? Article recently came out in The Hill. You're welcome to read the whole article. Another version of it will come out in New Lines Institute. My bottom line is the numbers that we hear, 500 to 600 billion, are not realistic. Maybe it's a good negotiating tactic. You ask for 500, 600 billion, and you get 200, that's fine. But 179 billion in today's money was the Marshall Plan back in 48 for 4 years to the whole of Europe. So think about the devastation of World War II, past World War II, West Germany, UK, France, Italy, you name it, they got 179. To expect that today, Ukraine will get 500 billion will scare the Republicans here. We'll talk about the problems we already have with the Republicans. Will scare the woke quad who don't vote for assistance for Ukraine anyway, right? And I talked to US assistance professionals, and they're telling me neither the US nor Ukraine have the absorption capacity or monitoring capacity. So what are we thinking? We're thinking keep it manageable, one, keep it transparent, two. So there should be people who are auditing it independently. Have all the bids that are bid out to rebuild things, rebuild buildings, rebuild roads, rebuild industries, have it transparent, online, competitive bidding, and audited. It doesn't have to be audited by expensive American auditors. It can be Lithuanian, it can be neighbors. Lithuanians, Poles, Hungarians, Czechs, Germans, you name it. I probably am more afraid of a German accountant than from a German Panzer these days, because we know what to do with a Panzer, right? Boom. Initially, it's assistance in kind if Ukraine needs, as we heard, Ukraine needs bulletproof vests and helmets and weaponry. Then you move to grants to rebuild schools, hospitals, etc. And eventually you graduate to grants. And it's very important that these grants are managed again in transparent, clear, audited fashion. And they are pushed to the regions. It doesn't have to be senior officials in Kyiv. Their job is to bring the grants. The job of the regional officials will be to administer the grants and the credit lines. We learned from US assistance history that throwing too much cash, be it in Iraq, remember the stories about pallets of cash going to Iraq. I had my former intern, a 24-year-old woman with a teacher's degree, going to Iraq to administer $1 or $2 billion, Anita. And then it came out in the Washington Post. And we didn't look good, she didn't look good. So we need to keep it in perspective. But the experiences of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Poland, Baltic states after 1989 is that you move from grants to credits, you provide a lot of technical assistance, and I think this will be a golden opportunity. God willing, we'll have peace there, and golden opportunity for Ukraine to ditch the Rust Belt old industries, some of them controlled by not most savory oligarchs, some of them still, you mentioned Naftogaz, still in the hands of the state, move to the new generation of entrepreneurs and move Ukraine into the 21st century, into robotics, IT, drones, biotechs, not old energy intensive Rust Belt industries. So how they say, crisis is an opportunity. There are opportunities, we should not blow them. Thank you.
Very well, thank you for good advice, good comments. Next is Margarita Assenova, who is Senior Fellow at the Jamestown Foundation and a regular contributor to the truly outstanding publication, Eurasia daily monitored. Margarita?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I just came back from the Balkans, and I have to tell you, everybody is watching Ukraine and praying, because the Balkans is an extremely polarized place. So half of the people are praying for Ukraine to win, and half of the people are hoping that Russia would win so that they can continue with their Serbian world and their militarization of Serbia and with their authoritarian practices. And this is something to tell you, because it's so incredibly important what we do as United States, as Europe now in this situation. Do we allow anyone to go back to business as normal, as usual, based on inflation, on economic problems in the West, on energy supplies and so on? Or we say enough is enough, and the way Poland and Ukraine are seeing this war as a way to finally de-imperialize Russia, to finally get rid of this domination that has been plaguing the entire European continent, and we take advantage of this, as Secretary Austin said, get Russia to the point where it's not going to be able to launch another war in the world. But I'm going to talk about energy, in particular Ukrainian energy sector, which has been targeted by Russian military aggression very, very consistently, destroying every single object that they can get their artillery and bombing on. It is a strategic sector, so if you destroy one country's energy sector, you can destroy the entire country. Every single energy source, every single part of the energy mix has suffered damages. In the East in particular, the oil and gas, solar and wind, and nuclear to some extent. Thank God there hasn't been a nuclear incident there that could be dangerous to people, but one of the nuclear power plants, the largest in Europe, is now in Russian hands, controlled by the Russians. According to the Ukrainian Dixie Group, and he is the president of Dixie Group, Olena Pavlenko, you can ask her questions later today. She knows the sector in detail better than anyone. The average number of customers without electricity supply since the war started is about 600,000 per day. I mean, every day you have at least 600,000 people who have electricity cut off, and currently there are 742 settlements, mostly in the east. And this is in Donetsk, Luhansk, Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, Kherson, Dnipropetrovsk, and Chernihiv, and some in Kiev regions as well. But remarkably, 100% of the main networks in the northern and central regions of Ukraine have been already repaired. And this is very significant because Russian troops withdrew and they were kicked out of the north not too long ago. And within these few weeks, the Ukrainian companies, energy companies, private companies, and the population have managed to mobilize themselves to clean everything, to put it back in place, to fix the damage, and to inspect and repair 1,000 kilometers of electricity lines to make sure that there is no damage. So what has been achieved, and on top of the damage, regardless of this damage, Ukraine still continues to export electricity. And that is quite remarkable. I would say that the energy sector has proven extremely resilient in these war circumstances, and the people making sure that energy sector works have demonstrated real heroism. So these are the two characteristics to me. In incredible situation, in incredible hardship, resilience and heroism. And this is what has been saving the energy sector of Ukraine for now. I'm not going to go to too many details, but I'm going to say that one of the most important things Ukraine did urgently in February was to disconnect from the Russian and Belarusian electricity networks and connect to the European networks. This allowed exchange of energy, this allowed connection to the Eastern European countries in the region, and this allowed a lot more dependency, a lot more reliability on the electricity supply. Unfortunately, the gas and oil sectors have suffered tremendously in this war, and it's mostly because 80% of the the gas and deposits in the Black Sea were taken over by Russia back in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea. And then you have about 90% of the oil and gas deposits of the country being located in the east, in the Donbass area, which is right now arena of fierce fighting. So that said, there is going to be needs to be met in the future. And there's going to be a need to restructure the energy sector in order to first rebuild what is lost, and secondly, direct it in a different direction so that it's even more diverse. Ukraine has a pretty diversified energy sector. It has half of electricity comes from nuclear. There are 15 reactors, 4 of them, I believe, in Zaporizhzhia plant, and then you have nuclear reactors in the west that are not touched at all. So the nuclear energy continues to generate electricity, the nuclear plants, which is a good thing. The Russians at some point said that they're going to be selling energy from Energodar to the Ukrainian population, but I don't think that this went anywhere. 10% of the natural gas production originates in the Carpathian and Black Sea area in the Azov regions. So the Black Sea and Azov regions, of course, at the moment are not accessible for any kind of development, but the Carpathian is. And there is going to be a need for investments there to develop those energy, those energy deposits. The solar sector has suffered damage, and the wind sector has suffered damage, but their proportion is smaller within the energy mix, about 12% at the moment. So not to talk too much about the details. We can ask questions about them later. I would say what needs to happen in the future is rebuilding of a lot of the electricity infrastructure, and this is where the need for assistance is going to come. A lot of it is going to come from insurance companies, by the way, not necessarily from donations from the United States. And then, as Ariel mentioned, that how much might be needed as assistance, we have $300 billion of Russian money deposited in international banks that probably would be enough to cover a lot of the damage that was done by Russia to Ukraine. At the same time, the restructuring should be much more creative. Ukraine has huge potential for hydrogen, for green hydrogen production. It is an expensive enterprise because the pipelines have to be insulated in a way that's much better insulated from gas. The molecules are small and they can escape easily. But for local fueling of industrial sector in different places, hydrogen would solve a lot of problems because it's immediate access to energy for industrial production until Ukraine and Europe have enough money to invest in insulation of pipelines so that Ukraine can start sending hydrogen to Europe. In terms of gas, to say something in addition to what Ariel said, how Europe got dependent on Russia to such an extent. It was just announced in Austria that the Russians stopped, they reduced the supplies to Nord Stream 1. Nord Stream 2 is not working at all. It's not finished, it's never going to work. But Nord Stream 1 was delivering about 55, 56 BCM of gas to Europe, 40% reduction right now. Why? Because of the sanctions, they're missing components that are produced by Siemens for Russian gas production. So the sanctions are already affecting Russian energy production, and I think they're going to be affecting it much more significantly in the future, but this is another topic, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
Margarita, thank you very much. Ukraine has so much energy potential that has yet to be exploited. Next, we're honored to have Tymofiy Mylovanov, Associate Professor of Economics at University of Pittsburgh and President of the Kyiv School of Economics. And as you know, he served as Minister of Economic Development, Trade, and Agriculture in Ukraine. Tymofiy?
I'll start with one misconception about Ukraine. I think Ukraine is viewed outside as some kind of third world developing country. that's why Ukraine was what's wrong in terms of intelligence assessment, how fast it's going to collapse or not. The war has put.
No, I have to, sorry, thank you, apologies. The war has put Ukrainian economy to the test, and we can just go over the laundry list and see how the economy has performed and judge it on whether it's a first world or, you know, developed economy or not. First, banking system. The banking payments have not stopped for a second. I personally was making payments in a grocery store on the day of the war with jets passing over me, over my head. We at the Kyiv School of Economics, we have been able to push the payroll payments, advance payroll, on Thursday and Friday of the attack while people were evacuated. There was no bank run, no banks collapsed, and the liquidity was in the system. The food groceries were operating during the war. In Kyiv and in the areas, food was there. A personal little example is that I have a family, like my sister's husband was mobilized to serve as an infantryman supporting a tank unit during the first week of the war. And they didn't have clothing and equipment. And we bought it somewhere in the Western Ukraine and we shipped it by Nova Poshta. So the post was delivering in Kyiv during the siege, right? So the institutions didn't collapse. I can go on and on. Electricity, the coordination with the European grid started on the day of the war. It was scheduled to start then. So they managed to carry it out. The heating season was there. So that was not the issue. We had sufficient gas supplies. Now we can talk about investments. Of course, investments were put on hold immediately, all of them. And jobs. Some jobs were lost, but a lot of people left. So that we do not know really whether we have, there is a study by the ILO, International Labor Organization, on the 5 million of jobs lost. But the way they have done that study, they took Gaza data from 2014 and applied to the Ukraine macroeconomic statistics and made an estimate, which makes no sense. The IMF forecast on the 35% decline in GDP is based on Syria and other previous conflicts where there are macro assumptions, informed macro assumptions are applied then to macro statistics of Ukraine. So that kind of analysis makes no sense because we're not looking at the country where 68%, let's say like in Gaza, is service which collapsed during an Israeli attack because service has not collapsed in Ukraine. The service industry has not collapsed in Ukraine. Logistics has for obvious reasons, but the service economy has not. So, we have to learn to start looking at the data and not try to extrapolate from the other conflicts, because the response of this country to the conflict structurally is in many ways different. Think about it. Think of your bank. Imagine DC, or imagine a village in which or city in which you grew up gets bombed today. Would your bank work or not? The banks worked in Ukraine, all right? So that has to be the challenge in our assumptions about applying our knowledge from other war conflicts. So that's on the framework perspective. Now, damages. So the Kyiv School of Economics does weekly damages. It uses the World Bank methodology. We have issued already 16 reports. The World Bank has issued one, roughly consistent. We're moving faster because we're committed. It's at $100 billion. Direct damages to infrastructure only is $103.9 billion. The report is of June 8th. It's difficult to comprehend that number. 5% of residential buildings in Ukraine have been damaged or destroyed. 5%. I had an argument with a colleague, with a Ukrainian colleague, a member of the board of directors of the Kyiv School of Economics, who was in London. He couldn't believe that 44 million square meters have been destroyed. He says it cannot be. And no matter how he tried to disprove this argument, the data would prove him wrong. We have to look at the data. The data from drones, the data from video footages, we record the damages and we evaluate them. It's 100 billion. Losses in direct damages are at 500 or 600. And we're not even talking about environmental losses. The world will consume 8% more coal next year because of this war. Because of the embargoes, because of the pricing, because of the diversification, because of the desire to be independent of Russia's supplies and so on and so forth. 8% more coal, so the climate change is being affected. All right? So food security. Ukraine has provided 400 million people, precisely 385 million people in the world with food security. The disruption touches on these people, but indirect effects affect another 400 million. Almost 1 billion of people could be affected because Ukraine now is a global player in the food security, in the food economy. That's another test. Today we are talking about the progress of the economy. Obviously, it has become a global economy if between 500 million to 1 billion people depend on food security on Ukraine. So damages are going to be substantive because we have lost 16% of land, of agricultural land, 16%. Overall, the losses from 2014 are at 30%. So $100 billion doesn't look anymore as some kind of small number. And 500 doesn't look like it's an unrealistic number. Because you look at the data on the ground. 15% of roads are destroyed, between 10 to 15, 23.9 thousand kilometers. And 100,000 cars have been destroyed, indirect estimates. 656 hospitals and healthcare institutions, 1,100 schools and universities. 1,100, more than 1,000 schools and universities have been destroyed. So the extent of the damage is just simply not, we are not comprehending it in the West or even me in Kyiv. All right, where to get the money from? Well, you know, there's this $540 billion of assets out there, and 350 of them are reserves of the central bank of Russia. They are arrested. Ukraine can proceed in two ways, G2G on the political level, but also through courts. And that's both processes are underway. Because if a military destroys a plant, the business is lost. And there is a way to approach that. All right, so now, are we facing a macroeconomic crisis in Ukraine? Yes, we are. I think there's 3 inflection points. One is mid-July, early September, macroeconomic crisis potentially. I fear that might happen, but I think we'll get through, but it will require some work, serious work, both on the part of Ukraine and on the part of the international community. Another inflection point is the summer harvest. If the ports are not continue to be blocked, by that time, then we are facing food security crisis. And the third inflection point is winter, the heating season, when Russia will try to test or resolve both of Ukraine and the EU. It's easy to talk about energy efficiency and, you know, embargo and everything else during the summer season. And when it gets to November, and I think Russia is hoping for a cold winter. Well, we are hoping, all of us, for warmer winter.
Cold winter in Russia, warm winter.
Yes, yes. So I think we'll see. But I actually think that I'm optimistic on all of these three inflection points. Both Ukraine and the West will pull through, but it just will require an incredible amount of work. And the earlier we do it, the better it is for all of us. All right, so what's happening with finances? We need about $4 to $5 billion for the fiscal, to cover the fiscal gap in Ukraine. But let me, that's the per month, yes, thank you. But let me pause back for a second. How many troops Russia had in Syria? In thousands, okay? The number of troops of Russia in Syria is in thousands. How many troops Russia has in Ukraine? In hundreds of thousands. How much did it cost Russia, there are some official numbers, to run the Syrian campaign? Well, in millions of dollars a day. So now we're talking about hundreds of millions. Some estimates go as high as $500 million or $1 billion a day. Do you think Ukraine has a significantly lower cost of running the war than Russia? Even if it's twice cheaper, we're still talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a day for Ukraine just to maintain the defense lines. Okay. So we're looking at $6 to $10 billion, maybe even 15, but I don't want to stretch, even if it's 5 or 6 additional, maybe 10 a month, to simply pay directly OPEX, operational expenses, fuel, salaries, logistics. A lot of munition and weapons we're buying, we're not getting grants. So we're looking at 50 billion a year, easily there, just there. And we're looking at another 50 to 60 on the fiscal gap because the taxes are down by 8 times or 10 times during the war. And the expenditures, including social expenditures and the refugees coverage, is up. Plus, there is a major macroeconomic driver of the pressure on the balance of payment is that refugees outside of the country are relying on the sources and savings in Ukraine for their livelihood outside of Ukraine. So that puts additional pressure. So that's the fiscal needs, between $50 to $100 billion a year for Ukraine. So we just have to get realistic about this. And so far, 30 has been pledged in terms of fiscal support by the end of the year, because in every pledge, there's a word, 9 billion euros from the EU by the end of the year, not right now, by the end of the year. 6.7 have been delivered. That means Ukraine is basically printing funding, printing money now to finance because it's month number 4. So we probably have printed the needed gap of $10–15 billion already. So the West and Ukraine and everyone have to find a sustainable way to maintain macroeconomic stability in Ukraine during the conflict. It has to be done this summer, then the ports as the next. I'm out of time, so I'm going to stop, but I have relatively strong opinions about how the recovery will have to be done. And I've heard the phrase many, many times about the corruption, and I want to address that. And I've also, thank you very much for the phrase that too much cash thrown at Ukraine or at other countries has has bad results. But again, I want to suggest to think in the way that we're not throwing money at the third world country. And let's talk about corruption explicitly, openly here. What are the concerns about the corruption? And it's the last 3 sentences. It's typically the appointment issues. It's NABU, Sitnik. It's SAP, anti-corruption prosecutor. During Poroshenko administration, remember there was this famous Biden visit where it was about Attorney General prosecutor. We have not seen scandals about misappropriation of funds received from the West, and that they didn't go to the reserves or the budget program has been distorted. All the scandals have been about political appointments. And so it's fundamentally a disagreement about how we protect the legacy of those people who acquired the existing capital versus move forward. This is what the conflict is about. It's really about de-oligarchization. It's not about diversion of public funding to private gain, although of course it's there too, but not in a systemic way. It was in a systemic way before 2014. And I just want to make the distinction very clear. Today, when we are talking about corruption, it's about political access to the government. And people are fighting both Western interest and Ukrainian interest over specific names. I've been in the meetings where high-ranked representatives of foreign governments and international institutions have named specific names that have to be or don't have to be appointed on specific positions. Of course, the reaction from the Ukrainian establishment immediately is these people will be fired. All right? Under Poroshenko administration, it was different. Under Zelensky administration, he doesn't accept, the administration doesn't accept an explicit demand to appoint certain people to certain anti-corruption or anti-something bodies or courts. Of course, if I'm stressed to put it on record, semi-record, I'll say I misspoke. So I think when we talk about the corruption, we need to separate very specific funding and very specific sources. Will there be conflicts over the appointments? Absolutely. Will there be conflicts over how much a road costs? Probably not. Will there be conflicts over contractors, whether this is Turkish, Ukrainian, or the US contractors? Absolutely. The fight will not be about corruption. The fight will be over whose companies will get the contracts for recovery. We have to be very explicit about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tymofiy. That's terrific. It is indeed important for people to focus on the $100 billion damage figure rather than figures like 600 billion, which some people have talked about. Is Natalie on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yes. Okay, Natalie, we don't see you, but we hear you. So Natalie may be the most prominent Ukrainian. Oh, there she is. Natalie may be the most prominent Ukrainian American in our country, especially after her work with Puerto Rico, which has been really a Herculean achievement. So she was Minister of Finance in Ukraine from 2014 to 2016, CEO of the Western NIS Enterprise Fund, co-founder of Horizon Capital, and executive director of the Financial Oversight and Management Board for Puerto Rico, which was something the U.S. Secretary of Treasury appointed Natalie to. So Natalie, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all my colleagues. I enjoyed hearing your views and learning from each of you. I'll just quickly kind of go from short term to medium term, providing what I think is a report card, a scorecard. And short term, I'd like to echo the comments that Tymofiy made. This has been an extraordinarily resilient economy, especially looking at the level of damage and the level of destruction. And I think that resiliency was built over the last 8 years of reforms. And so Tymofiy mentioned the banking sector, which benefited from a very strong national bank, a regulatory system, a cleaning up back in 2015 and 16. A lot of that is today what you see in the resiliency of that banking system. But there's more to what you're seeing in the resiliency of Ukraine than just the banking system. 5% of GDP was directed from 2015 forward towards national security. And it's that military, that national security arm that's right now facing down the second largest army in the world. Third, there was a fiscal decentralization that occurred early in 15 and 16 and continued apace for the past 8 years. That fiscal decentralization gave communities resources And the 8 years gave time for local leadership to become responsible, effective. And today across the country, you see in governors and in mayors, that leadership, that sense of responsibility and accountability, not waiting for instructions from above. That fiscal decentralization made communities stronger and more able to withstand what they're seeing today. The digitalization that began 8 years ago and continued and accelerated under President Zelensky massively is something that has enabled citizens to access government services, notwithstanding everything that's occurred. And not only citizens in country, but recently even refugees in Europe are able to access government services documents. That has been both an efficiency issue, but it's also an anti-corruption issue. And lastly, you cannot not mention the cybersecurity improvements. When we were in government in 14-15, we suffered much greater cyber attacks that put out our entire electricity system at some point, and you're not seeing that type of collapse as a result of the many, many cyber attacks. So short term, just looking at what we lived through when the initial invasion occurred in 14 and 15, this economy is much more resilient, much stronger, and much more capable of holding going forward. In terms of the current economic situation, again, I'll underline some of the comments. I think that it is a very difficult macro situation. That $5, $6, $7 billion monthly deficit, which my understanding, the EU and the US have committed to cover for about 3 months, is going to continue, and it may in fact get worse if unfortunately the war gets worse. So I think that Tymofiy said it's going to be a long, hard work. I think that we have to face up to the fact that American citizens in particular, since we're here in the United States at this conference, need to be constantly talking on a bipartisan basis to Congress. The $40 billion package that was adopted is about 3 months worth of that macro financial support. It is only the first step, and a great deal more needs to be provided over the next months as this war unfortunately continues. The challenges of restoring infrastructure right now, short term, and I'll go back to my experience in Puerto Rico. When we have a national disaster, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, gets engaged. And there are what's called category A and B recovery elements, and then there's C through G. Right now, Ukraine is going to need to do category A and B urgently in some areas to restore infrastructure, and there's going to be funding necessary for that urgent restoration of infrastructure. Not to mention that the government has announced they'd like to return as many refugees as possible before the school year begins, September 1st. That and the demining, which is the same, similar to debris removal in a national disaster situation, are things that need to be budgeted and supported by the international community now, even before the war ends. So that kind of is that medium term element of what I believe is going to be necessary in Ukraine, and is going to require all of us in the United States and Europe to continue to put pressure on both parties, in particular in the United States as we head towards elections, to make sure that this continues to be bipartisan and that the cost benefit analysis is clear, that supporting Ukraine is the least costly option that the United States has during this difficult time. In terms of the rebuilding, I actually disagree with many of the folks on the panel. I think the numbers are way understated. Again, I went through this process with FEMA in Puerto Rico. A one-day hurricane caused $85 billion of damage. A one-day hurricane. I've seen the Kiev School of Economics numbers, and I think that they still, unfortunately, woefully understate the cost of replacement of the housing, the infrastructure, and the systems. Be that as it may, whatever the number is, the world will come to an agreement on it. I agree with the rest of the panel that there are multiple sources of funding this damage being restored and rebuilt and renewed. So one is, of course, as Tymofiy said, the Russian funds that have been frozen, and confiscation is only appropriate. Russia caused the damage. Russia should be paying for most of the repair. But that confiscated fund is complicated and it will take time through the court system. Oligarchs, like everyone else, have access to due process in the US and in other legal jurisdictions. That appeals process, that court process will take time. But I think we can't think about rebuilding Ukraine in a year. Again, I'll look at New Orleans after Katrina or after Hurricane Maria. In New Orleans, it was a 15-year rebuilding process. In Puerto Rico, also a 10 to 15-year rebuilding process with much, much less damage, I have to underline. The second source of the capital, I believe, is going to be the bilateral international community. And I urge the bilateral international community to come forth with funding that is to the maximum extent possible grant, but of course, low-cost concessional loans. And finally, I think we can't underestimate the value of the private sector in this renewal and rebuilding sector, coming back to Morgan's original comments. And I think for all of these parties, notwithstanding Timofey's comments that there really isn't corruption of the form that we talk about, I think that there is an absolute need, if we're going to see monies committed, to developing what I'll call confidence building measures. And those confidence building measures, I think, begin with procurement. And procurement under Prosperous is not sufficient and does not work for complex reconstruction. Even in the ring road process recently that was bid out in Ukraine, it was not done through Prosperous. Prosperous is too simple for the type of construction. It is my view that there needs to be an international procurement process that is agreed. And I think that whether or not that is where the corruption lies or doesn't, that's where the Western community believes it is, that it's in the procurement process. And therefore, the confidence building has to be created with an agreed procurement process that, as Ariel said, is constantly monitored and audited and reported on. That transparency should be absolutely acceptable to the Ukrainian government. And it's something that will create confidence not only in donors, but also with the Ukrainian society, which is looking for that absolute confidence and efficiency of the funds that are going to be used. I think that aside from that procurement process, there are other confidence building measures that the private sector is going to need in terms of increased political risk insurance availability, potentially low-cost financing to kickstart the private sector really coming forward in a big way. And all of this, in my mind, depends on Ukraine providing a very inspirational story of what it plans to renew, rebuild, restore, and how. Leaving aside the Soviet inefficient infrastructure of the past and the inhumane residential buildings that were built under the Soviet Union, and instead turning to 21st century technologies, urban planning and design, green energy, COP26 standards, and moving, as Ariel said, away from hopefully the Rust Belt industries and to the industries that are really where Ukraine is shining today, even during the war, which is the IT sector and the value-added sector. And I think along that path, committing to EU standards, which will be part of the EU membership and the accession process, will make Europe ever more able and willing to commit to that process. So an inspirational proposal, Puerto Rico had to put one forward before any funds were ever provided in the FEMA case. But I don't think it's fair to say that there won't be corruption. There's corruption. Again, I'm from Chicago. I lived in Puerto Rico. There's corruption everywhere. In New Orleans, monies were taken back after 15 years because there was corruption in the procurement process. Corruption doesn't necessarily mean someone stole money. It means overpaying for things. It means favoring certain parties. Corruption is a broad term. And when it comes to rebuilding, it's unfortunately part of a process that happens everywhere. It's not unique to Ukraine. And it's something that has to be dealt with, and it has to be recognized as a concern to be dealt with in order to maximize the contributions of taxpayers globally, as well as the private sector's participation, and of course, the efficiency of the use of monies. I'll stop at that. And thank you.
Natalie, thank you very much. Let me first ask Tymofiy if he'd like to comment, since the issue of amount of damage was raised.
Sorry,
Tymofiy, yes.
Yeah.
About the issue of how much damage.
How much damage? we have the estimated for $100 billion. It's a lower bound. The way the estimate is done, yeah, I didn't speak about the methodology, but I agree with Natalie that it is a lower bound. It's a bottom-up process. We get video or photo evidence. And so if we don't get that evidence, we do not record it. So everything which is in our database has been verified and reported to us. It's not the top-down usual methodology where, you know, a ministry would give to the World Bank an estimate that we got this many road, like bridges or crossing destroyed, and we think it's every third in the region. And then they estimate the cost which is needed to recover it. No, we actually get a picture of the railroad or bridge crossing destroyed. Sometimes we don't have access to that, so we use satellite imaging or drone footage, especially for areas such as Mariupol, Severodonetsk, or areas like Bucha and Makariev, Gostomel, where it is impossible to, we have the video evidence, it's just not impractical to estimate every house. So then we use AI methods to estimate the area and have little case studies to verify this. So in that sense, it's a lower bound, but it's $100 billion at this point, and it's only infrastructure. It's built into, it's not agriculture, it's not lost technology, it's not inputs in warehouses. For example, if we get an estimate of a warehouse loss, but we do not record what the business was storing in that warehouse, that's not in this 100 billion. So direct damages right now is probably maybe double of that. I wouldn't be surprised, you know.
Thank you very much. Let's open up to questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Two quick questions. One, I'd like to hear a little bit about the green energy. Is it not on? Okay, I think it's on. One question would be what is the prospect of green energy development in Ukraine as a way to get energy independence? I guess the second question, a little bit broader, is about if you had what priorities should we focus on in reinvestment in terms of what would be the long-term or even the short-term best areas to invest in Ukraine to get economic development restarted again in the coming years? I'm thinking, assuming Ukraine, we still consider Ukraine a priority, and assuming we can manage the perception of corruption in Ukraine, what would be the best areas to invest?
I'll answer about the energy and ask my colleagues about economy. I think this is as good an opportunity as it gets, despite the tragedy of the war, to really turn the energy sector to one independence and secondly green energy. And it has to be balanced in many ways. We kind of put all our eggs in a basket of green energy, but we forget that there are factors that are affecting green energy as well. Not enough sun, not enough wind. But that sector is going to grow. It's only 12% in Ukraine at the moment. It's going to grow, and it's a good sector to grow in combination with maintaining the nuclear power plants and developing gas resources for the foreseeable time, as gas is going to be needed for the transition, and it's relatively less polluting as oil. But the oil and coal have to be reduced, and that's a very good opportunity to do that, since it's going to be rebuilding, it's going to be restructuring, to kind of move faster into that more green energy, bioenergy in particular, hydrogen as well. This is something that I believe Ukraine should focus on, developing green hydrogen, first for local needs and then for export as well. Ukraine has very, very big gas storage facilities. I think about 36 billion cubic meters could be stored in Ukraine gas storages. It will take a lot of investment, as I mentioned before, to insulate the pipelines and the gas storages so that hydrogen can be replaced, gas can be replaced with hydrogen. It's a long process, a difficult process, it's expensive one.
Margarita,
But I think it's going
Margarita,
to happen.
okay, thank you. We only have 5 minutes left. Ariel wants to say something quickly, and then we'll have 2 questions, and then that will be the end. Ariel?
On renewables, I think last year, we had a report published by International Tax and Investment Center that I co-authored on the price reform in the renewable sector, the tariff reform in the renewable sector in Ukraine. The Ukrainian grid has 10 times more interruptions right now than the Polish grid, which in turn has 10 times more interruptions than, let's say, Belgian or Dutch grid. So there are 2 orders of magnitude in terms of interruptions in the grid. The modernity of the grid is necessary to integrate the production from the renewables. So one way to address the renewables is to have a tariff the feed-in tariff that makes it profitable for people to invest, and 2, to keep modernizing the grid. And the big achievement of Ukrainian grid now is switching. On the day of the Russian invasion, on the 24th of February, Ukraine switched from interconnectedness with the Russian grid and Belarusian grid to autonomy, and then proceeded to integrate with the West. I have it from the Russian sources that they expected massive collapse of the Ukrainian grid when they disconnected from Mother Russia. Nothing of a kind happened. Ukraine successfully accomplished one of the most difficult things you can think of in the energy, in the electricity business on the day of the war, when it was bombed and then successfully plugged into the West. And kudos to Ukraine for doing that.
Thank you. So 2 questions. Please hold the microphone, take it out and hold it next to your mouth so we can hear. And then I'll ask each of the final panelists to say something finally.
Hi, I'm Colin Cleary, currently professor at George Washington, former diplomat in Ukraine. My question is about, just following up, all the panel has talked about the use of Russian funds to pay for the horrific damages. So my question really is about the legality and also the precedent. My understanding is that the Biden administration is reluctant, that there's some precedent issues, or that they are not really embracing that. So there's 2 questions. Is it legally, I know the Lawrence Tribe had an article, an op-ed, so there's some argument that it is legal. And secondly, is it somehow a bad precedent that the administration, US administration, is not going to embrace?
Thank you. And the second question?
Thanks very much. Olena Pavlenko from Ukraine. If I may, one comment on renewables and then one question. I will be short.
Just a question, please.
Okay.
Okay, just a question.
Just a moment. Just a comment on renewables. I just wanted to say that we really will have to start from the scratch our policy on renewable support. We definitely will have a lot of interest from investors, I'm pretty sure, but we will have to reconsider our support of renewables because we had too generous feed-in tariff before. But happy to talk about this a bit more later. My question is regarding the situation in Europe in gas sector now. We clearly see that Russia is cutting, like country by country, from EU from gas supply, Poland, Bulgaria, Finland, companies from Denmark. And I believe that within a month, there will be, Russia will try to stop all gas supply to Europe, while the gas storages are not still filled as EU demanded till 80 or 90%. There might be a situation when some of the friends of Russia, like Germany, will start panicking and will start demanding to lift sanctions, to do any other things to get back, to have this access to gas supply. My question is what the US and where the US can help here to keep the EU still strong and resilient and not to agree on this blackmail of Russia in gas sector? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We literally only have 5 minutes, so let me ask each panelist to comment for 1 minute, and I'll do that in the order of the panelists. So Morgan, I think you're first.
Thank you very much, Bill. My final comments is that the world security issue, which has suddenly become a major topic around the world, is a new opportunity for Ukraine. There's lots of countries and lots of organizations now interested in Ukraine because of food security. So President Xi should be talking more about this. There should be more support for the farmers of Ukraine, and the United States and EU should do more to get Ukraine, get that grain out of Ukraine. So world food security, #1 topic besides the war, and it's a real plus for Ukraine to take advantage of that and get the world to support Ukraine and to support Ukraine continuing as a top agricultural production country.
Thank you, Morgan. Ariel.
Yes, I think the question about confiscation of arrested Russian funds is very complex. There's a distinction between the arrest of funds and confiscation and repurposing. I am not practicing law for 30+ years, but I remember enough that you cannot just come and grab it. We see also that in case of Iran, after many decades, the Obama administration decided to return some of these funds to the Iranian regime. US is not in the state of war in Russia, and hope we will not be. So it is a big question mark. And also with the oligarchs, if this is the Russian funds that were frozen belong to the Russian government. This was the Russian government reserve because Mr. Putin did not inform Ms. Nabiullina, the central banker, that he is going to war with Ukraine. So she kept 300 billion here in the West. Finally, on LNG, on gas, the Biden administration on day 1 in 21 decided to freeze exploration and production going forward. The existing leases were being exploited, but future leases on federal lands and offshore were frozen. This is no way to increase the supply of gas. And they do not go back for political reasons because the core of the Democratic constituency is green, and they don't want to open our massive resources to more exploration and production for oil and gas. Therefore, the ones who will be exporting LNG to Europe are going to be the Qataris, Algerians, the Nigerians, and others. American industry will be losing out on this opportunity. Having said all that, there's still not enough product, not in North America and not in the Middle East and Africa to supply the 150 BCM, billion cubic meters a year that in the ideal world, the Russian supply would be removed and replaced by alternative supply. I just don't see it anywhere right now.
Thank you. Margarita?
I will say 2 things. Gazprom is going to continue manipulating the market and manipulating governments for political reasons. They stopped gas supply to Bulgaria. Poland has made provisions to have a new pipeline from Norway, so Poland is going to be fine. Bulgaria is not, because for 18 years, the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria has been sabotaged by Gazprom strategic corruption. And as a result, there was no readiness to immediately get gas from Azerbaijan. But as a result of Gazprom manipulations, the Bulgarian government is now collapsing because so many people were making so much money from Gazprom. So this is something that Europe needs to address. The manipulation of prices we saw last year, Gazprom stopped or reduced supply to Europe. The prices went skyrocketing. This has to have a united response by the European Union. how to deal with the potential gas crisis, especially in the winter, and that certainly should not be lifting the sanctions on Russia. And the other number, I want to give you just one number, $471 billion. This is the number that Americans give every year to charities. There's so many ways to raise money to rebuild Ukraine, and we have to be very creative about it. Americans are going to be ready to give, Europeans are going to be ready to give. There are so many Ukrainians around the world, even if there are delays with funding to restore Ukraine from Russian reparations, there will certainly be a lot of people willing to give at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tymofiy.
Thank you. So we're talking about capital essentially here. And I think we're forgetting about human capital. And I think reconstruction of Ukraine or resilience of Ukraine or even the future of Europe is about human capital, not capital. We really do not want to have a country which is fully rebuilt in which no one wants to live, or there is no education, or reactionary or populist forces come to power. And it's very easy to talk about reconstruction in terms of capital because that's what we're used to. It's very difficult to talk in terms of human capital because that's what we don't know how to deal with that, but this is a major issue and we are overlooking it. The second one is the war is there. We're talking about reconstruction and it's a very kind of comforting discussion, but the rate of death in Ukraine is increasing and substantively, and we're hearing numbers not 100 or 500 people dead and wounded per day. We're already hearing them numbers at 1,000 per day. So we're talking about tens of thousands of Ukrainians just in military being lost per month. And so we have to stop the war, or we have to at least give enough resources to Ukrainians to stop advancement of Russia. Okay, so I don't want to get distracted from that. That we're not out of the woods. We're not even close to be out of the woods. We're just entering the woods. And the third one, there is some notion that there will be a discrete stop of the war after which we will do the recovery. The threat of Russia is not going away.
That's what happens with the regime.
Even if the regime collapses, the threat of Russia is not going away. They have nukes, they have ballistic missiles, they have cruise missiles, they have no problem using them. And so the threat of Russia is not going away for any foreseeable future. It will take much longer to change the behavior of the Russian society, in a sense. And now we're talking about democracy and how the authoritarian regimes create damage, not in terms of just actions of the regime, but in terms of making it acceptable for the population to sacrifice their own lives en masse for achieving some questionable objectives. So the Russian problem in terms of aggression is there. So these are 3 points I want to make in conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tymofiy. Natalie, you have the last word.
Very quickly, I'll just comment on the question on confiscation. There is no question that it would be unprecedented to confiscate both the Central Bank of Russia funds for the use of Ukraine as well as the oligarch funds. But that does not mean that it's not possible. In every jurisdiction, specific legislation would be required. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, due process with regard to these claims would have to be followed in the court system in the jurisdiction. But this war is unprecedented. The losses of both human capital, as Tymofiy described it, and infrastructure, and the damage to a country that has happened by an illegal and unprovoked war are unprecedented. And I think what we've learned over the last 112 or 113 days is that Western governments have come to this realization slowly and only step by step. And the fact that, yes, I would agree, the US is not ready today to agree to confiscate those assets, that the US Treasury is worried about what this would mean as an unprecedented step in accelerating the movement away from the US dollar as a global currency. All of those things are important and they're all in play, but that does not mean that we should not be aiming at getting this done over time. There is bipartisan support on the side of confiscating oligarch assets, which comes again with its own due process. And I do believe that at some point, Tymofiy, there will have to be some type of negotiation with Russia, whether it's peace or whatever, how you want to call those negotiations. And that same discussion should be part of those negotiations. What portion of those central bank reserves are going to come from Russia as part of the peace as reparations for Ukraine's rebuilding? Whether it's the central bank of Russia reserves, whether it's a tax on future sales of Russian commodities in the global market, whatever it is, a portion of the rebuilding should be paid for by the aggressor, and that is Russia. So I think it's not an issue that's easy, but there are lawyers working on it, and in every jurisdiction, it's a different solution. And we need to start talking about it and trying to make it happen now in order for that tool to be ready when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Our folks can provide grades to you privately afterwards because of the time. So let's thank our panel.
Again, with the second panel as with the first panel, I just have to say that the expertise that you've witnessed is incomparable, actually. These are the people that have, for the last 30 years, helped Ukraine design a better future, and it shows. I just wanted to compliment Tymofiy, want to compliment you. I guess, man, just the visit that I did to Irpin, I realized this wonderful bedroom community. One half of it looks like La Jolla, California, and the other half is absolutely destroyed. I watched them clean that town, and in 6 weeks, one thing that has not been, and the security panel that we will hear from has also had people who comment about that, the human capital that we have. They cleaned that town up as quickly as they could possibly. In fact, those tanks, I was looking to see all those damaged tanks, that was almost all gone. They had a little showcase there and so on. So I must admit that as they underestimated Ukrainians in terms of the morale, there is something called morale, and it's not just there in military terms, it's there in economic terms. Those crazy Ukrainians are willing to rebuild that country, and that's very, very important. That is something that is very fundamental to the Ukrainian psyche. And so I thank you for having brought that up. Ambassador Courtney, you actually did get everything in on time, as you always do. You restore order to the universe. And so we'll actually be able to have at least 15 minutes for lunchtime for all of you. And then we will be able to bring all that lunch back to the tables, because we have another panel of 5 aces. As I said, we've now moved from the 4 aces to the 5 ace category. 5 aces here and 5 aces in the next panel. I want to thank those that have also been with us by Zoom. Both Morgan, thank you, and Miss Natalie, always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you. And now for lunch, 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, folks, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Long time no see you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. He's coming again. Oh, we have the dog that had surgery 2 days ago. So one of us has to do it. She said that we're going to switch out afterwards. Because anyway, we have to.
Good for you. Congratulations. Not because what way did I call? The other delegation. With the Polish also supporting more than just Ukraine. Yeah. So it's not just She would be the person who coordinates from New York. I would work with her closely. She's quite
It's no longer just, well, more fun, answer. Guys like this do their job and let's go there. Perception. What's the name of all I think the answer is I think the problem is that's what I'm right. I don't know, that's why I said free. Right. Right. So I said, because real democrats, right? And we roll back. Yeah, I think. So that's right. So because they're telling Once you get out, I don't want to go for a week. It's too stressful to go for first thing about that's my issue that never we can help either way, whether either way. I just wonder whether it would be nice to blow up the talk about reconstruction. It's hard to convince people to rebuild. Yes, bringing in other sponsors. It's not just talking about themselves, but it's other governments. That's getting away.
Again, I always like
Small that make you think about it. Washington is very small. I just have to cross the street. You can see the countries that supported other countries you would go and expect to support it. So, except for one of them, that one's out. Hungary, I think he's right. It's a because once it was disinformation, media manipulation, Europe and America, the issues are more or less okay. Like it's better, it's more or less okay. But Asia, China, even on behalf of Russia, and maybe it doesn't matter so much, but blah blah blah. General Assembly is a good opportunity to piece that order. They've lost his territory.
I don't want to break up this wonderful lunchroom, but the fact is that in 5 minutes, we've got General Wesley Clark waiting on the email, on our Zoom. So I'm going to be calling everything to order in 5 minutes, please.
So a little bird told me that So you can go first. Bill Myers has some questions. Okay.
I love our participants, and I actually am very grateful that most of them have behaved. There is one table that I'm going to have to break up right away. That's wonderful. The AFPC crowd. Luke, you're always welcome. Us, you're always welcome. I swear. All right, on top of the crisis of having to leave General Wesley Clark on the Zoom while we were lunching, I also have heard that Ambassador John Herbst is going to be moderating this very important panel discussion 3 on security. We'll have to leave at 2:45, so I am actually asking everybody to get in their seats right now. Glenn, can you come back to us? All right, Ambassador Herbst, I'm not going to delay it much. We have Luke Coffey, Glenn Howard, Mariana Budjeryn, Steve Blank, and I guess Wesley Clark on Zoom with us. And this panel, every one of these panels is important, but this one on security is the one everybody's talking about. So I think, Bennett, we should really pay attention. And and as I said with the others, 5 aces in the first, 5 aces in the second, but you just can't get better a panel than what you're about to hear on the issue of security. As we have the experts in every one of the other fields, they're at the top of their game. The characters you're about to hear from are at the top of their game. So, Ambassador Herbst, please, it's all yours.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, I've been asked to make some remarks before I turn to my fellow panelists and moderate the conversation, at least until 2:44. All right, let's talk about what's going on right now on the ground in Ukraine, and then also about the broader diplomatic scene behind it. And I'll offer some thoughts which gives you my sense as to what's happening militarily. I can tell you that what's happening right now is a subject of some debate. And what I say will probably not reflect the views of my fellow panelists, which is the way it should be. If you've been reading the papers for the last 2 weeks, what you're hearing or seeing is that there's a war of attrition going on in the East. Not quite in the South. South is much less active than the East. The great Russian advantages in armor, artillery, missiles, tanks, that's armor, excuse me, and ultimately in number of soldiers is being felt, especially because the east of Ukraine is a steppe territory. Open skies, not so much woods. The tactics that Ukrainian forces use so ably around Kiev, around Chernihiv, even around Kharkiv, are not so easy to use there. The extent of the Russian advantage ranges, estimates I've heard, from 3.5 to 1 to 10 to 1. And I'm not going to give you my view on that because I don't have one. I just don't know enough. But I've heard those estimates, not just in the paper, I've heard it from people in theory who have real authority and access. We've also seen the number of 100 Ukrainian soldiers dying a day, inflated by at least someone recently to 200 a day. I'm deeply skeptical of 200 a day, not because I have really good information, but I know 100 a day is substantial, and 200 a day just to me sounds over the top. And what I'm saying is based upon conversations, some of my own, some I'm getting the secondhand, again, from authoritative figures, both in this town and in Kiev. You've had different people of some standing traveling to Ukraine and coming back and reporting. Most notably, the former head of the former top soldier in Canada, General Hillier, who are essentially saying the situation is absolutely dire. And again, I've been reading this in the press for 2 weeks. I've been a little skeptical of that because at the same time I've been reading this, I've noticed that the Ukrainians have launched effective counter attack in Kherson, which of course is in the south. But also, Severodonetsk was supposed to fall, according to Putin publicly, early in June and then June 10. So we had a hard June 10 deadline, which somehow didn't happen. And we know that there have been constant counter attacks by the Ukrainians with some success around Severodonetsk, although most people think that the city will fall that sense, sort of like Mariupol, which hung on forever before finally falling. Let me make one more important point, and perhaps the most sensible thing you'll hear from me on this part of the conversation. My understanding is that the fighting in the East is grouped around two salients. And let's just call them, for sake of understanding, the Luhansk salient, which is to the east, and I don't know how many clicks to the west of that, I'll call it the Donetsk salient. There are several Ukrainian battle groups in the Luhansk salient. My understanding is that, I don't know, the Russians want to envelop the Ukrainian forces. The distance is not huge to do that. And the possibility of that salient being blocked is real. That does not mean that the soldiers would be blocked, because the Ukrainian forces have proved to be nimble. But that's where we've seen that slow grinding movement forward by Russian forces. So that needs to be watched. The second salient has a much larger gap to be plugged if the Russians are going to envelop the larger Ukrainian force there. And there hasn't been notable progress on the Russian side regarding that second salient. My bottom line assessment, which of course is just that, it's an assessment, it's not fact, is that conceivably we could see that easternmost salient collapse. I think it's unlikely, and even highly unlikely, we would see the western salient collapse. If the eastern salient collapses, that has no more, and maybe even less significance than the fall of Mariupol. It does not mean catastrophe for Ukrainian forces, but obviously it would be a setback. So that's the situation as I understand it on the ground. Jumping quickly back to the south for a minute. I mentioned there have been successful counterattacks on Kherson. There has been zero Russian progress on Mykolaiv, and they have to take Mykolaiv if they're going to make a bid for Odessa. So bottom line assessment for me is maybe the Russians will make some more advances in the east, but not critical advances, and we're not going to see the move in the south in any serious way, at least not in the foreseeable future, which I would define as the next 2 or 3 months. Now, that is all contingent on, at a minimum, the maintenance of current American and Western support for Ukraine. And I think that's a safe assumption. Now, before I sound too Pollyannish, and by no means am I Pollyanna, as you may know, I have been highly critical of the administration going back to last fall for being, an acute phrase, a day late and a dollar short in supporting Ukraine. Meaning, we give too little, we give it late. Now, we are in fact giving them a heck of a lot. You have to credit the administration for the $40 billion package. But we have been consistently, to use my public phrase, my words, in private I'll be a little bit more harsh. We have been consistently hesitant and timid in giving Ukraine the weapons it needs, not just to defend itself, but to win the war. We have consistently said no to legitimate requests that should have been fulfilled at first ask, and then said yes to some of those no's. Because while the administration has been all too timid vis-a-vis Moscow, they also don't like being criticized. So that same scary catedness, which characterizes the approach towards Moscow, also characterizes their approach to criticism. But sometimes the scary catedness on the domestic front outweighs the scary catedness on the international front, which is why constant encouragement to the administration to do the right thing, both directly in terms of public criticism and indirectly via Congress, is really important. That's part of the equation. And this may partly or principally explain why over the last couple of weeks, Bankova has decided to talk about 100 dead a day in the effort to persuade the administration to do more. And they're absolutely right, not necessarily on the tactic. The tactic is subject to debate, but on the principle behind it. Because without that encouragement, the right things do not happen. So what are we talking about? What we should be giving to Ukraine and should have been giving to Ukraine going back to at least February is long-range artillery. And while we should be thankful that the administration recently decided to send artillery with the range of 85 kilometers, we should put on our big boy pants and provide them artillery with a range of at least 150 kilometers, if not the big daddy of them all, the 300 kilometers. But we don't because of that timidity. But up until the recent decision, we weren't even providing them artillery beyond 40 clicks. So there's a step forward. Just as our finally providing Stingers at the end of January was a step forward. Of course, those Stingers should have been provided in November or December. Just as we finally decided in the last couple of weeks to send anti-ship missiles, which should have been provided in January. But we're still not providing, hoping to expedite the delivery of MiGs and of Sukhoi bombers, which our Eastern European NATO allies have. Because, we might annoy Vladimir Vladimirovich. Thank God we're no longer saying publicly, well, we can't do this because he has nuclear weapons. But we spent months repeating that asinine and actually dangerous line. Because that only encourages Putin to wave his nuclear wand and think he can achieve something. So, bottom line, I don't think the situation is dire in the sense that it could collapse in the next month or so. I think that what we're providing is substantial, but we should be providing more. If we would decide not to provide more than we are right now, maybe things could become truly dire in the East by the end of this season, meaning middle of or latish September. And of course, there is not one good reason for not providing more now. Okay, I think I've annoyed enough people. Thanks. Okay. Luke, over to you.
Thanks, John.
Actually, can I
No, of course. I yield back.
Okay. Everything I've said thus far in terms of American policy has focused on the administration. But I think we have another looming shadow, which in the long run may be more dangerous than the timidity in the administration. And that is the growing voices, this is less important, among eminences about the need to negotiate a deal with Putin. And I won't go into now because I've already spoken long enough about why that's a dumb idea. I think that those who've spoken out lately have been chastened, at least by others in print, and even some of them are beating a retreat. I won't say anything more about that. But the other part of that, which in fact is more worrying, is the growth among the populist right of a naive view of Moscow's intention, the quote unquote unimportance of Ukraine, and a complete failure to understand how Putin is threatening vital American interests, which we need to defend, and the smart place to do that is in Ukraine. I was struck by the fact that roughly a quarter of Republicans in Congress voted against the $40 billion package. Of course, the leadership on the Republican side was great, and to have 75% vote for it is good, of course. But I think probably after the midterms, that 25% may be as much as 33%. And so that's a space that needs to be watched. And also the Republicans who are on the right side of this issue, we do a lot of consulting in Congress, are hearing from their constituents things that are not great in terms of this issue. So this is something where we have to devote more attention. And I'm not certain how to do that, but my mind is starting to focus on this. Okay.
Thanks, John. I want to thank Walter for inviting me back again, trusting me to come up here and say something that's halfway intelligent.
year after year. And thanks to the sponsors who put together this very important event. I mean, the timing of this is crucial right now. I want to just quickly focus on a few areas regarding the land domain that I feel like the US and our allies could do more to help Ukraine with. But first, I want to start off by saying our main priority needs to be conditioning policymakers to understand that we will be in a long-term struggle. In this day and age of Twitter and social media and 24-hour news cycles, people are, we're wondering, why isn't this 40-kilometer long convoy moving faster? Why aren't the Ukrainians doing this? Why is this happening? Why is that happening? And this is a type of warfare that, frankly, we have not seen as a society in a very, very long time. This big state-on-state conflict. And we have to get used to the idea that cities will fall. Cities will be recaptured. These are concepts in warfare that in the past 20 years we haven't really experienced. And we have to condition our policymakers to understand that this will be different from what they're used to. And we need to think more strategically and long term. This war in Ukraine is also a reminder that perhaps there's no greater motivating factor for a soldier than to defend their own house, their own village, their families, their towns, their cities. And that is why we see the bravery and the gallantry from the Ukrainians today. That is why, like many in this room, I'm sure we knew that if Ukraine was invaded again, that they would fight. We never doubted that. Those of us in this room never doubted that. And that's why we're seeing that today. And that's why I think we as a nation have this moral obligation to help Ukraine defend itself against this Russian aggression. So the 4 points I would say we need to focus on. The first one ties into, well, all of them, actually, it's very difficult to follow you, John, because you outlined everything so perfectly. So my first point touches on one of your points, and this is about the slow pace of the equipment that we're providing, but the continuous excuse we hear that, well, the Ukrainians just, they don't know how to operate it, or it's too complex. Yes, some of these weapon systems are complex, without a doubt. But had we started training the Ukrainians on HIMARS back in mid-February, they would be already well onto the front lines doing the damage they need to do against Russian forces. Instead, we're always 2 or 3 steps behind. We do this piecemeal, we spoon feed a little bit of equipment here and a little bit of equipment here with no coherent strategy. Instead, we should get a group of military planners, experts in a room, lock them in and say, figure out all the equipment that you think Ukraine is going to need to defeat Russia and to fully restore its territorial integrity. And then, before we even have the appropriations or authorizations from Congress to fund and supply this equipment, we find the money to start training the Ukrainians now on it. Even if we never send an F-16 to Ukraine, we should be training Ukrainian pilots now, their crews now. We should be training them on platforms that we may never send them, because guess what? The way we do things in America, we will eventually send them. And then when we finally come around to doing the right thing, we're gonna have to wait even longer because the Ukrainians are gonna have to be trained on how to operate them. So I think I call it, we need to train for the future. We need to start training Ukrainians now on platforms that we don't even have, plans to provide them, right? And I think that's probably a low-cost way of mitigating some of the delays in the future on Ukrainians using these weapons platforms. Also, stuff like basic training. Why do we not have training camps for new recruits located in the safety of Poland, Romania, Germany, where we can create a shuttle where we continuously are training new recruits so they're better equipped and better prepared for the front line. We should institute a more systematic approach to like the basic levels of training, not just the higher end training on complex equipment. The second point is medical care. there are all sorts of figures floating around, John. You mentioned 100 a day killed, the 200 a day killed. I read something yesterday that said 1,000 killed and wounded a day. I actually think with the intensity of the fighting, that's probably not far off. Not like every single day, but as it averages out, I would say it's probably on the worst side of some of these assessments. We in the United States and our allies in Europe have 2 decades of combat medicine advancements from our experiences in Iraq and Afghanistan. We should be doing everything we can to alleviate this burden on Ukrainian hospitals and Ukrainian society to help treat the most severe cases of wounded warriors coming out of Ukraine in the safety, again, of NATO countries. And we should be using Landstuhl for this. We should be setting up field hospitals just across the border in Poland and in Romania and Hungary and Slovakia. We should be, if anything, this is a humanitarian gesture, and this will allow the Ukrainian hospitals to treat all the civilians, focus more on the civilians that are being wounded by Russian military action. The third is, and I sort of talked, this connects to my first point, but I talked in my first point about a more systematic approach to training. We need a more systematic and long-term approach to supplying. We've discussed how slow everything is, putting that to one side. We need to start thinking more long-term on trying to consolidate the types of stuff that we are giving to Ukraine, helping the Ukrainians develop maintenance plans, supply parts being resupplied is going to be a crucial issue for the stuff that we are providing them. It seems like every day that on TikTok, and I don't have TikTok. I don't recommend you download TikTok on your phone. But it seems like every day on TikTok, a new weapons platform from another NATO member shows up on the front lines in Ukraine. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how the hell are they going to maintain all these different platforms? Luckily, NATO has some standardization requirements, so that will help. But if you have these multiple platforms used in different locations in the country, you're going to have a problem in the long term. And we should also be helping Ukraine source spare parts for their old Soviet or Russian-built equipment. And we have to look beyond Eastern Europe for 2 reasons. There are plenty of countries around the world that operate many of these same Russian-built platforms or Soviet-built platforms, and they will have spare parts. And also, Russia is going to be going to these same countries and wanting these spare parts as well. So not only should we be reaching out to these countries to make sure that they can help Ukraine maintain their Russian-built equipment, but we should also, at a minimum, be doing everything we can to at least convince these countries not to help Russia with their maintenance and supply issues. And then my final point, and I'll conclude here, is, and perhaps this is happening already. If it is happening, it's probably happening at a very high level of classification. But if it's not happening, I'm going to say it here. We should be doing whatever we can to get access to some of these very advanced electronic warfare platforms, main battle tanks, other very high-tech Russian capability platforms that the Ukrainians are capturing. We should be picking these things apart with our best scientists and engineers, reverse engineering them, figuring out their vulnerabilities so we can quickly adapt our weapons platforms and then give the Ukrainians upper edge on Russia's technology and their capabilities in this area. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
That's great.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Walter, to speak again and be with my esteemed colleagues. I live and breathe Ukraine like everybody else every day, trying to understand a war that is built on bits and pieces of information and trying to understand how that information fits into whatever strategy is being implemented, both from the US side and also from the Ukrainian side. I would like, in terms of my comments, I do believe that this administration and also European powers need to understand that that we're at a major strategic crossroads in our strategy in this part of the world, and that truly today, Donbass and Eastern Ukraine is the Stalingrad of the post-Soviet space. So what will happen in Donbass will either be a culminating point or a turning point in the war. And I think that until U.S. policymakers understand this, and I think that we're going to continue to have major problems in trying and to get rid of this drip flow of equipment and weaponry to Ukraine. As one friend of mine told me on the Hill, someone said that Ukraine needs Ukraine is given a glass of water every day, but what they need is a fire hose. And I truly, that has stuck with me. And our idea of being risk averse and lack of understanding of the notion of deterrence is just shocking to me. And so it's we all kind of understand the problem and see it. And I think it's very important that we keep the kind of the larger perspective. For example, 21 nations of NATO are providing military assistance to Ukraine. The Ukrainian army in the middle of a war is becoming a NATO army. And so it's shedding itself of its Soviet past, and it's becoming more like a westernized modern military. But it is a tough slog, and there's still a lot of problems with how things are arriving, fingers being pointed either at the West or at the Zelensky government. And I think that the statements about the losses per day are truly a reflection of that growing pressure on the Zelensky government. And Walter knows that I've been quite critical of Ukrainian military preparations before the war and the lack of preparations. And I heard it straight from Mr. Defense Reznikov. I was in a conversation or a meeting with Ambassador Herbst, and I heard him discount the buildup on the border with Russia, and that half the troops that were there were not even real troops; they were tents. And so, I think that the Ukrainian government vastly underestimated what the Russians were going to do, and they wasted precious months preparing for the war when they couldn't. And a case in point is the Odessa harbor has 90 grain ships that are blocked in the harbor. Ukraine miraculously was able to present the mines and position certain mines in the northeastern part of the Black Sea to defend itself. But through a lack of preparation, they basically sunk all the ships in Odessa harbor without a plan. They can't even salvage those ships. So it will take Western companies to come in and move those ships. Otherwise, those grain ships will never be gotten out of that harbor. So there's this price that Ukraine is going to pay for its lack of strategic planning. The shell shortage, everyone remembers from their history books about the shell shortage in 1916 on the Eastern Front, when the Allies were desperately trying to provide ammunition supplies to Russia to continue in the war. They mounted the Brisiuck offensive once they were able to do that, but they were faced with Churchill's effort to get through the Bosphorus and get through with supplies into the Black Sea for Russia as a beleaguered ally. So here we are, 100 years later, and we're still having the same problems of what we experienced then. And it's a problem, but we can sit down and try to figure it out. And this is something that has confounded me because I do think, the debate has gone, well, this is a tipping point. This is a culminating point in the East. And I really, I'm very fearful because of the danger of the Russians at any moment, once they capture Severodonetsk, that they take it and they say, okay, we're going to implement a ceasefire. And that the White House will say, well, thank God, we don't have to deal with this anymore. We'll have a Minsk-3 and everybody will go back and look at the November elections here in the US and get rid of the Putin gas tax. So this is what I'm worried about. And I think many of the cards are in Putin's lap. But as we sit here and gather, we have the gathering in Germany with Secretary of Defense Austin, trying to decide this. I'm optimistic about things, but we truly are at this kind of turning point with our strategy. And one of the case in point, I think Ambassador Herbst has eloquently kind of outlined the problems in Donbass, so I won't go into that. But the big reigning policy question today, as we're talking about humanitarian disaster and starvation of the world, is the point about how do we get the grain out of Ukraine. To recap the point, Ukraine has produced last year 25 million tons of grain. That grain cannot get out of the country. It's stored in silos, and by July 1st, it will be rotting, start the rotting process, if not already started. And that grain will be spoiled. So the policy question is whether and how we get out the grain that's existing in those silos as they accumulate the grain from the forthcoming harvest. And there's no policy answer to that except to talk about the limitations by railroad. They need to get out 25 million tons. The capacity is 1.6 million tons per month. By railroad, they don't have enough ability with rail capacity to get the grain out. So the only solution is maritime, and that's getting the grain ships out. And as I mentioned, the harbor's blocked, the ships are sunk. So what are we going to do? And this is a really highly relevant question. I was last week preparing a briefing on how to solve this policy question. What role do the harpoons play, the Neptunes? Is there a military strategy by the West that we can do to go into the northwestern part of the Black Sea to get rid of to open it up and create a humanitarian corridor? And I was very, very confident that we were moving in that direction until the administration decided to limit the HIMARS to 4 when the Ukraine asked for 100. 4 does not turn a battle. So this is the problem that we have, but there is a way that they can do it. When I was working on my slides, the point is that if through the policy conundrum is the fact that the Turks have closed the Bosporus and for the Russians. Another Slava-class cruiser, the sister ship of the Moskva, is hovering in the Mediterranean. The minute the Turks reopen the straits, those ships rush in, and it's bad, even worse news for NATO and for Ukraine. So the status quo has to stand for the time being. But is there a way to get around it? Well, we've sit around. We need to do what Admiral Stavridis has advocated and talk about getting smart people in a room and say, this is the problem. Dear admirals, dear generals, U.S. air power advocates, how do we solve it? And this is what they need to do. They need to sit down. They need to figure it out. But I'm very worried that the risk averseness of the current administration is affecting the way that the military is looking at this question. And I know this from having private conversations with some retired general or admirals about how to solve this problem. And they basically throw their hands up in the air and say, there's nothing we can do about it. It's Black Sea's blocked. So that's the end of discussion. Well, there's ways to look at the problem. For example, Germany can send minesweepers through the Danube. The Danube Convention prevents armed warships from going through. But as we know from World War I, World War II, that ships can be, armament can be taken off, they can be reflagged. There are ways to put the squeeze on the Serbs to make them let the ships come through the Danube. We need minesweepers to create a humanitarian mission to get through to Odessa. There's ways with the Turks that they could raise the ships or create a harbor flow of a channel for some of the grain ships to get out, do a trial run. There's already a fact that the Russian Navy is staying 100 kilometers away from the Ukrainian coast. Okay, they've taken Snake Island, but it's within the range of the HIMARS. And it's also within the range of drones and other. So there's an aspect there of when we sit down and we look at it, there is a way to do it. To repeat the Kevin Costner phrase, if you build it, they'll come. And I would in the movie Field of Dreams. But which is thank you, Luke. Luke is also a film critic on the side. But the point is that when you look at it and they say, for example, a retired admiral who I won't name wrote an opinion piece for a think tank in town, and he said, well, we can't get the grain ships through because the danger of the kilos. Well, when the kilos are the submarine, the Russian diesel submarines that are 6 of them are parked inside the Black Sea. Well, the point is that diesel submarines cannot operate in shallow depths, but the admiral wrote in his piece that says there's a danger because of the kilos to the grain ships, therefore we shouldn't try it. Well, no one pointed out to the admiral that the northwestern part of the Black Sea is only 50 meters and the kilos can't operate there. And now, yes, they can fire calibers missiles, but there is a way that if if by hugging the coast of the, it's basically, I think the phrase, it's about, I think it's 300 kilometers from Odessa or less. I think it's 188 kilometers from Odessa to Constanza. Ukrainian grain ships, if they're provided with the umbrella of the Neptune missiles, the anti-shipping missiles, and now the arrival of the Harpoons, there's a way that the West could provide a security umbrella for the western part of the Black Sea to get the stuff out. It would be a major triumph for the Biden administration to create a humanitarian mission, which I think would go well with German military thinking in terms of its role in Europe. There's a way to sell it, but they got to get over this threat of feeling of being risk averse. And so the role of American air power using P-8s, providing if they hug the coast, there's a way to build this thing and to talk through all the problems and get all the principles in the room and to get this problem resolved. But there's no desire, it seems, to want to do that. And then you throw in the idea that if the Russians attack and sink a grain ship, I mean, it's a point. Do they really want to do that? And do you want to try to be on the front pages as a world hunger crisis goes on, of them sinking grain ships? And I think that they won't. I think but you got to dare them, and deterrence is all about going through and not just being afraid of what you do, but you demonstrating your ability and willingness to do it. And so you take the problem of what we have with the grain and sit down and try to think about this and resolve it. I think we can build a plan to do it. And so the point on the grain is to get it as far as Constanza. Russians would not dare attacking Bulgaria's coast or Romania's coast, NATO allies, in an effort to try to sink a grain ship. Yes, they could fire a caliber missile, but would they really want to do it, especially as P-8s and some NATO air power flying along the coast? They won't do it. I just don't think they would. But we got to call Putin's bluff, but we got to sit down and think about this. Now, I don't want to use up all my time. I think you've been gracious with the ability to speak through all this, but I do think that we're at this crossroads. The idea of building the grain silos on the border with Poland as a way to put this year's harvest there. There's a lot of policy issues and problems, but I was heartened the other day when I heard that there was a debate in Ukrainian Parada about the grain issue, about the whole logistics and supply, to where the Zelensky government was asking very hard questions. It seems that he himself is at this crossroads. There was a New York Times article about 2 weeks ago that where U.S. officials were questioning what Ukraine's strategy was in the war. Then you have General Milley calling General Zaluzhny earlier this week, where he was asking him, what is your military strategy? So they're really, I think the Zelensky government's feeling the pressure of trying to explain itself on what it's doing while it continues to have artillery and ammunition shortages on the Eastern Front. But it's not a new problem. And I do think that once the West mobilizes and once NATO mobilizes, Ukraine is fighting the war that NATO has been preparing for. And I think once they realize that, that I'm hoping and that we can get this issue resolved. But as Ambassador Herbst said, that you got the November elections coming up, and Luke is eloquently kind of articulated all these different points about the military strategy and getting equipment through. And we need to think through these things now and not think about it when there's an article in Politico saying the administration is refusing to do X, Y, and Z, and the next day they say, oh, we need to do this. So it's just that this type of attitude has got to stop, and we've got to start thinking and moving ahead. So I'll end on that note.
Yes, what John, Luke, and Glen said. So I would like to spend my time talking about the nuclear dimensions of this war. And there are 3 points that I'd like to make. One is the point about deterrence. So we've seen Putin using deterrent threats and signaling throughout this entire business, even starting in late January, but certainly in his speech that inaugurated the invasion. And there has been a lot of nuclear signaling since then. This nuclear signaling and threats are directed to the West, of course, in order to dissuade it to get involved directly and limit its involvement on the Ukrainian side. And the way I see it, it's working. Deterrence, what this war has demonstrated is that deterrence works. Unfortunately, however, it is not working in the West's favor. It is working for Putin as an enabler for his campaign, and it is working as a constraint for the West. I mean, I heard arguments saying that, well, you know, Putin has not dared, as he had threatened, to target and take out the arms transports that are somewhere in Poland or whatever. I mean, that's a tough counterfactual that would have been his goal in the first place, to actually target and start a war with a NATO country, right? To directly engage NATO countries. So I'm reluctant to give credence to those arguments. What we do see is through the abundance of caution and perhaps risk aversion, as my esteemed panelists have pointed out, both the Biden administration, but also NATO leaders have been actually handing this to Putin. They have been reassuring him that they will not get involved. And even if that would have been the ultimate goal, why broadcast that and kind of influence his calculations ahead of time? That is not exactly clear to me, but those were the set of decisions that are being made. So alongside the success of deterrence that is constraining Western involvement and inducing abundant caution, what we see that, and this is my second point, is that we have spent, we meaning, you know, a lot of people who work in the nuclear field, we spend a lot of time thinking about how deterrence works, and that is a relationship between two nuclear armed adversaries. Trees have been felled to write books about the second strike, survivability and incredible deterrence and all of that. We have not spent nearly enough time to think how to prevent a nuclear strike by a nuclear state against a non-nuclear state. And what we see happening in Ukraine is that there's nothing actually to deter Russia, Mr. Putin, using a tactical nuclear weapon. If he's on his back foot and the war is not going to his plan and he is about to lose or surrender whatever gains he thought he's made. Nothing to prevent that kind of tactical nuclear use against Ukraine in order to induce it to surrender and accept Russia's terms. Now, I don't think this is a high risk scenario. Russia still has enough conventional firepower to inflict incredible damage in Ukraine, as we have seen. But the risk is not negligible. It's too much for comfort. And what we see is that, realistically, there's nothing to deter such a use if a country doesn't have either its own nuclear deterrent or it's not protected by an extended deterrent of an ally. And what we can also say is that some of our old sins are coming to haunt us, because the only other time nuclear weapons were used in war was by a nuclear state against a non-nuclear state to induce it to surrender unconditionally. Now, at that point, kind of the parallels stop here, but that is something we need to start thinking about now, how to secure these states that are sort of in between states, the states that are not protected by a nuclear umbrella. This is all the more bitter pill to swallow for Ukraine. For as we know, in the early 1990s, Ukraine has surrendered, if not a nuclear deterrent, it was not a ready-to-use nuclear deterrent, but it surrendered a nuclear option, that it had every scientific and industrial capacity and capability to build up should it have chosen to do that. And it has not chosen to do that for a multitude of reasons, amongst which a faith in this non-proliferation consensus. Ukraine wanted to join the international community on good terms. It did not want to become a pariah state. It did not want to become the North Korea of Eastern Europe. And now, that decision has been, a kind of focus of regret for many. I think it's somewhat misplaced. I think a more pertinent counterfactual that we need to think about right now is not whether this war, this invasion would have happened had Ukraine kept its nuclear weapons. I think the formulation of that is misplaced. What we need to think is whether Russia would have dared to invade had it not been a nuclear weapon state that hid behind its nuclear threats in order to act with impunity. And people say, oh no, Russia's not acting with impunity. There's, sanctions, becoming isolated. Well, none of that will return the lives of all the people who died. None of that will unrape the women who had been raped, right? The whole idea of a deterrent is that this should prevent it from happening in the first place, right? I'm sure people in Islamabad and people in Pyongyang are feeling very, very justified right now about their nuclear decision-making. And the success of deterrence combined with this precedent of Ukraine basically creates a very unfortunate, to say the least, situation for nuclear non-proliferation globally, because it demonstrates that nuclear weapons work the way they're intended to. My third point is going to be very brief, and that concerns the future of nuclear energy, since of course Russia has fired on and captured civilian nuclear facilities in Ukraine, severely endangering the safety and security of their operation. And that is a country that is a founder and a major stakeholder in a system of global nuclear civilian energy governance. It's on the board of governors of the IAEA, and basically we see the country going rogue and breaking the very rules that it made in the first place. And so to link it to a previous panel on energy and climate change, how many countries are going to invest in nuclear power and be absolutely sure that for the next 70 years, because that's sort of 60, 70 years, that's the life cycle of those facilities, something like that will not happen on their territory, something like an invasion. And finally, just the last sentence, when all of this said and done, or as all of it is being said and done, we need to think very hard about long-term security solution for Ukraine. Because one of the main reasons that all of this is happening is that Ukraine for the last 30 years has been left in a security vacuum. It was wedged between the expanded NATO on the one side and a revisionist Russia on the other side. There are other smaller countries that are in the same predicament, Moldova, Georgia, Belarus is squarely in the Russian orbit, but there are some other countries. Ukraine is the most important one. It is no surprise to any security specialist to understand why this is happening on Ukraine's territory. Of course, power abhors a vacuum, and we'll have to think very hard how to foreclose that vacuum going forward. Thank you.
Steve?
It's a hard act to follow. First of all, thank you, Walter, for inviting me, despite my well-known reputation for being disingenuous. Second, I want to tell you that I'm one of those people John referred to as pushing back. I pushed back actually in his electronic journal. And Henry Kissinger has sent me a memo as well, complaining about my views. No. He doesn't care what I think. I would be, yes. Anyway, first of all, I agree with everything John and my colleagues have said. So, I mean, the question is, what do I have to say that's original at the end of this panel? We're paying for the years of neglect, or as the Bible says, the years the locusts have eaten. Churchill stole the phrase. 20 years ago, 17 years ago, Putin and his people said that they were at war with the West. I have the quote if you want it. They're at war with the West because they lost their attempt to subvert the government of Ukraine in 2004 and 5. Not because of Iraq. They didn't like that, but it was Ukraine. That's a neuralgic point. Or as George Vernadsky used to say, Russian liberalism ends at the border with Ukraine. And he knew wherever he spoke because he was a Eurasianist. Although not the type we have today. Second, Europe is as much, and the United States are as much at fault for not being prepared. And anybody who thinks that NATO today is prepared to meet a Russian challenge is smoking something that I would love to get my hands on. because it's not. And, we keep hearing self-congratulation where it's not merited. And, one hopes the Madrid summit does something serious about this. I'm not at all convinced it will. There is good news. If you saw the news today, Macron, Scholz, and Draghi all supported the Ukrainian candidacy for EU membership, which is absolutely necessary and a great signal, and somewhat unexpected given the fact that Mr. Scholz never makes a commitment that he can't reverse. And that Macron has been much more concerned with saving Putin's face than saving Ukrainians. Nevertheless, this is important. However, Europe is not ready for prime time, and the US military and government are not ready for prime time. 45 years ago, when I was a Beltway bandit hit and I was finishing my PhD dissertation, Air Force General said to me, he says, son, I was only 27 at the time, if there's a war, I want a hot production line. Does anybody here think there's a hot production line for what we need today? No. And what's more, we got rid of some of the weapons that we could use to do what Mariana has said and call Putin's bluff, or as Glen has said as well. That is, tack nukes in Europe, or slickums. Now, we hear this, that we have to have a dialogue with Russia. Well, that's very good if the Russians would actually obey any of the agreements they signed. I've counted at least 7 international agreements Moscow has violated by this invasion. And of course, the same is true for Crimea. Yet nobody seems to have gotten the memo in Washington or Paris or London or Berlin until far too late. So, as everybody has said, we have to give Ukraine what it needs, and we have to do this for months, if not years. Just to give you an example of the scale of what's required. We just announced yesterday we're giving Ukraine another $1 billion, which is great, with ammunition. You know how long that ammunition is going to last? A week. At the present rate of expenditure of shells. So next Thursday, where are we? We're back where we are. So, Ukrainian government is also guilty. I mean, as Glen has pointed out, and it's been reported, Zelensky and many people there refused to believe what was happening before their eyes. And to me, it's amazing, literally amazing, that the Ukrainian military planning and intelligence operations have been so good that we are still, that the issue is in doubt, and that the Russians have been so bad, to be frank. But, thank God for miracles when they come. So rather than repeat what everybody here has said, let me tell you what I think needs to be done. First of all, we need to break the blockade. Now, Glen has talked about this, but there are ways to do it. 1950, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution called Uniting for Peace. That is the legal basis by which our forces are still in Korea today, 72 years later. And I remember this because I was 4 months old then. So, I was there. At least I was in the same city because I grew up in New York City. Now, the point of Uniting for Peace was that was the resolution that allowed Harry Truman and other NATO members and other UN states to send forces to Korea to fight North Korea. And as it turns out, Soviet forces. I'm going to come back to that point. And then the Chinese came in for their own reasons 5 months later. There is no obstacle today to getting a resolution in the General Assembly, not the Security Council. You won't get it there. Calling Uniting for Peace, authorizing NATO on behalf of the United Nations with an unassailable legal and political mandate to break the blockade. Put together the kind of forces necessary, minesweepers, air, naval, subsurface, submarine, to break the blockade on behalf of the international community, get the grain out and supply African and Latin American or Asian countries who need the grain. What's more, that would play well politically in those countries for the United States as well, which is now finding out that it has a lot of work to do catching up to Russia and, for that matter, China in these places. There are other options, such as what Glen suggested. The war is illegal. The blockade is illegal. There's no legal justification for this. And Mr. Putin can threaten to escalate. But after all, does anybody in his right mind think that Putin is going to strike at NATO today? I mean, I published an article yesterday that said exactly what Mariana has just told you. It shows you great minds do work alike. Seriously, that it's on Russian nuclear strategy. There's more stuff in the pipeline coming out on Ukraine, and I'd be happy to send to anybody who wants it. We have to take escalation control away from Putin and make it clear that it is not Russia that has the strategic initiative, but the United States and NATO. So what needs to be done? Break the blockade. Second, as everybody has said this morning and this afternoon, give Ukraine the economic and military wherewithal to keep fighting for a long time, if necessary. Third, the strategic objective of our military operations in tandem with Ukraine's, that is our support, must be the defeat, the decisive defeat of Russia, a defeat that is recognizable for many reasons. One, it will restore the status quo ante and the sanctity of treaties, which is a vital American interest. Second, it will restore freedom of the seas, an interest for which we went to war twice, at least, in American history, 1812, 1917. Third, the greatest threat to the security of Europe, of any individual government in Europe, out of Europe as a whole, is the Russian imperial option. As Thomas Gomar of the IFRI, Institut Français des Relations Internationales, said, this is a colonial war carried out under nuclear protection. It is a war to restore the Russian Empire, because after all, this belonged to Alexei Mikhailovich, if not Peter the Great, as Putin has just said. And therefore, we have to take it back, regardless of any other factor. Again, the Russian imperial ambition is at the bottom of all this. The inability to accept that Ukraine is independent is at the bottom of all this. And that gets back to the idea that Russian imperialism is the flip side of Russian autocracy. Third reason why we have to defeat Russia, because that is the only chance we can have for the Russian people to take matters into their own hands and try to build their own life in a peaceful, democratic, secure, progressive way and recover their European vocation. I have studied more Eurasianism than I want to in my life. And believe me, I did it again 45 years ago as a grad student. The same ideas you hear today are nothing but warmed over Slavophilism by inferior thinkers, or some who probably were a little bit off their game, like Gumilyov, for understandable reasons. The point is, this is a threat to international, not just European security. And Mariana gave one reason. Second is because it cements the Russo-Chinese alliance. We're not talking about Asian security, but I can assure you this doesn't work well for East Asia as well, or for the Middle East. Fourth, Ukraine must be given a membership option that is real, not like Turkey's membership option, but in the EU, but a real one. Today's decision is the first step, because obviously when they meet in Brussels soon, this will go through. But that has to be a real option. Ukraine has to live up to its side of the bargain once it's able to. And it's going to need an enormous amount of assistance. We talked about that in the last panel to meet the economic criteria here and so on, but that's the right step. Finally, NATO must make Ukraine a member. Why? There are 4 reasons. And there's some objections as well. Let's deal with the objections. 1, Ukraine is not as democratic as we would like. There's democratic deficit, there's corruption, etc. As Natalie said, she grew up in Chicago. I went to school in Chicago. And I remember Mayor Daley being asked about corruption in Vietnam and saying there's corruption right here in Cook County. There's corruption in this town. If you just heard the testimony yesterday about President Trump's efforts to, fleece the voters to believe in his post-election campaign. Nobody's ever seen what's happened to the millions of dollars raised there. Perfect example of corruption. Corruption is not the issue. Well, it needs to be attacked, it needs to be dealt with, and so forth. But where you have power, you have corruption. That's human nature. It's not going to be extirpated in my lifetime or anybody else's simply by keeping them out of NATO. However, Ukraine is more democratic today than Hungary or Turkey. And no one is getting up there and saying, let's kick Turkey out of NATO, with good reason. But the same is true. And what's more, we've given Orban opt-outs on the energy sanctions. So, why can't we give Ukraine what it needs as well? Second, this is going to threaten Russia somehow, and it's going to cause Russia to escalate. Well, let's get down to facts. I worked for the military for 27 years. NATO is not a threat to the Russian military, and they know it. Indeed, if a war started in NATO, it would be difficult for a lot of NATO forces to get out of Hamburg and Marseille, let alone threaten Russia today. And Moscow knows this, for all the screaming it does. Second, given Putin's systematic indoctrination of paranoia among himself, the Russian elite, and the population, nothing Ukraine does is going to change that. If you're going to be hung for a sheep, you might as well be hung for a goat. You might as well be in NATO, because they already believe that the United States is somehow controlling NATO, read Patrushev, for example, and therefore, you might as well take them in. But there are powerful reasons for doing so. One, it boosts Ukrainian morale. It is demonstrable to Ukraine that it is now part of the West, and that the second, it also demonstrates NATO's resolve to deny Russia anything that could be called a victory. Third, it commits NATO in writing, under the provisions of the Washington Treaty, to the long-term supply of Ukraine, because now it's a member of NATO. Fourth, it negates the entire purpose of the war from Russia's standpoint, namely prevention of Ukraine's NATO membership. This step will resonate throughout Russia because it will drive home to the elite population the insane futility of this war, making clear that no victory is possible, and will thus intensify the already visible signs of deteriorating morale within the armed forces and the overall population. And the signs of falling morale are evident. Fifth, it will confirm Russia's defeat. Now Sweden and Finland are going into NATO. There's nothing Moscow can do about it, except threaten to put short-range nuclear missiles either in Kaliningrad or on the border with Finland. They've already been there. So this is not a new threat. Furthermore, while NATO can make clear that it has no intention of sending its forces, as they are presently constituted, into Ukraine, membership in NATO takes the nuclear escalation card out of Moscow's hands. And I can't emphasize this enough, because that's what the biggest fear is. It undermines Russia's overall strategy, which I have written about ad infinitum, of controlling escalation through small-scale wars on Russia's periphery with the nuclear threat to derange the European equilibrium. Russia, and more importantly, Putin and those around them, will now realize that any use of chemical, biological, or even nuclear weapons risks a wider war with a vastly superior NATO for no purpose other than to preserve Putin's kleptocracy at the expense of the rest of Russia. Therefore, that membership decision strikes not at Russia, but at its strategy. As Sun Tzu would say, you negate the strategy. Nobody fires a shot in anger at anything Russian, but the strategy is annihilated. Finally, Ukrainian membership in NATO gives NATO the legal basis for strengthening its position in the Black Sea. Now, we've talked about the Black Sea at length. I mean, Ben Hodges has spoken here and other forums with Glen, Luke, and Mariana have been about the need for NATO to maximize its existing capabilities under law, under the Montreux Treaty, to use the Black Sea. It has signally failed to do so. And as a result, the Black Sea is in danger of becoming a Turkish lake, a Russian lake, excuse me. Something that Erdogan was warning about 6 years ago, and the Russians were able to block any action on that. But it is true now. I've written a lot of stuff on power projection into the Mediterranean and now beyond. If you look at what Russia is doing, the Black Sea is an international waterway. Ukraine is a recognized littoral state in the Black Sea. Crimea and the Donbass, not to mention what has been conquered since February, are all illegal acquisitions and need to be treated as such. And since the aggression, going back to 2014, is illegal, so too is the blockade, and the basis for doing what I suggested earlier is there. So this is part of a forthcoming article that's coming out very soon from Estonia. Anybody wants it, I can send it to you. The point is, we have the means, we have the justification, we have the capability, but do we have the will to defend not only Ukraine, but ourselves? As I said on the very day that the Russians invaded Crimea, and I said it at a rally that Walter said that if Ukraine is able to defend itself, it will provide a modern day version of what Nelson said when he was dying at Trafalgar, after having been notified that the French had been defeated and that the British had won. He said that England has saved herself by her exertions and Europe by her example. The same may be said today of Ukraine. if we follow Churchill's advice, give us the tools and we'll do the job. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much. Entire panel. I have to apologize and excuse myself. I'm rushing to the airport right now. I think Walter's going to take over.
Yeah, I'm going to take over it and I'm going to introduce, maybe you might want to introduce General Wesley.
Hey, John, can I say something?
Yes, exactly. We absolutely want to hear what you have to say, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be one of those hearing it. But of course, we connect another
Well,
time.
you've heard it. You've heard it before, John. Thank you.
Okay.
Look, I want to say a couple of things here. I know everybody's sat there. I know this is the choir, and I know I'm not present, so I apologize for not getting to DC for this. I live in Arkansas. First of all, I want to say that the Ukrainian military has done an absolutely outstanding job. They've been fabulous. President Zelensky has done a great job presenting the case for Ukraine and keeping the information war going. So I think in terms of giving out marks, give them both groups A+. Why did this happen? It happened because in part the United States for over a decade, 2 decades really, has failed to respect Vladimir Putin and to understand him. From the time he came into power as prime minister, his overriding ambition has been to restore the Soviet Union. He's made it clear on many, many, many occasions, simply that we didn't believe him. It's like one national security advisor told me, he said, well, I just met with Putin and I'll tell you one thing about him. I said, what's that? He said, he's short. That's not very respectful. Putin is a strategist. He's determined. I hear people think he must be crazy. No, he's just a single-minded Cold War relic who has lots of power in Russia, an arrangement with China, and is determined to get what he wants and make you believe he'll pay any price for it. The way this has to end is Putin has to be convinced that he cannot get what he wants. This is the way Eisenhower ended the Korean War. He sent a couple of nuclear cannon to Korea. It's the way we stopped the fighting in Kosovo in 1999. We began to prepare for a ground invasion. We armed and created the Kosovo Liberation Army, and Milosevic realized he wasn't going to win. He took the best deal he could get. It's what Stephen Blank just said, we've got to get escalation dominance. We've got to use military, diplomatic, economic, legal means to achieve that dominance over Putin. We have to do this. It's not just about Putin's threat to use a nuclear weapon against Ukraine or Poland or something. So this gets solved because we dominate and convince Putin he can't win. Situation currently, as described by Rick Hillier, to me was not dire. I want to clarify that. It is instead, in my view, unstable in Ukraine as we go into the dry season for campaigning, to have a 300, 400 kilometer defensive line under attack that is not backed by mobile, capable reserves. The Ukrainians have a dilemma. They don't want to give up ground. And on the other hand, they don't have a mobile reserve available to smash a Russian breakthrough. So if I look at it from the Russian perspective, here's what I'd be doing. I'd be holding that line. I'd be probing it, just like they're doing with weak little attacks. And I'd be pounding the dickens out of Ukraine with artillery and inflicting casualties. And at some point, hoping that that line just falls apart. And that is the risk we face. Are we safe in the next month? John says we are. I hope he's right. But I don't know that sitting back here and reading what I'm reading from the press. I don't think anyone can tell you that answer. And if you went up to the front line and looked at it, you couldn't tell by looking at the front line. As John said, those forces up there are outnumbered in artillery between 3 and 10 to 1. They are taking high levels of casualties. These are the smoke signals that are being sent out by Ukraine because Ukraine has its own dilemma. It has achieved international support and maintains it by holding out the prospect of success. If President Zelensky ever threw up his hands and said, "Oh my God, it's over," people would stop that support instantly. So he cannot come out and tell you he's in a dire situation if he is. And the Ukrainian military is in the same position. So all we can say from the outside is that historically, if you look at a linear, sort of a linear defense that's not backed by mobile reserves in Eastern Europe, in campaign season, against an armored force that outnumbers it heavily, the odds of a breakthrough are substantial. And so we have to be prepared to think about that. What that means is the United States should be doing very detailed contingency planning with Ukraine. Maybe we are, and I hope we are, and I hope we don't ever hear about it. But that's what I hope is happening behind the scenes, that the Ukrainian military can be honest in speaking to the United States military, tell us what the actual situation is, the loss rates, the consumption rates, the rebuild, rearm rates, and that we are in fact providing them sufficient equipment, armaments, munitions to stay in the fight. I'm concerned because 4 MLRS isn't enough. General Milley says we'll put more in. Good. I'm concerned because we said they can't have combat aircraft. Really? Really? Why can't they have combat aircraft? Don't understand it. Did Putin say he doesn't want combat aircraft? Why can't Ukraine fire back at Russian logistics or artillery units that are shooting at them across the international border? Surely that's permissible. So, you know, there are some things here you can worry about, but the big point is we need to be figuring out in advance what could happen if there is a breakthrough, because the way these things work is you don't get 6 weeks after the breakthrough happens to figure out what's going to happen. You've got to be anticipating and planning ahead at the operational level to do this. I hope we're doing that. Look, there's a much greater role here for the United Nations and NATO. We haven't used it effectively, and we should be. As Stephen said, we need a UN General Assembly resolution demanding a solution to the Black Sea blockade. It is illegal, and it needs to be a coalition of the willing. NATO will step up and do it. The United Nations Security General Assembly can authorize it. And we should go in there and put the onus on the Russians to attack us. Then we defend ourselves. Similarly, NATO has to understand that this decision about being out of area in order to stabilize NATO nations was made a long time ago. I heard Secretary General Stoltenberg, I talked to his office, and his executive officer says, no, this is absolute, and Secretary General's not available right now to talk to you. Okay, I understood that. That's okay. But I didn't need to talk to the Secretary General. I know why he said what he said, but now we need to be revising this. We need to understand that what happens in Ukraine is a threat to NATO, and that the best way to provide peace and stability for Europe and NATO member nations is to assure Ukraine survives. So we need to be doing the thinking about that behind the scenes, out of the public eye, out of public information, but if necessary, we've got to do this. My final point here is that, 2 final points. Final point number 1 is Ukraine does need to be in NATO when this ends, because there's no other solution you can give them that's a security guarantee. And we shouldn't accept Putin's complaints about NATO enlargement. We know that's a figment. This is just an excuse because he wants to create the Soviet Union. Second, we have to understand that there are some major issues at stake here, as Mariana was bringing up and Stephen was bringing up. A negotiated halt to the operation by the Russians, that's not sufficient. What's happened here is a fundamental attack on the international system. We said we would bind ourselves together in collective security so that World War II never happened again. Well, this is happening again, and the international community has not come to the rescue of Ukraine. not sufficiently to restore its borders, not sufficiently to ensure it doesn't happen again. Instead, what's happened is it looks like, through Mr. Putin's threats, that he somehow has inverted the US doctrine of extended deterrence and used it against us. So for all those reasons, although it may be politically palatable to most of the statesmen in the world today, it's just stop this right now. Just stop it, let the diplomats argue. Actually, it leaves us in a real quandary for the international security structure going forward and opens the door to further aggression. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present these brief remarks. I want to commend Ukraine again. Thank you for letting me be on this distinguished panel. Thank you.
Well, Clark, it's always very good to have you, and I'm glad that you actually ended up with the final word on this panel. I'm just going to, and Ambassador Herbst and I had talked about it in the same way as we're not going to be, at this point, we're running a little bit behind. So instead of questions, I'm going to use the moderator's discretion to just ask one last question. And it's a modified version of what we have as grading. Instead of grading up and down regression, progress, I would ask every one of this enormously distinguished, this really has been a panel for the ages, each one of you to give a possible grade of where you think the Ukrainian military forces, how do you think they've done until this very point, if that's possible? You can also say, Zuritsky, stop. I really don't want to answer this. So I'll start with you, Luke.
A+ with extra credit. I'm very lucky I was the first one to go because I'm sure everyone probably would have said something similar. But I mean, my gosh, this is a society that has completely transformed and mobilized to take on the Russian aggression. People who were perhaps working in a grocery store one day are now fighting on the front lines in the East. And with the leadership of President Zelensky, it's just inspired not only a whole nation, but much of the world. So, I would have to give them an A+.
Okay, I'm glad you're first. Atlantic, I don't want to say that you're bit cynical on things, but it'd be interesting.
No, I just, you want to define something, if in all conditions considered, the Ukrainian military entered the war very much in many ways unprepared, but the level of heroism is on a scale beyond the moon. I mean, and I can't, I don't want to disparage anyone on that. I'd say in the level of grand strategy and preparativeness, I would say they would certainly get a C-. So
okay. That's fair. Yeah, it's a fair assessment. Mariana.
So I'm not gonna, grade, of course, in the face of such overwhelming odds, right? And in this situation, you can but admire and marvel at the performance of the Ukrainian armed forces, even despite of them being unprepared. I also want to just draw attention to this. I've been reading a lot of books lately about the beginning of the Cold War and kind of the immediate post-World War II settlement in Europe, and just like atrocious things that have been done by the Red Army in Eastern Europe. I mean, 2 million German women raped, just raping and pillaging. And let's remember that the Soviet army at that point was Ukrainians too. Was all sorts of people. So there's nothing sort of in the national character that we see going on now in Ukraine versus Russia, right? It's the type of regime and it's a type of organizational culture, right? That's why internal politics matter. That's why we can't take the realist argument and say, you know, it's black box, it's bowling balls, it's, you know, it doesn't matter what Putin does inside his country. It matters very much because that causes Bucha. Because Ukrainians have been able to learn, even though they were unprepared, they have trained the NCO corps, they've been open to learning the kind of military craft over the last 8 years that would not have allowed something like Bucha to happen on the other side, right? And these kind of war crimes. I also want to make one point very quickly that I have not made in my initial remarks, and that is that I was not exactly correct in saying that there's nothing that could deter a nuclear use by Russia against Ukraine. There are things that could deter it by denial, that is, by certain types of defenses, and that is air and missile defense for Ukraine. Because if you want to inflict that one demonstrative, a punitive strike, right? You are going to calculate the basically the probability of that one missile getting through. And we see that Russian missiles, especially the old cruise missiles that are being lobbed off from the Black Sea and the Caspian, from the two 95s, they have about anywhere from 30 to 50, 30 to 50% of them are being shot down. I mean, the Kinjal is harder to intercept, and so are the Iskander missiles. But the vulnerability of delivery vehicles in that kind of situation is a factor that will be taken into consideration. Fill Ukraine chock full of air defenses. And the time to do that was yesterday. Why are the Patriots not there? Because they take, 12 to 60 months to train. Well, better start now, right? Because Ukrainian air defenses are getting degraded. It's hard to replenish them. So Slovakia gave some S-300 systems. There are some in Bulgaria. I don't know where they are with that. It's hard to scrape up that equipment all around the world now. Start training these systems now. And if for no other reason, I mean, there are many reasons to do that, is to deny the Russians the possibility to inflict a tactical nuclear strike. Thanks.
I will need a grade. A grade. Do you have a grade or A minus? Yes, sir.
Oh, he's the tally master, I forgot.
Oh my gosh, yeah, well, A plus, of course, thanks.
2 points. War is an interactive process. And in this situation, I think since this is an annual event, right, I think the dividing point is February 23rd, 24th. Up to February 23rd, C minus. For lack of preparation, failure to deal with the Navy. I mean, Glen and I have been harping on this, since before he had a beard. But it's true. I mean, Walter knows this because we were doing this every year and talking about it. So, Ukraine's not alone, as I mentioned, but C minus for that, the refusal to believe that a war was coming and failure to prepare certain key areas like naval defenses and so on. Since February 24th, A. You also have to take into account, I don't want to say they were fortunate in their opponent, but the Russians made almost every mistake you can make. And what's more, it's not only that the Russian army was led and conducted itself irresponsibly and badly. It's also, they didn't fight the war their doctrine calls for. Mm-hmm. That's a whole other discussion. But the Russian army before this all started, and it still remains, is a formidable instrument if it's used properly. You don't use a can opener to open your car door. Very simple. The same thing. The Russians used the military in ways that it was not designed to work. They didn't follow their own doctrine, and now they're playing catch up as well. They're now playing from their strong suit badly for a lot of the reasons we've seen. But still, that doesn't detract from the high level of proficiency, valor, and sacrifice that we see in Ukraine. Question is not Ukraine. Question is us. Will we continue to support them?
General Clark.
You're muted. You're muted, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Walter. I already said that the Ukrainian military is doing a great job. But if you wanted me to give them a grade,
right?
It's just not even midterm.
Okay. Good point. And
I mean, it just isn't.
Need a little teaching, yeah. I got.
Now, let's look at it. There was one quick phase of the war in which they performed brilliantly, and the Russians got an F, and that was the attack on Kyiv.
Right.
Now, this phase of the war is in its, we hope, early stages, and we hope that the Ukrainians are allocating resources, shoving the reinforcements in the right way, training, accepting the equipment, and being honest enough with the United States and others to tell us what they really need, and looking at a contingency plan for what happens if the unfortunate occurrence does happen. You know, the way these linear defenses work is they work, and then suddenly they don't. And then, you know, you've got to adjust. Now, the other thing is, why I say it's incomplete is, they've got to transition to NATO standards. There's not enough Warsaw Pact equipment in existence that's available, that's usable, that's worthwhile in the West to be able to keep this fight going for the indefinite future. And so that means they've got to set aside quality people, resources, leadership attention on a transition, and they've got to really work it with the West. And which countries are going to step up and help them? Is Germany going to give them Marder vehicles? Are we going to provide M1 tanks? We're going to rely on the Brits to give them old Challengers? What is the plan? All this has to be worked, and the Ukrainians, unfortunately, have to be the demandeurs for this, because otherwise, each of the NATO member countries will only see a part of the problem. And that's not adequate. So lots of work to be done. My hat's off to the leadership in Ukraine and to the individual Ukrainians, the soldiers, the families who've made this all happen. It's a real gift and an opportunity to the West that I hope we can take advantage of. This, if it's handled right, could be the end of the autocratic challenge to democracy. Or if it's mishandled, it could open the door to a very dark future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Actually, thank you very much to everyone on this panel. And as I had predicted, this was going to be a panel for the ages. So thank you very much again. Thank you. As I ask our friends to depart, I will I'm going to thank everybody, and I'm going to be moving very quickly onto our next, which is Robert. Robert, are you ready to take Yolan's place as I'd asked? Yes, you can go. Yes. And I think we have James online, but I just disconnected him. And then after that, I promise that we'll have a little bit of a coffee break before we continue. Yeah, he's going to be on. Thank you for agreeing. Glen? Thanks, brother. Thank you. And I didn't want to put you on the spot. You're sore, are you? Because I think you looks like Ukrainian is really I'm saying he's underworn it. Oh, so over. No, I'm good. All right, Adrian, let's just sit down for another 30 minutes because the person, the person we're going to be hearing from in the next 30 minutes The two individuals are two very important individuals, and the one other thing that I have to correct in the book is that the individual who's going to be speaking is going to be addressing in this. I would ask everybody to sit down for a second.
I'm sorry.
I think, man, that this is Janos. There's guys. I got a funny feeling about that. This is not going to. Is James on? James is on. All right. I would ask everyone to sit down at this point because we're going to be moving on to our next panel, and then we'll take a coffee break afterwards. Okay. Yoda. George. Mariana. All right, Robert. I think despite the fact that I think you've got a good enough voice and a loud enough voice to intimidate all these folks to sit down and introduce. And again, I want to apologize. The one mistake we did make, and James had asked me to make sure that wasn't made. I don't know how we did that. We said the U.S. perspective. Actually, James is going to be in charge of saying why free, stable, and prosperous Ukraine still matters from a NATO perspective. So, Robert, it's all yours.
Thank you, Walter. I want to start by quickly answering the question Walter asked the last panel. In 1990, when it was being discussed and talked about that Ukraine might become independent or try to be independent, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the pundits all said over and over, it will lead to civil war. It will lead to bloodshed. Both the Post and the New York Times said it could be nuclear chaos. December 1st, 1991, 92% of the people of Ukraine voted for independence, and it became peacefully independent. Now, because of Putin, Ukraine is fighting its war of independence. We, the United States, we, the West, totally misunderstood Ukraine. Why? We've been fat, happy, sassy, and free for too long. The people of Ukraine either lived under communism or were a first generation after. They knew what it was like to have to go to the forest for church on Sunday, the shortages, the intimidation, the gulag. They knew what it was like to have to watch everything they spoke because somebody was watching. They knew what not having freedom was, and they are fighting for their freedom. We didn't understand what that meant. I give them an A. They're fighting a war that they shouldn't have had to fight because we should have been doing more. As for our speaker, having just spoken, James has been marvelous over the years, talking about Ukraine, talking about NATO, talking about the situation. I remember when Putin became president, I remember James Shear saying, this is going to be a real problem for the West. This man is going to be a problem. Another little prediction he made, I remember when Yushchenko was running for president, he said, if Viktor Yushchenko loses, it will be terrible. But what would be worse is if he was elected and failed as president. We're suffering Ukraine is suffering the consequences of a very complex failure that took place. I don't want to spend a lot of time introducing somebody I believe we all should know. I do want to comment on the title, even though Walter just corrected it. It says, why free, stable, and prosperous Ukraine still matters, a NATO perspective. The problem that the last panel and others have been discussing is not that it still matters. The West and NATO have never understood how badly it matters. It matters more now than ever before. James, it's yours.
Bob, thank you very much for your heartening introduction.
You're moving.
Can you all hear me properly? Yes? I am interpreting silence as a yes. Now I hear talk about wires. Could someone please tell me if I'm being heard properly? Someone with a microphone, would you please tell me if I'm being heard properly?
Yeah, sorry. It's James speaking. Can you just ask him? Can you go ahead now?
Yes. Can you hear me properly? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're on.
I'm on. All right, fine. Techie problems over. Right. NATO is at a defining moment. By treaty, it is an alliance of 30 sovereign states, open to more states who share its interests and aspirations. But in ethos and of necessity, it is the guarantor of security in Europe. If European security is overturned, NATO's ability to meet its treaty obligations is threatened. In 1997, a British Prime Minister, John Major, described Ukraine as the pivot of European security. What he foresaw is that the loss of Ukraine's independence would have multiple reverberations across East Central Europe and the entire Black Sea region. What he did not foresee was this war or anything approximating to it. Let alone did he foresee that Ukraine could, to all intents and purposes, be wiped off the map by Russia. That is what we are looking at today. The custodians of Russian policy do not doubt the connections I have referred to between Ukraine's security, general European security, and the security of NATO allies. Since Vladimir Putin's accession to power, I would say for a long time before that, for centuries before that, the proposition that Russian civilization extends beyond the borders of Russia itself and confers special rights on Russia over others has been both a principle of Russian policy and of Russian statehood. I was in the room in October 2014 when Sergei Lavrov said the following: Moldova and the Baltic states need to consider events in Ukraine and draw conclusions. On the 9th of June this year, Vladimir Putin shocked many by evoking the Great Northern War and the legacy of Peter the Great as the basis of his own policy. And catching the end of Stephen Blank's remarks, I could see that this speech has already been referred to at least once. There is every reason to be shocked by what Putin said, but there's absolutely no reason to be surprised by it in view of this history that, unfortunately, as Bob was implying in his introduction to me, very few people have taken seriously. But in view of all this, in view of the abundance of facts at our disposal now, how very surprising it is that to this day, a number of NATO allies remain reluctant to embrace Ukraine's cause as their own. And that also applies to a number of prominent US thinkers in the United States, including some politicians, including, I dare say, in the corridors of power in Washington, who refuse to accept that Ukraine's survival and its success are vital or even central to US interests. But if we do accept these things, and I am confident that virtually everybody in the room I'm speaking to does accept them, then what follows? First, above all, here, as in many other enterprises, there is an urgent need for clarity. Clarity can be damaging in politics, but in strategy, it is essential, and its absence will have dire effects. The first thing to be clear about is this: there can be no strategy in any proper sense of the word without a clear aim. If I may quote the current British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, our aim must be to see to it that Russia is defeated and that it is seen to be defeated. That means that its forces have to be expelled from the territory they have occupied since the 24th of June. Of course, today, not at once. The most urgent need at once, as soon as possible, is for Ukraine to be strong enough to impose a stalemate that will enable it to strengthen its forces and expel Russian forces from these territories at a later stage of conflict. But one should be in no doubt that they can, about the prospect of them being expelled by diplomacy. They will not be expelled by diplomacy. No one will be able to cite a single occasion where, at least since Putin has been in power, and I would say with maybe one or two minor exceptions for a much longer time before then, when any territory ceded to Russia has ever been returned to its lawful jurisdiction, or when any frozen conflict has been frozen. I need not tell Ukrainians in this audience that more Ukrainian servicemen have died after the Minsk Accords were concluded than before that. I need not tell any Georgians sitting in this audience that the demarcation line agreed under European supervision and with the blessing of French President Sarkozy has been used progressively to further erode Georgia's borders. So there should be no doubt that if we take this aim seriously, the only way that Russian forces are going to be expelled from Ukraine's territory, additional territory, will be by force of arms. There should also be no doubt that there should be resolve that the full rigor of Western sanctions and other pressures should remain in place until Ukraine's juridical borders and its territory are restored in full to where they were at the beginning of 2014. But beyond clarity in a definition of an aim, as the figure we pronounce in English, the ancient Chinese authority, Sun Tzu, stated, strategy demands two other things. It demands that we know our enemy and we know ourselves. I, to this day, am not confident that these prerequisites are being met inside NATO, or at least large parts of it, or fully inside the United States. So what do we need to understand about Russia in very brief terms? First, Russia's capacity for and respect for sacrifice. Now, today we hear all manner of highly intelligent, well-credentialed people saying, however this war ends, even if Ukraine is defeated, Russia will be deeply damaged, considerably weaker, and irretrievably weaker. Those people who say that do not understand this adversary. During what Russians call the Great Patriotic War against Nazi Germany, they lost somewhere between 20 and 27 million people. About half the population of European Russia were living in hovels or in holes in the ground when it ended. The economy was shattered, infrastructure was ruined. With respect to my Ukrainian friends, this war in Ukraine has not yet led to destruction on that scale. Nevertheless, when the war was over in June 1945, and after that, by 1947, European democracies were not reassured by all this damage that Russia suffered. They were afraid, and they were right to be afraid. And so what I would say is this: if you understand this adversary, you must understand that if Russia is victorious, the current regime in Russia will be stronger, and its ability to generate fear elsewhere in Europe will increase. The second thing that needs to be understood is what the Russian state leadership and the Russian defense establishment and the intelligence and security establishments, all of these elites understand by strength. What they understand is that strength is not merely and not even primarily material. But when Japan attacked the United States in 1941, its GDP was 1/7 that of the United States, and it imposed a 4-year war upon it. And without the atomic bomb, it might have gone on for far longer. What Putin himself as a person, and many of those around him, I think most Russians I know understand, have an ability to sense very early on, is the mettle of those they are dealing with, their inner strength, what we inadequately call the political will of an opponent, his moral fiber, his willingness to accept risks and face them, his willingness to endure costs. In these respects, the Russian state leadership today finds the West thoroughly wanting. The good news is that not only Putin, but to the best of my knowledge, neither Russia nor the Soviet Union ever attacked an opponent they believed to be stronger. And I would say with absolute confidence, they will not. But a materially strong opponent that is afraid of its own strength and projects that fear in everything it does and hesitates to do and refuses to do and advertises what it hesitates to do and refuses to do is courting danger. The third point about Russia that needs to be understood, and here I will cite Dmitry Trenin, who I think is known to a large number of you, who has every right to be considered an authority in many different ways. On at least 2 occasions in my memory, and this is the second one, the pellucid article he wrote, and he's written it recently in the journal Russia in Global Politics, is an exceptionally lucid statement of what the real aims of the Kremlin leadership are in this war. And what he says at the beginning is that Russia is, not might be or will be, but is waging totalnaya vayna, a total war, albeit he says hybrid. And by hybrid, he doesn't mean something nicer. He means that in addition to the recording has been stopped. Never mind. In addition to the kinetic element, there are all the range of others are employed. Oh, and by the way, I neglected to say, what he said was Russia is in total war with the West. He was not talking about Ukraine. And the aims of this war are very explicitly set out in coalition with China, with its ally, which was described as an ally, not a military ally, but an ally, China, and conditional allies in what he calls the non-West, which he refers to as the greater part and the most dynamic part of the world, to restructure the global order entirely. And he includes, amongst all this, the necessity of more intensive intervention in the internal affairs and internal structures of Western countries. And because this total war is the main preoccupation, the conclusion that follows is that the war in Ukraine that Russia is fighting has to be won as quickly and as decisively as possible. So put that in context when you hear people say, oh, but a war against NATO is a totally different proposition, and the Russians know it. The Russians have never seen the NATO, non-NATO demarcation line as something that is objectively significant. It is of situational importance. It matters only if there is a correlation of forces that can sustain it. Please remember the following. Despite the fact that there were experts around, I won't start pointing fingers at myself or anyone else, who were warning about these things. Before the attack on Georgia, the voices of reason said, oh, they would never do that. Before the annexation of Crimea, the voices of reason said, oh, no, they would never do that. Before the war of 24th February, the voices of reason said, oh, no, they would never do that. And now the same voices are telling us, oh, no, they will never attack NATO. They will never attack any part of NATO. They will never send their diversionary brigades or some components of them into the Russian-speaking parts of Estonia, where I'm speaking from, or Latvia, or some other place. And so the next part, and I'll be very brief about it, know yourself. And I'll just say one thing that Western democracies need to know about themselves. The more protracted, the more inconclusive a war of this kind, particularly a war that is being directly waged by somebody else rather than yourself, the more your own people will question the wisdom of it and the costs they are expected to pay for it. So the longer this goes on, the more things develop to Russia's political advantage. And finally, and this runs clear across everything Sun Tzu ever wrote about, you have to understand the nature of the war you are fighting. And please consider these last comments as postscripts to what I've already said. There's much discussion, understandably, rightly, about the risk of escalation. But there's a deficiency of understanding that the risk of escalation is inherent in war itself. If you, as a leader of an alliance or a commander-in-chief, are unwilling to accept that risk and face it, then you are not up to the task, as simple as that. The greater, again, particularly against a highly aggressive, determined adversary that knows itself very well, the greater your own fear of escalation, the greater its likelihood will be. This is the way things are. What does Trenin say about it? He says the risk of escalation is very serious and increasing. But does he say the conclusion is for Russia to restrain itself? No, to the contrary. He says the conclusion must be that its aims in Ukraine must be accomplished as quickly as possible, and the general adversary, the West, must be forced, must be forced to respect Russia's interests. Now, you will remember that Russia published these two draft treaties back in December 2021, one about Ukraine's denazification and demilitarization, another about NATO and withdrawal of NATO's forces. And when we looked at this treaty saying that NATO should withdraw all the forces it has deployed since May 1997, everyone in the West laughed. But they completely missed the point. The Russians had no expectation that we would turn around and say, oh yes, let's sit down and talk about that. The question is, after the war in Ukraine is won, after they are stronger and know they are stronger and are behaving accordingly, what are we going to say in response then? After some of the most pro-war politicians in Europe are no longer in power, what are we going to say and be willing to talk about then? That's the question that matters, not now. In war, you have to apply power at a level proportionate to the ends, not your own imagined view about what the adversary will or will not accept. And if you want to accomplish an objective, you have to use at least a sufficiency of power to do this. You don't dribble it out hesitantly and incrementally over months and years. Some of us, and again, I won't point fingers at me and Stephen Blank and one or two other people in this room, as far back as 2015, spoke about the necessity for creating and resourcing a structure of deterrence inside Ukraine itself. And in March 2021, during that forces buildup, we said it has now become absolutely vital to strengthen Ukraine's defenses. Accepting that all that advice was ignored and probably not even heard by anyone of consequence. If NATO countries had given President Zelensky the arms he was asking for 2 or 3 months ago when he was asking for them, we wouldn't have to be talking about the fact that, well, they're not trained to use them. Ukraine's forces would all be trained up by now, and we would not be looking at the maps we're looking at of Russian forces incrementally advancing in Donbass. We'd be looking at something at a very different and far more promising reality. My final point is this. The longer we avoid facing these truths about the adversary and the nature of the war itself, the starker our choices will become. If we do not face the truths now, I fear that Ukraine will be defeated, and the efforts we have undertaken up to now, and I don't mean since February, I mean since 1992, will all have been in vain. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, James. Anyone have questions they want to ask? You do? Yeah. Go ahead, Walter.
James, we can't hear you without Mykola.
Walter, you need to be louder.
Yeah. I not only need to be louder, I need a microphone.
Good.
James, you're an old and trusted friend. You've been with us a long, long time, and that the last sentence struck me. Otherwise, I would not have taken your time with a question. But you've been watching it. You're absolutely right. You, Robert, in fact, just about everybody in this room, and just about everybody in those panels. I've actually complimented every panel because these were the parents of a Ukraine that we've seen. This Ukraine that we thought was going to be free, prosperous, and stable. We've seen the numbers. We've looked at the numbers that Katie Fox gave us. I don't know if you saw the early projections, but the NDI people gave numbers of 90% for EU membership, 75% for NATO. You remember we sat around in Odessa in 2006, I think with Mykola and so on, and we were handed, there was only, even under Yushchenko, it was only 19% for NATO. Given the fact that this Ukraine has grown up to be a European nation in every sense of the word, and worthy, look at its military, worthy of being part of NATO. Having said all that, are we too close as the friends of Ukraine, as this wonderful circle that we've developed over the last 30 years? Are we too close to it? Is that sentiment that we have, is that reflected in the places of power? And I'm going to be asking you that as a European, as someone who sits in England and watches what's going on in Europe. Do they understand how vital is it, or is it just that we're talking to ourselves and they're not hearing us? Well, I know it's a tough question to ask, but I need to do it.
Well, I have to say it will highlight things a bit. As I think, I mean, you know yourself, Walter, I'm literally sitting in Estonia and I've been living here for 4 years. But I was, you know, I have taken part in a number of very serious discussions in Britain at, let's say, semi-official level, at senior levels. And in both Estonia and the UK, you could be very confident about understanding what this is about, who the adversary is, and about resolve and all the rest of it. Nevertheless, and I think I'd be speaking for all these people who have this understanding, when you ask about confidence in Europe or even the United States, we cannot express it in such glowing terms. I'm pleased with the results of the Draghi, Macron, and Scholz meeting in Kiev, which is about candidate status only, which is all that Ukraine has any right to expect at this point. But do not underestimate the opposition to this. And don't make the mistake we so often made, either with the EU or NATO, of saying that something is going to happen until it happens. I'll believe it, we can believe it when we see it. I'm a confirmed, as you know, I'm a professional pessimist, so I will deliver a pessimistic forecast. I think the EU will welcome the prospects of Ukraine's candidate membership of the EU, but attach certain conditions. And that will be the compromise hammered out. And that compromise will ignore the fact that in wartime and in the likely post-war conditions that Ukraine faces, implementing any of these conditions will be a complete impossibility. But I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong about 2/3 of what I just said a moment ago. So anyway, I hope that's an answer, at least, Walter.
It is. It is. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, James, it's been good. It's been educational, as always. Appreciate your time and sticking with us as we ran over. And I think Walter said we're going to take a short break here and then get back to the other panels. Enjoy your evening. Thank you very much.
Yes, Robert, thank you very much in the last moment for agreeing. And I knew that your word and James' word count for a great deal for our group gathered today. James, again, thank you very much for everything you've done. That OBE behind your name really suits you. We trust you. We trust, and we hope that you continue to be that astute observer that you always have. Thank you, sir. And Robert, thank you again.
And stay in touch.
Yes, we will. Thank you, James.
Bye.
All right, and as I promised, a coffee break will be happening, and then we have a very, very important last panel, a very important panel about national identity. I think let's keep it to about 5 minutes of a break. Thank you, folks. individuals in some of the areas. And that's on viable social cohesion and established national identity, assessing Ukraine's progress or regress. I think you'd like the report card on this one. That's intuitively saying. And so, Ambassador Budjeryn, the floor is actually all yours. Okay, sir.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me? That's okay. Can you hear me? No, we need it for the online stuff. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to give you this last one. Okay, Walter, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very special panel on, as Walter mentioned, social cohesion. We have 5 panelists with us who are experts in the area. And I would like to just start off, first of all, by saying that in the tripod of political stability in any country, there's the politics of the situation, the economics, and as well as the civic society or the social situation in a country. So we are now looking at an area of that tripod right now. And unfortunately, over the course of historical analysis and academic analysis, sometimes not enough focus is placed on the social cohesion of a country in terms of its stability and its growth. And in this environment, in Ukraine in particular, what has happened over the years has been a focus of one aspect of that social relationship, and that is the Ukrainian-Russian relationship. In other words, the ethnic relationships in the country. And before we start our discussions, I'd like to point out a few things that are actually strengths in Ukraine's social cohesion. In terms of the ethnic situation in Ukraine, I think it's very important to realize that back in December of 1991, Ukraine, during its independence referendum, over 90% of the populace voted in favor of Ukrainian independence. And I make this point because there's a key issue in this number, and that is that the majority of ethnic Russians voted in support of Ukrainian independence. This includes the people in eastern Ukraine, as well as in Crimea, which is the only area in Ukraine that is ethnically Russian in terms of the numbers in its population. It wasn't until the little green men showed up many decades later that the ethnic issue really became a major source of conflict in the social cohesion of the country. Another aspect that we like to focus on in regards to Ukraine, and it's in a critical manner, unfortunately, is corruption. Corruption is a valid issue to examine in Ukraine. No one's going to deny that. But I think when we focus on the corruption and the weakness of the economy, we overlook some of the strengths in the social nature of Ukraine's society. And here I'm talking about the very vivid and vibrant civic society that has developed over time in Ukraine. And you see that, and I'd like to point to 2 things. Since President Kravchuk, there have been, I believe, 5 presidential elections in Ukraine. Now, some of them were marred, and we had to have a redo of the Yanukovych-Yushchenko election. But at the same time, you have to realize that these elections have taken place in a fairly peaceful environment, and there was a peaceful transfer of power. By any social science measure, I think academics would say that Ukraine, therefore, is a stable democracy to a certain extent because of the number of elections it's been able to sustain in a peaceful manner and in a democratic manner. Another thing I would point to in terms of civic society is the Orange Revolution, as well as the Maidan, the great outpouring of Ukrainians that have gotten involved in the political process. I think Ukraine has a very, very vibrant civic society based not only on its own NGOs, but also on the presence of outside NGOs that work with Ukrainian organizations. So the point I want to make as the platform from which we will have our discussion is that Ukraine has a very vibrant civic society, and Ukraine had a fairly peaceful, stable ethnic relationship until the little green men showed up, as I mentioned. So, but we have 5 experts here that will examine these as well as various other issues. I'd like to introduce them very quickly right now. To my
my left, your right, is Oris Jurkiw. Oris comes to us formerly from the Helsinki Commission on the Hill, where he spent many years. He is now co-chair of the Transatlantic Task Force that examines a lot of the democratic issues that I just pointed out to. Next, we have Hanna Hopko. Hanna is a journalist by profession. She's involved in various reform efforts and in Ukraine, as well as in developing the new talent in Ukraine, the younger generations. She's a former member of parliament, so she'll bring a great perspective for us. Then Janusz Bugarski. Janusz is from the Jamestown Foundation. He's an expert. I think, Janusz, you've written well over 20 books or so on the various topics related to Eastern Europe, Ukraine, as well as democracy. Joining us by Zoom will be Alex Motel, professor from Rutgers. I'm sure Alex is very well known to all of our audience members. Alex is very prolific in his analysis of Ukraine, Russia, as well as Ukraine-Russian relations, and has written a number of books on the issue. Last but not least is Mark Thomas from La Salle University, a political scientist who has also written extensively on the region that we, is an expert on Russia, as well as the relationships that Russia has with the surrounding countries. Our panelists will speak for about 10 minutes apiece. We will then open the floor to questions. So without further ado, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Oris, and we'll start this discussion right now.
Okay, thanks very much, Roman. So, not being a sociologist, I wasn't even sure sort of how to tackle this issue of social cohesion and national identity during this time of war. So I'm just going to address some things that I think might be pertinent or relevant in sort of three parts. First, the attempts to destroy Ukrainian identity and social cohesion. And we all know this is nothing new. Russia has had a long and ugly tradition going back centuries of attempting to eradicate Ukraine's national, cultural, linguistic, and historical identity. During Tsarist imperial times, for example, the infamous 1863 Valuyev decree forbidding publication in the Ukrainian language, where it was said that, the Ukrainian language never was, is not, and will not be, or the 1876 Ukaz. Or during Soviet times, the genocidal Holodomor, or the executions of Ukrainian intellectuals of the 30s, or the Soviet government's post-World War II, even Russification policies, or the persecution of Ukrainian dissidents in the 70s and 80s. And this is by no means a comprehensive list. And you saw it manifested in Russia even before 2014, before the war. Just one tiny example, Russian films for the last 15 to 20 years portraying Ukrainians in demeaning and denigrating ways. And of course, that's been nothing new in Russia. And we saw it escalated post-2014 in occupied Crimea and the Donbass, wholesale denial of human rights and freedoms, including religious, except of course for the Russian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate, the suppression of Ukrainian identity, the Russification we saw across the board, and the persecution of pro-Ukrainian activists and Crimean Tatars. Since February 24th, the scale of Russia's attempts to eradicate Ukraine as a state, nation, and people has really, as we all know, gone off the charts. It's a genocidal campaign by what I call the dictator and 21st century imperialist wannabe Putin, who fancies himself as Peter the Great. President Biden put it succinctly last month, I think it was, when he asserted that it's become clear and clear that Putin's just trying to wipe out the idea of being Ukrainian. Recall Putin's infamous essay last summer on the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians, or Russia's recently publicized, as Timothy Snyder calls it, genocidal handbook, a program for the complete elimination of the Ukrainian nation as such. And of Nazis, which means anyone who self-identifies as Ukrainian. Tragically, we've seen this pattern of genocide play out. We all see it in on our TV screens and social media and newspapers. So I won't go into detail on that, the killings and the destruction of lives and property. One aspect that doesn't get as much attention is the horrible filtration camps, systematic campaign of forcible displacement to Russia, including more than 200,000 children. And we see what's happening with the Kremlin taking active steps to Russify and annex the newly occupied territories like Kherson Oblast, Ukrainian state symbols removed from public spaces, and Russian curriculum introduced in local schools, or the hryvnia being replaced by the ruble, Ukrainian media and internet services being cut off. The so-called passportization, Putin's recently decree for expediting Russian citizenship, the introduction of Russian administrative structures, and of course, elected officials, journalists, community leaders, and others being rounded up and abducted and tortured, some 600 reportedly in Kherson alone, So can one even meaningfully talk about social cohesion or maintaining identity under these kinds of circumstances of barbaric devastation? And, we're nearly between a quarter and a third of the population has been displaced either internally or externally. Well, look at all the exceptional bravery of the military and civilians helping to defend the country in countless ways, the territorial defense units and partisan guerrilla movements and average citizens taking up arms and all the volunteering, providing humanitarian aid going on. Just one example, I read recently about, all the volunteer drivers who risk their lives bringing medical and humanitarian supplies to the front or helping people to flee these newly occupied territories. Look at the resistance in these territories, including all the partisan activity in Kherson and Melitopol and Mykola and Hodar. In fact, Alex Motin recently wrote an article about that, so maybe he could talk about that some more. And it ranges from, whether it be killings of pro-Russian figures and sabotage to more peaceful means like rallies, or simply the refusal of average citizens to cooperate with the Russians. Or look at all the many affirmations, if you will, of Ukrainian identity in both fine arts and traditional Ukrainian folk art and music, whether it be Pisanki or the bandura, often amplified by non-Ukrainian cultural figures. Just one example, think of how the partisan song that number of us here, us older folks, grew up hearing even before Ukraine became independent. Oyu Luzi, Czerwona Kalina, has become known throughout the world, part thanks to Pink Floyd, or how more Ukrainians are speaking Ukrainian, or all the efforts to remove names of Russian and Soviet figures from metro stations and landmarks and substitute them for Ukrainian patriots like, the dissonant hero who died in the Gulag in 1985, poet Vasil Stus. And even sadly, in new rituals, in military funerals, such as the draping or folding of the Ukrainian flag coffins like we do here in the United States. And again, these are just some examples. So here are some factors, if you will, that I think may account for the Ukrainian people's remarkable cohesion, unity, and solidarity in the face of this brute aggression. And I think to start, one is the remarkable leadership by example. President Zelensky, you heard the polls, he has over 90% support among Ukrainians, not to mention, I think if he ran for president of the United States, he'd win hands down. And a government that has shown incredible courage and determination and cohesion too, in that former political rivals have displayed unity. Although I'm starting to hear of some examples of some fissures there lately, but be that as it may, related, and what's happened too is you've had a factor of very active, Roman touched upon this, active and dynamic civil society and NGOs, and a volunteer culture, and the two, of course, are intertwined. NGO's been active since even before independence. Just think of Ruch, but it was the Maidan and the 2014 invasion that really propelled it, really catapulted both civil society and this culture of both group and individual volunteerism. And on an earlier panel, you heard, I think it was Katie Fox, say that reportedly 70% of Ukrainians are engaged in volunteer efforts, which is really an astounding number. And related to this is decentralization, where people on a local and community level, officials and ordinary citizens, they feel empowered, they take responsibility and initiative. And apparently this is something that the invading Russians have a hard time understanding, living as they do in their top-down Russia's totalitarian system. So an essential point also to keep in mind is that there's a larger civic nationalism, a loyalty and patriotism, and this sense of national belonging that goes beyond the ethnic or linguistic identity. It's a commitment to Ukraine's democracy and democratic values and practices, and to freedom and independence, and a desire for a better future, and all those kinds of good things. So now, to Roman's point about ethnic minorities, Ukraine's had a solid track record, as we all know, in the treatment of national minorities since independence, despite the Kremlin's absurd accusations of oppression of Russian speakers, or Viktor Orban's for that matter, but with Hungarians, but we won't go there. Minorities too, like everybody else, are suffering from Russia's war. Think the Crimean Tatars, or the ethnic Greeks who live mostly in Donetsk region, Mariupol, or Jews who've lived throughout Ukraine for many centuries and who've had synagogues bombed, and the Holocaust Memorial as well. And I kind of want to single them out. All of them are loyal to state and fighting for Ukraine's future, and that includes the Roma, okay, who in Ukraine, as in so many other countries in Europe, are kind of marginalized and discriminated against. They've always kind of been at the bottom of the barrel, yet Ukrainian Romani serve in territorial defense units and military. They participate in peaceful protests in the occupied cities. NGOs representing Roma volunteer, organize shelters for displaced persons. They deliver humanitarian aid, et cetera, et cetera. And religious denominations are all doing their part and more. And even the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchate seems to, at long last, be severing their ties with the Russian Orthodox Church and with Putin's lapdog, the notorious Patriarch Kirill. And by the way, reportedly, 75% of its parishioners have left that church since February. So, and also I think another is a boost to morale is just the material and moral support from around the world for Ukraine. I mean, we've seen it here in the United States in spades. So to conclude, putting everything else aside, the sheer brutality of Russia's unprovoked war is a key factor in fostering also cohesion and unity and sense of identity. And of course, Ukraine, there's a long legacy of Ukrainians fighting for their freedom. Ukrainian history is replete with resistance to foreign domination. You know, Ukrainians are like most people. They don't like to have their land invaded. They want to be left alone to live their lives in peace and freedom. But when a savage, unjust war is perpetrated against them, they'll fight back, you know, out of sense of duty, nobility, for the common good, actually for their very survival. So despite all the killing and suffering and trauma and destruction, and irrespective of what lies ahead, and there will be very difficult times ahead, I believe that Ukrainian unity and identity will only grow stronger. So, you know, my grade, I don't know if I give it now or at the end, is an A, if it within that context.
Thank you, the organizers, Volodka Zaritsky, and thank you, Ambassador Papadyuk, for moderating this panel. And what to add after such brilliant presentation of Orest Dyczekivsky. So maybe I just should share my my thoughts because listening to Orest, I was thinking about 2014. The first time I met President Biden, but at that time Vice President. This was just after Euromaidan. When US Embassy asked me to guide Vice President Biden at St. Michael Cathedral to show how the civic sector of Euromaidan was organized, the civil society protest. And we were walking and Mr. Biden was telling me a story about his family, that he belongs to the Roman Catholic and we were staying in St. Michael Cathedral at the end of the discussion. And then I told Mr. Biden, please look at the St. Michael Cathedral, which is just 600 meters from St. Sophia Cathedral, which is just close and opposite to St. Michael Cathedral. And I was really very thankful to the US government for helping us to rebuild in the St. Sophia Cathedral Oranta, how it's in English, mosaics of Oranta. Yeah, so but then I told President Biden, if Putin and his propaganda says that Ukraine is an artificial state or fake state, you should see the St. Sophia Cathedral, which was built at the beginning of 11th century when Moscow didn't exist. President Biden was smiling and saying, it seems like you love your country very much. And I answered, I want the world to love my country as I do. So I think it's really important when we are talking about Ukraine's history to understand that we are the nation with more than 1,000 years of history. And it's a part also of our DNA. So we are a nation which now defending Europe, not now, 400 years ago, and for many centuries, we were defending Europe from invasion of different, I would say, authoritarian regimes. Yeah, but this is really important, and I'm now in Washington to convince the State Department to recognize Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, to recognize Wagner Group as a terroristic organization, to impose sanctions against Kirill. UK today announced sanctions against Kirill, and I don't understand why in US it's a big, how to say, problem to impose sanctions against Kirill, who is, how to say, who serves not God but the evil totalitarian regime. So I think it's really important to mention also in this audience Lancelot Lawton, who visited Ukraine, and he made a big research, the Ukrainian questions. In 1935, in the House of Commons in UK, he made his presentation, the Ukrainian questions. And I encourage you to read this, because he predicted that not allowing Ukraine to be independent and country with 1,000 years of tradition, it will create a problems for stability of the whole European continent. So I would say that now it's also important to keep in mind what Lancelot Lawton was written in 1935, that it's also, let me just to quote another, so the future of Europe depends on the situation in Ukraine, but I'm also here to explain what Ukrainian victory means for us. And thanks to IRI and NDI, they explained that more than 90% of Ukrainians believe that we can win this war. And we, with the failure of Russian blitzkrieg to occupy the capital of Ukraine, so now in the second stage of the full-scale escalation, we need more weapons, to win the second stage, and then to continue the occupation of territories of Donbass and Crimea. And because the only complete victory, which includes full restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty, this is the way to fight totalitarianism. And it's in the interest of the US, the EU, because Ukraine defeating Russia is a clear signal to China. Because the issue is China. If China gets sense of that nuclear blackmail works, then they could easily use this strategy. And what it seems like really needed, the strategy towards Russia, because it seems the lack of strategy or the wrong strategy towards Russia creates a problem of reluctance or delay with weapons supply for Ukraine. 2 months ago, I often asked a question to our Western partners: are you helping us to win or not to collapse? Are you helping us to restore control over Ukrainian territories, or you are providing us the weapon we need just to deter Russians, but not to deoccupy territories? Because the issue with unblocking the Black Sea ports, which is critical to avoid global hunger threats. The situation with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, we definitely need to return control with on the Zaporizhzhia power plant. And now what I'm reading the news from Ukraine, the National Council of Security and Defense, they're discussing the new attack, the risk of new attack from Belarusian side, just to cut Ukraine off from Western military and humanitarian aid supply, and probably even another attack on Kyiv. So this is why the question of leadership of the US to help Ukraine to win this war faster, because this idea of long-term war after 8 years of ongoing aggression, for us, of course, we will be fighting until we win. But the question is the price. So during this full-scale period, we lost a lot of Ukrainian leaders, and this is the representatives of young generation. Many friends of mine died defending Ukraine, and it's hard to convey why we failed with the no-fly zone over Ukraine, because Mariupol could be protected, and even fighter jets. We still haven't received fighter jets we were promised to get. So I'm very thankful for the weapons we already received, but it's not the answer to the full-scale escalation when Russian armed forces have advantages. So I think also we should keep in mind that West is largely responsible for helping Putin's regime grow stronger economically, military, and European values were sacrificed, European security was sacrificed. And let's be frank, former USSR countries were sacrificed as a buffer states. It was done in the name of things like access to Russian energy, using Russia to counterbalance China and others. But I think now it's really hard to see the lack of leadership even in the Black Sea, when Russia controls now territorial waters and also Ukraine's exclusive economic zone that is the size of South Korea. It's about 137 square kilometers. So this is the questions, how and when we will see a real, like during Reagan times. And this is now in Kyiv.
And in Lviv.
No, it's in Kyiv.
Yeah, and I'm getting.
And the same in Lviv. So now this is sirens. Sirens in Kyiv. So this is really, when we are talking here, sirens are in Kyiv. And I think it's really important finally for West, and I heard James Scher's speech and others. So it's great that today Scholz, Macron, Draghi, and the Romanian President Iohannis are visiting Kiev. I remember the visit of UN Secretary General Guterres when the journalist of Radio Liberty was killed as a result of missile attacks. So this was an attack on the UN and international institutions. And also, so I think I can talk a lot, but let's be frank. It's not about the issue of Ukraine's identity. It's very clear that we, Ukraine, language, culture, history, when Peter the Great renamed in 1721 Moscovia, still in the name of Rus, name in Russia. Then during the Soviet Union, when they used Holodomor, man-made famine to destroy Ukrainian nation. And now Patrushev is advising Putin that in the autumn period, they could combine Holodomor by deliberately attacking state reserves of grain and others, and also destroying critical infrastructure, heating season before the winter season. So I think it's really important to start focusing on a strategy towards Russia. And one of the reasons why I'm saying this, because I feel this fear of Ukraine defeating Russia. What next? Don't be afraid. Let me quote your president. Let's start preparing a strategy of post-imperial Russia. When Soviet Union collapsed, nothing happened. The independence of Ukraine now became a guarantee that Putin hasn't attacked Sweden or Finland or other nation. So he attacked us because we were not a part of that. So this is why I think to stop here, I think the dialogue regarding the future of Russia should include not just Russian opposition, but also the representatives of indigenous people who are suffering a lot from persecution of Russia. And also, I think this is really important to talk about decolonization of Russia, which is also the best thing for Russian society. And also, I think democratization with engagement of a representative of republics. It's also, and Ukraine could share our experience of decentralization reform with them. But at the end, I wanted to mention one thing. It's Albert Razin. It's Udmurtia academic and public figure. And this June, he had to celebrate his 82nd birthday. But in 2018, he died as during the act of self-immolation as a protest because Udmurtia language is about to disappear, about to disappear. And this he wanted to demonstrate the tragedy of invisible indigenous people and ethnic group in Russia. So I think in Helsinki Commission, there should be hearings on situation of persecution of indigenous people and human rights violation of ethnic and national minority. And also we have to start seriously talking and not to be afraid of preparing a strategy of Russia. And I do believe that God's purpose to Ukraine in 21st century as a spiritual basket of the world, not just as a bread basket, as also as a spiritual basket to help the nations which are suffering for being in prison to be free. Because Ukraine is a nation of freedom, dignity, real values. We are sacrificing our lives. And the question is how to convince our Western partners that concessions at the expense of Ukrainian interests are not acceptable anymore after 8 years of so-called peaceful settlement of the conflict. And actually, I think what we would like to see. President Biden visiting Ukraine. I think it's also a demonstration of true leadership. And I don't understand why President Biden is not in Kiev, like other leaders, representative, like Romania and others. I think it's important to come. It's important to unite efforts to defend freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. And it's important to stop the blackmail of usage of nukes as a deterrent strategy to prevent West to help us more. So I stop here, but I haven't seen my daughter for last 4 months, and within last 9 years, I sacrificed a lot just to see how West is helping Ukraine to become a success story. And after the failure in Afghanistan, it's a time for true leadership. It's not like I visited Germany, Berlin, and Chancellor office. They told me, Hannah, we want Ukraine to win, but Russia not to lose. Sorry, it's unacceptable. The West is also morally responsible to help Ukraine to win. And I don't care if Russia lose or not. Russia should, and Russian regime should be under the international tribunal, like Nazi Germany, paying reparations. And Russian Sikh society also should be responsible for this. It's not just about Putin regime, because in Ukraine, we not allowed Yanukovych regime to build authoritarian regime inside Ukraine. So Russian society allowed Putin to become stronger and to move Russian society from authoritarianism to totalitarianism. So let's be very honest. As a mom of 11 years old daughter, I haven't seen a half pregnant woman. I haven't seen how you could serve the God and evil the same time. So actually, if you really want to help Ukraine to win, but not to collapse or not to to stay and to every day to see how the best people of country dying, so you know how to help Ukraine. Really, there is just question of political will, resolve, and actually strategic decision that Ukraine is not a buffer zone anymore. That Ukraine with Georgia and Moldova are not countries in between. So the EU should send a geopolitical signal to Russia if they want to become a geopolitical player. That candidate status is a symbolic step. Let's be frank. And I waste my time to convince European countries to Brussels, to Copenhagen, to Sweden, to Germany, to Paris, just to convince them that we deserve candidate status, when this is more symbolic. It's not about like giving us membership tomorrow. It's candidate status. It's like membership action plan in 2008, which we haven't received. And now we are suffering a lot. So emotionally, I'm really very disappointed that instead of, because the success would have been happen if we avoid the full-scale war and not now sitting and discussing how to help Ukraine to win.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Fantastic. Thank you, Roman, and thank you in particular to Walter for inviting me and organizing conferences that are always timely. Maybe because Ukraine is always timely. In direct answer to the panel topic, let me begin by saying that Ukraine today probably has a stronger national identity than any country in Europe, certainly any country I know. When you literally face the prospect of extermination, you not only fully understand who you are, but you know that in order to survive, you have to stand together with your national community. I don't want to repeat what has already been said, but I want to focus on, I'm going to make 3 observations regarding history, interethnic relations, and a common future, and place these in an international context. And at the end, I'm going to repeat a little bit of what Hannah was saying, but elaborated a little bit on the future of Russia. So regarding common history, this is the first point. I think this is a good time, and I talked with Walter earlier. I'm a sort of frustrated optimist. I think we can do more. It's a good time, I think, for Ukraine to educate Europe and America by comparing Ukrainian identity with Russian identity, as this is still not properly understood in the West. I think the war provides a major opening for facts, as much of the world has finally woken up to the existence of an imperial Russia. It is vital to underscore that Ukraine is liberating itself not only from Muscovite control, but also from Muscovite mythology. The truth helps Ukraine and it hurts Russia. This is part of the strategy to win. In particular, I would say the fact that Moscow, and I'll focus on one fact I think Oris mentioned this, that Moscow is hell-bent on the forcible Russification of Ukrainians, indicates several things. One, if you have to kidnap, deport, and split Ukrainian families in order to re-ethnify them, it shows how strong Ukrainian identity actually is. Whereas American or European soft power is the power of attraction, Russian soft power can be defined as compulsory assimilation and enforced Russification. Russian hard power, by the way, is the outright murder of unarmed civilians. We've already covered some of this. Second point, the Russification of Ukrainians demonstrates that the Kremlin needs more Russians because the population of the Russian Federation is declining. There has been a mass exodus or brain drain since the start of the war, and at least a fifth of the population, I don't necessarily trust the census that's supposed to be released soon, but at least a fifth of the population are not Russian anyway. And many more will discover their ethnic and regional roots as the central state fails to hold the federation together. A little bit of self-publicity here. My new book on this very subject, entitled Failed State, A Guide to Russia's Rupture, will be published by the Jamestown Foundation in the coming weeks, probably sometime mid-July. And a Ukrainian translation will be published in Kyiv shortly afterwards. The book was finished actually before the war began, but I believe that the war itself will accelerate some of the processes of Russia's federal dissolution that I detail in the book. Third point, that was a digression, but third point, regarding common history, there is a growing fear among the Russian elite, and it's palpable, that Ukrainians have rediscovered that they have a longer history of statehood than Russia and a stronger identity than Ruski or Rossiyski. Much of Ukrainian history has been appropriated by Moscow since the time of Holy Rus, and Moscow is trying to obliterate all the evidence of its historical larceny. The Kremlin also engages in periodic genocides to reduce the non-convertible Ukrainian population and to exterminate its political and national leadership. This is not just the Russian form of war, it is also the Muscovite form of imperial existence. Second, regarding interethnic and interfaith relations, again, this is a perfect time for Ukraine to better educate the world, including former colonized countries such as India, that Russia is a colonial empire and an imperial prison of nations. It will also become increasingly important to help and work with the indigenous nations, as Hannah mentioned, the indigenous nations of Russia, to help them assert their own identity and history, and in several cases, their independent statehood. No one should be misled by some of the anti-Putin opposition, the so-called liberals and Democrats, however democratic they may be, the Russians, who say that the West must not involve itself in Russia's domestic developments. On the contrary, I would say, as Russia is negatively interfering in the West, so the West must positively interfere in Russia to defend itself through a democracy offensive. If the US administration is actually serious about global democratic renewal, as we keep hearing, then it must focus on Russia, as this is the one centralized non-democratic state that directly threatens Western democracies and prevents democratic development among dozens of suppressed nations within the fake federation. I would say with Ukraine's assistance, Washington can significantly raise awareness about the suppression of indigenous nations and formerly deported peoples in the artificial federation and help campaign on their behalf, as well as for Republican and regional self-determination. It is equally crucial to demonstrate the parallels between what Moscow is doing in Ukraine now with what it did to other colonized, conquered, and Russified populations over the past several hundred years, whether in Tsarist times or Soviet times. I actually spoke at an event last month hosted by the European Parliament on the Circassian genocide of the 19th century and how Russian methods of war and destruction have really not changed over the generations. Now, I think such initiatives in European Parliament, Congress, and elsewhere should be expanded to cover numerous nations. Not only those in the outer empire, such as Ukrainians, Kazakhs, Belarusians, Georgians, and so forth, but also those still in the inner empire, from Chechens to Buryats to Cossacks to Chukchi. You know, there are dozens of nations. And Ukraine can again help to lead this initiative, as it has much more in common, I would say, with non-Russians than with Russians. Whatever you hear from Moscow, it's the exact opposite. Some may say this will be too provocative for Moscow. So what are they going to do, invade Ukraine? They've already tried that. So NATO should, if Ukraine is not afraid of NATO, if Ukraine is not afraid of Russia, NATO should not be afraid of Russia. And certainly not be afraid of a Ukrainian victory, as Hannah pointed out, which will actually hasten the resolution of Europe's biggest problem, the Russian question. That is Europe's biggest problem. Without resolving the Russian question, the Russian imperial question, Europe will always face instability, insecurity on its eastern borders. Last point, and again, looking towards the future, I would always urge Ukrainians to plan ahead, not to be stuck. I know this is extremely tough times. You'll get through it, you will be victorious. But regarding a common future, I think more emphasis needs to be placed by Kyiv on plans for neighborhood relations. With the exception of Hungary and Serbia, for various reasons, who have primarily assisted Moscow, most neighbors have helped Ukraine throughout this crisis, throughout the war. Now, what sort of bilateral political, economic, and security arrangements will Ukraine want to develop with emerging powers such as Poland or the new NATO members such as Finland and Sweden? What sort of a regional alliances does it envisage, not only with Poland, where I think the relationship has become very strong, but with the Baltic states, with Romania, with the other Visegrad countries, and of course, what to do with Belarus? How can it be weaned away from the Russian Empire and become truly independent? And how to include Moldova in emerging regional arrangements? And what to do with Transnistria, especially once Donbass and Crimea are liberated? Ukraine, I think, will be an important, a vital player, pivotal player in any evolving strategies that revolve around these countries. Planning for Ukraine's reconstruction and regional and security future, I think, will be a further motivation for national unity and national purpose and provide Ukraine with a sense of building a common future, in answer to the panel question. So I'm sure Walter will provide us with the venues and the inspiration. I'll stop there. You want grades, by the way? Yeah, well, the only two I really graded were a sense of common history, which I would say is A, verging on A+. There's still work to be done. And a sense of a common future, which I just mentioned, again, somewhere in the A region, but again, aim for A+. You know, always aim higher. That's it.
Absolutely.
Am I next? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to be as short as I possibly can, and I wanted to make 3 key points. One is I'd like to start with by summarizing some of the findings recently released by the Ukrainian sociologist Yevhen Holovacha. His outfit conducted a survey of Ukrainians on November 21st of last year. That is to say, exactly 3 months before the outbreak of hostilities. And then again on May 22nd, exactly 3 months after the war began. And in an interview he gave, he refers to 3 questions that were posed. And let me just give you the findings, which are of some interest. The first question was, have the conditions of life improved or not for the majority of the population? In November 21st, 53% said the conditions of life were bad. On May 22nd, 6 months later, 28% said conditions of life were bad. In contrast, on November 21st, 38% said conditions of life for the majority were good. And on May 22nd, the reverse took place again. 62% claimed that conditions of life for the majority were good. He then asked, when one considers Ukraine over the last few decades, did it have more successes or did it have more failures? And again, on November 21st, 53% said more failures, only 4% said more successes. On May 22nd, a few weeks ago, 30% said more failures, that is to say, compared to 53%, and 18% said that there were more successes. Finally, the third question that I'd like to mention is this. Ukrainians were asked, what do you think about the future? Will things get better or worse? In November 21st, 35% said things would get worse. On May 22nd, the number fell to 7%. And as to whether things would get better, the number on November 21st was 13%. And on May 22nd, it was 76%. Holovacha interprets these numbers, which are quite remarkable because, of course, they do represent a complete reversal. It's almost 180 degrees. He calls this a principled change of attitude towards the Ukrainian state or towards Ukrainian statehood. Whether this reflects social cohesion or whether this reflects a growing national identity or whether it reflects attitudes towards the state, clearly the vast majority of Ukrainians aren't just persuaded that they're going to win this war, they also happen to think that things actually have gotten better, despite the fact that there have been 3 months of war. At least materially, things have actually improved. Now, they may be looking at the baseline, which is death and destruction, and compared to that, anything looks better. But whatever the case, some kind of sea change seems to have taken place. If one looks at other survey findings, one finds similar sorts of results. People are speaking Ukrainian more, their sense of identity has been strengthened. Their attitude towards Russia has significantly changed. You may recall there were polls that showed that the vast majority of Ukrainians viewed Russia positively, and they would do this regardless of what was transpiring around them. It could have been a revolution, it could have been a war, but they still saw Russia positively. Well, that's changed as well. One can go down the list, but there's no reason to do that because, of course, you all know what I'm talking about. Why has this taken place? And, the answer, as Janusz Bugajski suggested, is really quite simple. And it's war plus genocide. Wars do these sorts of things, and genocides do these things as well. These sorts of traumas that entail vast destruction, that entail death, they form national identities. They strengthen and form national identities. They also strengthen and to some degree form social cohesion. Both of them force individuals who might have been wavering about who they are and which particular entity they belong to they forced them to choose sides. You can't sit on the barricade anymore during a war. You're either for us or against us. The same holds true even more so during conditions of genocide. Were it not for the Holocaust, it's not clear that Israel would exist. And certainly, as we all know, the Holocaust has become a founding myth of Jewish identity throughout the world. The same is true of the Armenian genocide. The same would have been true in Ukraine had not all talk of the Holodomor been banned for several decades. But on the other hand, the Holodomor has served as one of the founding myths. And by myth, I don't mean to say falsehoods. I just mean a strong kind of narrative. It's certainly been one of the founding myths and one of the strongest myths that have contributed to the consolidation of identity within the Ukrainian diaspora. So wars do these sorts of things, and genocide does this as well. As a number of people have pointed out, this isn't the first time that Russia has acted in such a fashion with regard to Ukrainian identity. The Orange Revolution of 2014, excuse me, the Maidan Revolution of 2014, the Orange Revolution of 2004, all of them entailed, both of them entailed some degree of fairly extensive Russian involvement, especially the Maidan Revolution. And we saw the beginnings of a consolidation of Ukrainian identity even then. So in a way, despite all of the death and destruction that Putin is delivering to Ukraine, he has, willfully or not, created a far stronger sense of Ukrainian identity, and as has been shown by a number of the other speakers, has certainly also contributed to greater sense of social cohesion. Again, it's not Putin's doing, it's the war, it's the genocide. If you want to survive in a war, you have to be able to cooperate, you have to trust. Trust and cooperation immediately translate into social cohesion. The neighbor whom you might not have trusted or might not have wanted to talk to in the past suddenly becomes the lifeline to your survival, as do you for him or her. So wars, times of stress, traumas of the kind that Ukraine is currently undergoing have that kind of effect. And the effect is likely to be permanent. And again, precisely because we're talking about wars and genocides, it's hard to forget the destruction and the death that wars and genocides bring. People remember these things, people mythologize these events, they become extremely important in terms of national rites and rituals. And what, of course, wars and genocides also do, in addition to creating a stronger sense of national identity and social cohesion amongst the victims, they also delineate very clearly who the perpetrators are. And in this case, there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the vast majority of Ukrainians that the perpetrators of the war, perpetrators of the genocide, are not just Putin and a number of his minions. It is, in fact, the Russian people. Perhaps with greater or lesser degrees of responsibility and guilt. But for better or for worse, Ukrainians identify the perpetrators, the victimizers as the Russian people. And that, of course, reinforces the barriers, that reinforces the sense of us and the sense of them. And of course, last but not least, the sense of us versus them. It would be very hard for anyone in Ukraine to argue that Russians are a positive force after the war ends. And we can see that taking place today, both in the historical, journalistic, and other kinds of accounts and narratives and interpretations that one encounters. Russians have been transformed into an evil nation, and they will remain that for the foreseeable future, thereby providing Ukrainians with the other that they somewhat lacked in the past, but which they will now have in flying colors, alas, for the foreseeable future. I'd like to make one final point and then I'll end. And I'd like to talk about this issue of a common history and a common future. Histories are not written in terms of the past. Histories are always written in terms of the present. The historian whoever the historian happens to be, is enmeshed in the social and cultural and political practices of the present. The historian looks to the past through the eyes of the present and thereby constructs various kinds of historical narratives. What's become clear in Ukraine is that Ukrainians, while they may not have perceived themselves as having a common history, to some degree they did, but to some degree they didn't. What they have now is a common present. That is the presence of war, that is the presence of genocide, that is the presence of an Russian evil enemy that is bearing down upon them and wants to destroy them. This common present, which is really the most important thing, is precisely what is going to lead to the creation of a common past. Because as I said, historians view the past through the lens of the present, even though they deny doing that, that's actually what happens. So hence this overwhelming common present will lead to views of the past that become harmonious and more or less unified for the vast majority of Ukrainians. By the same token, the future is also a function of the present, and it's also a function of the past. And with a common presence and a common past, Ukrainians are likely to see themselves, at least for a certain period of time, as having a common future as well. This despite the destruction, this despite the death, or perhaps I should say this because of the destruction and this because of the death that Russians and Putin and his regime have rained down upon Ukraine. So when it comes to grades, like a number of the other speakers, I'd give Ukraine A's for common history, common future, social cohesion. I believe there was also a grade for national identity as well. And if there is, I'd give it an A. And if there isn't, I'd give it an A anyway. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. I would like to open this up with a quote by the great political scientist, great philosopher, and the Yod of information ops. And by the way, an adamant anti-despot, J.K. Rowling's. Words are the greatest form of magic. They have the power to heal or the power to injure. With that, I'd like to go into the possible outcomes of the Russian information ops that are going on right now. And for that matter, the conventional warfare that's going on right now. There are two extreme possible outcomes on that spectrum. One being total victory for Russia, which we can't allow, and the total victory for Ukraine, which we must hope for. Somewhere on that spectrum will be the outcome for this war. And when we look at information operations or influence operations, we have to view that as nothing less than a weapon system, which we break down into three parts: the delivery system, the explosive or the warhead, which they use to attack with, which I'll go into the themes, which I see forthcoming and have been used recently during the war. And then finally, we need to look at the target audience and where their vulnerabilities are. There have been some studies done about how the age groups where the best targets are, usually both in Western Europe, Ukraine, elsewhere. So those over 70 tend to be the most recipient of or receptive of Russian disinformation ops. Those who are less educated tend to be the most receptive, as well as those or the areas for people who even are educated have less subject matter expertise. Now, throw into the new glitch of the information world that despite all that information being out there, we tend to end up in echo chambers. And the echo chambers which exist, which the Russians can exploit right now, are, and back in the Soviet days, you pretty much count on this, which being consistent in their information ops and favoring those who were in favor of the victory of communism. Now, one of the things that typifies Russian information ops nowadays is that they are politically and I'd say morally promiscuous in who they're willing to exploit to divide the populations. So in the West, we've got the populist elements in our countries, our parties. The isolationists, the environmentalists are going to be a very important one in the future, especially when it comes to Russia's overall goal in Ukraine post-war. The peace movement, naturally, the economic interests out there, and believe it or not, the nationalist, and no, I don't mean the positive nationalist or civic nationalist, I mean the ethnic nationalists that exist within our own countries. So let me start off by saying what is going on in terms of where the biggest threat is in these information ops. And it goes both to the solidarity of Ukraine, of Ukrainians, but also the solidarity of the West or the world encountering what's going on right now in Ukraine. And that is undermining Western resolve to support Ukraine in this war. In other words, influencing the politicians and the publics to actually sue for peace to end the war. And what are some of the themes that I see coming and are already present? One, and it's a very diabolical one, is using the food crisis to provoke a refugee flow out of Africa or the Middle East into Europe, and then place the onus for that either on Ukraine for provoking the war, on NATO and the US for provoking the war, or worse, it's the war itself's fault. We need to end the war so this refugee flow stops, so the food crisis stops, and we can actually bring this, prevent the flow of refugees into Europe, which has detrimental impacts, critical detrimental impacts for European domestic tranquility. The other theme I see coming in, I still see bits and pieces of it, are that sanctions are a two-edged sword. I even hear echoed sometimes in these chambers, definitely in Congress. The third theme is that why are we looking at Ukraine? Why are we not worrying about China? Why are we not worrying about Iran? And within the US echo chambers, why are we not worried about our southern border and that great flow of migrants and non-documented coming up from the south who present a real threat to us? So where does that leave us when we get to the post-war? Because there will be a post-war at some point. What was Russia's, or I believe is Russia's long-term goal for post-war Ukraine? We could probably call it the Bosniazation or the federalization of Ukraine. And they have pursued this theme already prior to this war through, and you can find this in the Surkov leaks, trying to provoke separatism or at least degrees of autonomy in Kharkiv, Odessa, Zarpatsky, Petrovsk, and possibly other areas which have been occupied right now. And the themes they could use there go to anything to regional autonomy, to get greater freedoms, play into Western desires to, hey, that sounds like a good idea, to have more greater freedoms. They could play into the environmental movement, the environmental damage that's been caused in those regions already, and the need to give these regions some degree of autonomy to establish their own environmental policies. We saw bits and pieces of this in the Minsk agreement, which pushed for special status for Donetsk and for Luhansk, and was a huge, and it's very grateful when I looked at that, that's a horrible burden for Ukraine. They lose control of those two regions, but still have to pay for it. It's a great Russian victory if the Minsk agreements were to push for it. And I look at the Germans, I look at the French and the trilateral group, and I worry about the influence of people like Schmidt and Schroeder and Genscher, who surprisingly, being the Cold War warrior that he was, I'm disappointed in Genscher, to say the least. The other theme that could come up, and it's been used in the past, is, believe it or not, and this is to divide up Ukraine society post-war. We have a temporary, and when I go to grade for this period, I'll say we've got a great sense of national identity now, but post-war, what will the identity look like? And here's where I say, where the Russian influence machine could come in and do things like Ukrainians, you really have more in common with us. If you look at that decadent West or the gay Europa, the gay Europe, look how decadent they are. And there's a theme also that they could throw into this against the West, which is the EU is really not serious about Ukraine. And that it's only a bluff to get you in. Side note to that one, or side theme to that, would be Ukraine, they want you in there only so they can exploit you and pull you down in the long term. I've already heard this theme coming out from very intelligent people from Ukraine. One, a lawyer at one of the institutes in Kiev, has told me time and time again, the EU's not Ukraine's friend, it's going to be an exploiter of Ukraine. To hear that from an intelligent person is similar to hearing a Yale Law School graduate saying that she is a member of QAnon. The other theme which could come up is, and this is going to be, it's the elephant in the room, is to relook the language law. I understand why the language law is important, but the ability to leverage that as a human rights violation in the international community holds great potential. So I understand why it's there, and I know that would probably make me unpopular with my colleagues, but it's something that has to be relooked because of the minority issues that exist. I've been speaking with some other outside populations, and there's room for exploitation of the old fears regarding Jews or the Poles and the UPA and what happened as a myth of what the UPA did. That myth still exists and is leverageable in those populations. And with that, there's actually the failed attempts which we can learn from. One which was early on, where Russians tried to demoralize Ukrainians by saying Zelensky was dead or had surrendered already, or the Western alignment is actually the problem for Ukraine. That one temporarily has been fixed. Russia also did a failed influence operation about 4 years ago, where they faked a Ukrainian attack on Azerbaijanis or Azeris, and it was so absurd that nobody believed it. Again, the population, the target audience, or the target per se, the consumers of information, have to be better, more educated, or become more media literate. At that same time, we need to inculcate ourselves or insulate ourselves or inoculate ourselves against this virus that is information ops. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Mark, thank you very much. I'd like to thank all our panelists for their wonderful presentations, very informative and interesting. I myself, as a moderator, give Ukraine a grade of A on the scale of identity and social cohesion, which I think mirrors everyone's. I think the consensus here is that Ukraine gets an A in this category, Walter. So if you could record that. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we cannot open the floor to questions as I had hoped to, but I believe all the panelists will be available afterwards for mingling. If you have any questions, feel free to approach them with any questions you have. Once again, thank you for joining us, and thank you to all the panelists.
As much as I wanted to give time, I just sort of realized that with giving the folks that we gave the ability to speak, I don't think anybody missed anything in terms of the way we were able to progress forward. And so there's almost a kind of sadness with having seen as good a panels as we have to come to the last event. But I think the last session is going to be very interesting. There's someone here who I've admired for a very long time, and I will let our friend Michael Jurkiw from Eunice introduce him, but I just wanted to say for myself, the person that we have ended up with, and I want to thank our panel, this final panel, but I want to say that the next session, or the last session, the one that deals with how the US can best keep Ukraine at some point free, stable, and prosperous in the future. Dr. Elliot Cohen, his reputation speaks for itself. So Michael, would you like to be able to come up? And then I would ask Dr. Elliot to come up to the dais for our final session. And again, Pani Hopko and Pana Buhajski, thank you very much. That was a wonderful, wonderful session.
We are now planning next steps.
Oh, yes, I was going to say, I was going to say, can we have that, are we taping that? Because we've got the plotters right here.
Debating which part of Russia we will take to help we are sharing responsibilities.
And you could probably share a couple of words with Olish Motter, because he's probably right behind you in his plans.
My husband's father is from Kuwait, so I should definitely come to Kuwait.
Thank you very much.
And Bashkortostan, Moldova, Tatarstan.
Yes, thank you.
You can figure it out, whatever you remember.
Walter, thank you for the introduction. This is truly a unique opportunity during this wartime effort to gather such prominent individuals to discuss the situation in Ukraine, as well as the West's response to the war effort and what happens after the war. I think this last session, called Highlight Focus Session number 3, how the US can best help Ukraine for a free, stable, and prosperous country, illuminates that what was said for the previous panels. I unfortunately was not able to attend all of them, but I was watching online. But I find it to be interesting in terms of how do we approach the situation? How does the United States help Ukraine today, during war, but also how the United States helps Ukraine tomorrow, post-war? In my preparation for introductory remarks for our guest panelist and guest speaker, I went through a number of various articles, quotations in the past several weeks. And frankly speaking, the last 2 days provided the most interesting of quotations about the situation in Ukraine. But I begin with one in particular. And this is an all-encompassing type of quotation. And this one quotation stems back from a French writer called Marquis de Custine, who traveled the vastness of Russia, and in his travels had taken his own notes and sent them back to Paris, where when he returned, he wrote a book. And in that book, called In Letters to Russia, there was one very prominent quotation that stuck out to me. And it is as follows, quote, "Russia lies, denies the facts, makes war on the evidence, and wins," unquote. That quotation was from 1839. 183 years ago. That quotation of the Russian Empire 183 years ago is as relevant then, and even if not so, as relevant today. So again, in preparation and looking for the idea to encompass how the United States can assist Ukraine, how the Western world can assist Ukraine, we also have to look of what is happening on ground in Ukraine. Here's the current statistics. Today is the 113th day of the war. There are 750,000 individuals within the territory of Ukraine without electricity. Without electricity is not necessarily without electricity, meaning you can't plug in your cell phone. It means water supply does not work. It means other facilities, factories are not operating as well. 30 million hectares of Ukraine's land need to be demined. 50 million people the statistic is 50 million people from the United Nations are deemed to starve in the next year should Ukraine's wheat not be exported from the Odessa port. Food insecurity, world food insecurity obviously shows this is not just a war in a small part of a country or just within a country within Europe, but it has global implications of an unprovoked war, of a war of disinformation, obviously, and the kinetic war. And that leads me to the quotes of the past 2 days. The quotes of the past 2 days came from the Financial Times op-ed and the New York Times op-ed. And in particular, I'll begin with the Financial Times op-ed, where it talks about what is necessary for Ukraine in terms of its next steps, especially in the very, very near future of next week and the following week, as Ukraine prepares for the EU summit, as well as for the NATO summit. And it states the following. The saga of Ukraine's NATO aspirations shows that its allies should not make promises they cannot keep. Anything appeared to prioritize Ukraine's prospects of joining would, moreover, be taken as a rebuff by several Balkan nations that are already candidates. Granting candidacy to Ukraine would make it hard to deny for Georgia and Moldova, and they are similarly ill-prepared. All have territory occupied by Russian troops. These are valid concerns, yet they are outweighed by the risks of denying candidate status. Kyiv and many Ukrainians would take that as proof that they are not seen as part of the European family. Moscow would be strengthened, but it would see as a sign of Western splits and indecision. Granting candidate status to Kyiv, by contrast, is a hugely positive affirmation of Ukraine's European identity and an emblematic move towards greater integration. Combined with similar recognition from Moldova and Georgia, which it should be, it would be an example for pro-European forces in all three states. This provides a context. The context of what is in Ukraine's future post-war, but also provides a wonderful context for the introduction of our speaker. Our speaker is Dr. Elliot Cohen. I'm sure many of you have read his various articles. His biography is listed within the program, but I wanted to pick up on a few things in particular of note to myself. He is the contributing editor to The Atlantic magazine. He is the co-host of the podcast Shield of the Republic. But I also remember his particular op-ed in the Washington Post of 2014, of March 2014, after the Revolution of Dignity and before the referendum, the so-called referendum, Crimean referendum of Russian annexation, where Dr. Cohen wrote the following. Putin is indeed a brutal, great Russian nationalist who understands that Russia without a belt of subservient client states is not merely a very weak power, but also unreliable to the kind of upheaval, vulnerable to the kind of upheaval that toppled Yanukovych's corrupt and oppressive regime. It is with that it is an honor to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Elliot Cohen.
Well, thank you for that very kind introduction. It's very good to be here. So the topic that I was asked to speak on is how can the United States best help Ukraine be a free, stable, and prosperous country. In the remarks that I'm going to give, I'd like you to bear in mind that I am a very good friend of Ukraine. I think if you have any doubts, I would refer you to my long string of articles in The Atlantic and various media appearances down to one today in a hour-long discussion that we had at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, which is available on the website. But you should also know my perspective is very much that of two other parts of my identity. I'm a military historian, and I'm a former senior government official. And both of those lead one to be somewhat cold-blooded. And so a lot of my remarks may come across that way. I want to begin with a quote from a speech by a great statesman who had a deep sense of his country's, of his people's history, and who was speaking at a critical moment in their history. And he begins by making a somewhat odd set of remarks about, of all things, relativity in politics. And he goes on like this. A route of 8 kilometers over a flat paved surface, which can easily and safely be crossed in a short time, is unlike 8 kilometers that has mountains and deep valleys and carnivorous beasts, snakes and scorpions. The first of these you can cross in a short time. And the second you might never cross, although in mathematical terms there is no difference. The same is true of time. The 8 months ahead of us are not like any other 8 months that we've experienced, and perhaps are unlike the 8 years or 80 years, I'm not even afraid to say the 800 years that loom ahead of us, or that have been in our past. I am not capable, and I do not want to see at present beyond the next 7 or 8 months, because in my opinion, they will determine everything. For during this period, the war will be decided, and there is nothing that exists for me now other than the war. That's from a speech that was given by David Ben-Gurion, the founding Prime Minister of the State of Israel, on January 16th, 1948, when even though Israel's existence had not been formally declared, still Israel was in the middle of a war for its very survival. It's a conflict on a much smaller scale, to be sure, but quite similar in many ways to the one that Ukraine is in the middle of in a number of respects. And I have to say that I think Ben-Gurion's attitude is the right one now. This war, it seems to me, is the decisive war of Ukrainian independence, in a way that the conflicts of 2014 or others throughout Ukraine's long history were not. It is the war that will determine whether Ukraine remains a free and independent country. And that is what matters, because without freedom and independence, it won't be stable and it won't be prosperous. With freedom and independence, I believe the spirit that has carried Ukraine through this crucible will bring it those other things. It has for other peoples, in similar circumstances, and it will for them. So therefore, I would argue the most important thing, bar none, that the United States and its allies can do is to help Ukraine win the war, delivering decisive battlefield defeats to the Russian army, and restoring the territory lost at least since February 24th, and perhaps going beyond that. In other words, relentless and sustained focus is what is called for. Now, I suppose I might end there, but I suspect you would like me to say a little bit more than that. So let me talk a little bit about how I believe the United States can contribute to the winning of the war. Obviously, we begin with material support at scale and with a sense of urgency. Now, this has become a matter of controversy, and particularly in recent weeks. I have to say that I think by and large, much of that is happening, although undoubtedly not enough. All of us would like to see more weaponry, particularly long-range artillery rockets,
more effective weaponry. This is an artillery fight that Ukraine is now in, and to win that fight, it needs systems like HIMARS and other very long-range rocket systems. Limits on the range and types of those weapons strike me as absurd, and in many ways. And I believe that supporters of Ukraine, Americans and Ukrainians alike, need to make the argument why that is so. But I think it's also tremendously important at the same time to be careful about making snap judgments about what can be effectively delivered and what can be effectively used. I know enough of military affairs to know that there can be all kinds of technical considerations and limitations, which we might not like, but which are real. And it's one of the reasons why, as I listen to various commentators on this matter, I tend to give the most credence to people like retired generals, Lieutenant Generals Mark Hertling and Ben Hodges, who are unquestionably in Ukraine's corner, but also have a very well-developed sense of what is possible and what is not. And I'll also say that it would be good if we could discourage Ukrainian civilian officials from denouncing those who are assisting them. That is not helpful. Or from making claims about the inadequacy of shipments on a scale which just seem implausible. But part of what Ukraine needs to do and what Ukrainian spokesmen need to do is to retain their credibility. And it is a dangerous thing to put that credibility at risk by making claims which military experts in the United States and indeed in Ukraine don't believe in. So I would urge a bit of messaging discipline that it seems to me has been missing the last couple of weeks. Now, there are things that the United States can and should do beyond the sheer quantity and quality of munitions that it delivers to other aspects of developing Ukrainian military potential and effectiveness. And of this, it seems to me the most important is large-scale training and logistical expertise and support. I confess that I do not understand why the United States does not have, at this very moment, a large military mission in Ukraine headed not by a colonel, which is the rank of the defense attaché, but by a 2 or better, a 3-star general. It is very good, truly very good, that there is sustained contact between the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and their Ukrainian counterparts. But that's no substitute for having a large military mission on the ground headed by a senior officer. Let me just say a bit why I think that's the case. First, when you have that sort of presence on the ground, you develop personal relationships with the people with whom you're working. And those are different than the relationships that you have over Zoom or any other kind of video conferencing. Those are invaluable in diplomacy, they're invaluable in war. It allows us to establish numerous points of contact and not just at the very top. That too is very important. War is a large collective endeavor, and it's not enough if just the 2 ministers of defense or Minister of Defense and Secretary of Defense get along well. Having a large presence on the ground allows one to become aware of needs or choke points or bottlenecks before they become a crisis. And it also, I think, would make a major contribution to having a kind of fingertip feel for what is actually going on in the battlefield. And it can also, and this is going to be critical, assist in long-range military logistical planning. I think when the history of this war is written, the story of logistical support is going to be a fascinating one. It's clear that preparations were made in advance to get weapons into Ukraine, but in support of an insurgency, not in support of conventional conflict. 2 very, very different things. It's not clear to me whether the United States has contributed to or even entirely understands Ukraine's own internal logistical systems, how forces and materiel flow to the front. And if so, if there are things that we could do to help make them more efficient and effective. Repeatedly, you hear Pentagon spokesman saying, you know, we just ship the weapons over there. What they do with them, we don't have any idea. That's not really a good enough answer by a long shot. And I think this is going to become particularly critical in the future. Ukraine is doing an extraordinary thing. It is making a shift from essentially a military based on Soviet weapons, and with Soviet era weapons, that also implies a certain level of doctrine and tactics to Western equipment. And that is and to do that in the middle of wartime, and not just, you know, shifting over to a single source of Western equipment, but multiple sources. So, you know, the ammunition from German, French, American howitzers may be the same, but the little bits that you need to fix the weapons themselves are very different. This is a matter of extraordinary complexity. And I find it very hard to believe that the United States could not help Ukraine in sorting out the logistical implications of all that. Some of what the United States has to do is to begin its own industrial mobilization. Now, undoubtedly, we are beginning things like ramping up production of certain munitions and spare parts, but for the most part, what the United States has been doing is drawing down inventory. And at the moment, that is adequate for the levels of support. But what I think the United States military needs to do is to begin a kind of explicit industrial mobilization, not just in order to be able to support Ukraine over the long haul, although that's important, but it's something that's critical for American security. It's going to be critical in case we get into a substantial conflict, particularly in Asia, but also so that we can support friends and allies in the future as well. And I would add that an explicit industrial mobilization would send an extremely important message to both friend and foe alike. It would be another tangible sign of commitment to Ukrainian success. I'd remind everybody that when the United States wants to, we can be very good at doing this kind of thing, completely arming, in fact, an ally. There are precedents to include, for example, the way in which the United States, it's an accomplishment which not many people are aware of, completely rearmed the French army during World War II. An army of 18 divisions, 4 Army Corps, thousands of tanks and airplanes. The United States has always been proud of being the arsenal of democracy. We can do that again, but we need to do it explicitly and with commitment. Now, there's undoubtedly a long list of other things the United States could do, some of which are probably underway, assisting, for example, in the export of the Ukrainian wheat crop. I would like to say that I thought the United States would be willing to break the Russian naval blockade of Odessa. I personally would be absolutely in favor of considering doing it, quite possibly of doing it. I doubt, however, that the United States, that the Biden administration, as it currently stands, would be willing to do so. The material support is crucial to Ukraine, but so too is the kind of psychological support that we have been giving Ukraine and that we can expand. One form of psychological support is at the highest level. I don't think you can overestimate the importance of direct contacts between President Biden, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Chairman General Milley, and their Ukrainian counterparts. When I served in the Bush administration as the counselor of the State Department, I saw the way in which President George W. Bush reached out on a regular and routine basis to the Prime Minister of Iraq and the President of Afghanistan. And I saw in my own visits to those countries, which were numerous, the impact that had on that leadership. And so I very much commend the administration for the connections at the secretary and chairman level. I would like to see it at the presidential level as well. And I think there is, one of the things that's important to think about is it's important to keep up the morale of senior leaders as well. And my experience, I've spent a lot of time in Iraq and Afghanistan during some of the more difficult times in those two countries. It was very important for the generals to keep up the morale of the troops. But one of the things that I learned from my service in government is it's also important to keep up the morale of the generals and indeed of the presidents and prime ministers. And that's an important task of senior leadership in the United States. It's also, I think, because I will just say that there is nothing, and you could see this in their faces and in their eyes, the knowing that you have a regular meeting with the most powerful man on the planet who cares about your future and is committed to you. It's has quite an extraordinary impact. The United States has, well, I'll just say one more thing. In that connection, I think it's an extremely desirable thing that we have a steady stream of visitors to Kyiv. I would like to see President Biden go there at some point, although you have to convince the Secret Service, which is not easy. But also delegations from Congress. I'd be a lot happier if they were bipartisan delegations rather than partisan ones. There again, I think the symbolism is extraordinarily important. And indeed, one of the things we should be celebrating is the fact that the commitment to Ukraine has by and large been bipartisan at a time when the United States is politically divided in a particularly bitter way. That's no small deal. I'll also say that those visits are important, not just because they signal commitment, but because, and I've seen this in other contexts, senior political leaders, be they parliamentarians or from the executive branch, are affected by those visits. They're affected when they're in the same room with somebody like President Zelensky. And I think, in fact, you saw that when Secretary Austin went there, and there was a real emotion in his voice, and this from a very controlled guy after that visit. The United States, of course, has a role to play as well in leading our allies in this regard. There's, of course, different tiers of support for Ukraine, the United States, which is in a class by itself. Those who've really been in the vanguard, like the UK, the Baltic states, most of the East Europeans, some of the Scandinavians, the other European states, and some non-European friends like Australia. The United States has a role to play here as the coalition leader. And in fact, one of the things that's so striking about this war and some of the good news has been the acceptance of American leadership, particularly at the very outset of the conflict. But that isn't something you just take for granted. It's something you have to be working on all the time. And there has to be a kind of continual diplomatic push, particularly to ensure that those European allies who are kind of backing Ukraine, but possibly with some reservations, remain committed to it. I would say public diplomacy is also critical. Now here there are fine lines for both Ukraine and the United States. I mentioned earlier that I think for Ukraine, the clamor for weapons and munitions, completely understandable, but it is occasionally cacophonous and sometimes not particularly credible. I think it's important to convey urgent needs, but it's also very important to convey confidence. I'll turn to that in a moment. For the United States, the critical elements of messaging are first, unqualified US support for Ukraine's cause, which includes documenting wherever possible what we've actually already done. And I understand that when people think it's not enough, there gets to be some impatience with that. But actually, we've shipped over a lot of stuff, and other countries have shipped over a lot of stuff. And it's important to call people's attention to that and to emphasize that this will continue to build confidence in the outcome. One of the main things that is important for the United States to do is not just to indicate support, but also to indicate confidence in the ultimate outcome. And that has to be done in many ways. In other words, that we believe Ukraine will succeed and that we intend to make it so. And in fact, I think can be nothing more comforting for Ukrainians or disheartening for Russia
then to know that the United States is determined to lead the way in supplying Ukraine with all the weapons it needs for as long as it takes. Now, clearly, what is profoundly unhelpful is telling the world what the United States will not do, indicating that it in any way fears Russia or believes in its threats or shares its doubts about some aspects of Ukrainian performance. Now, there are in fact things that the United States will not do. The United States isn't going to give nuclear weapons to Ukraine. There may be threats from Russia that we are concerned about, and it's perfectly reasonable to have some doubts about some aspects of Ukrainian performance, as it is to have doubts about any military's performance. But the key thing that the United States needs to do is, and that officials need to do, is to know when there's a time simply to be silent and not talk about those. And that's true, above all, because the Russians have been very shrewd in hearing us express our fears and concerns and then amplify them back and play them right back at us. I told a different, it was a corporate group earlier today, that if we indicated that we're really afraid that one of these days Russian tanks will show up painted neon yellow, you can be sure that the next week, every single Russian tank out there would be painted neon yellow. There's an additional thing American leaders need to do, and way too few of them have done this. And this falls particularly, but not exclusively, on the United States. That is explaining to the American people why it is essential that we spend tens of billions of dollars and maybe more to arm a people and to support a country who are far away, and why it is necessary to run all kinds of risks, including quite conceivably risks to our own troops forward deployed to do this. I think we may have been lulled by the fact that so far public support for American policy in Ukraine has been quite strong. It's about like a 2-to-1 ratio. But that's not guaranteed to last. In fact, I think would be somewhat abnormal if it did. As inflation takes a toll, particularly at the gas pump or in the grocery store, more people are going to ask questions. The neo-isolationist wings on both the left and right of the American political spectrum are small, but they are very active. Above all, any important foreign policy decision requires at least popular consent, if not necessarily popular support. Governments have a large window in which to operate, but they have to do it with consent. I don't have to rehearse the case to you, but we do need to make sure that the case is made. Finally, the United States needs to make sure that not just that Ukraine wins, but that Russia loses and is weakened for a very long time. President Macron is absolutely wrong when he says we have to find a way to avoid humiliating Russia. First, because that's not possible if Russia loses, but secondly, because it's not desirable. The United States has, for its own reasons, quite apart from concern about Ukraine, reasons to want to see Russia weakened in dramatic ways. And in fact, one can even imagine circumstances where our Ukrainian friends ask us to relieve certain sanctions on Russia, and it's in American interests to say no and to keep them on. Stranger things have happened in this world. And we're going to have to speak about all this in different tones. Ukraine matters intrinsically, and that's, I think, that helps account for and justify the kind of impassioned speech that we're all familiar with. It is indeed a moral issue, and I feel that too. But it's also a strategic issue. It's a geopolitical issue. It will affect what Russia will do on other parts of its periphery. It will affect what China does in Taiwan. It will affect what dictators do anywhere where they think they have the upper hand. So in conclusion, I would say Ben-Gurion was right. There are times, extremely rare in a country's history, but this is one of them, where nothing matters more than the war that is right in front of us. The United States will best serve its own values and interests, as well as those of Ukraine, by focusing overwhelmingly on making sure that Ukraine wins. We are, in fact, participants in this war, and it's critical for us to act that way. Thank you very much. questions, or you need to move on to something else?
Actually, there's all the closest down at 6.
Oh, okay, well then we'll.
There is a question.
Yep.
On your
Yep.
Do I take it from that your sense is that the proper pace of support is coming, or simply that there is a better way to do it? Some of you, one more point, beginning of our day, deputy defense minister, a question about the spokesman for the Vox wish list expression, very little of it is being really substantially said everything is working. He spoke the way, just to reassure, he spoke the way you would expect someone from good relationship, lots of being done.
Yeah. So I don't know whether everything is being done. On some things I feel pretty firmly there are more things we should be doing. My basic instinct is what Nixon said during the October War in 1973, whatever they asked for, double it. But what you don't want is the situation you have now where Secretary Austin or General Milley is saying, hey, listen, I talk every day to my counterpart and we go through this item by item and they're getting what they need. And then, you get other things which frankly sound kind of wild and which are not credible in terms either of, the account of what's been delivered or the account of what is needed. I have to say, frequently coming out of the president's office from civilians who have, as far as I can tell, no expertise whatsoever to justify it. And it just damages Ukraine's cause. So I think it's more a question of messaging discipline, which is hard because it's a war and people are dying and, the passions are involved. And I completely understand all that. But given that this is an existential war, you don't get a pass. So, okay, thank you very much. Pleasure.
That was very, very good. With that, Andrei, I think, man, we have one more session. That's you for 3 minutes getting up here, or would you want, you have a little bit of a list, and then we'll close it up with that, okay?
Thank you, everybody, for those who stayed around for the end. As always, we thank all the organizers. Let me just quickly rattle off the sponsoring organizations. First and foremost, myself from the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, also thanking the American Foreign Policy Council, which has done these conferences with us pretty much from the very beginning. The Center for US-Ukrainian Relations, the International Republic Institute, the National Democratic Institute, Ukrainian National Information Service, which of course is the bureau in Washington, D.C. of the Ukrainian Congress Committee, and the Open World Leadership Center. We could obviously not do any of this without our patrons, and for that we are once again very grateful for the Self-Reliance New York Federal Credit Union. We are, as always, grateful to the Heritage Foundation, as well as the Jurkiw Family Fund. My job as tally master is simply to go over what you just heard. If you didn't catch the earlier panels, as you may have caught the final panels, most of the grades were the same, A or A plus all the way around, given if you're judging from February 24th or not. There were a couple of grades of C minus prior to that, and that we heard one in the social cohesion panel. We had several of those in the military planning. And I think as far as robust democratic politics, we gave that entire first panel a pass. So we'll say pass, fail, it gets the pass. And as far as market economics, we did ask some of those speakers because they didn't declare publicly. They said they privately mentioned, and all of those, again, it depends on where you're talking about, or you're talking about before February 24th or after February 24th. And notably, I would say, I would bring up the remarks of General Clark. General Wesley Clark said that I don't consider this even the midterm of the war, so how can I even give a grade? So we had a range of grades, but most importantly, we heard a lot of A pluses, remarking on the heroism of Ukraine, the ability of Ukraine to stand up to what's happened. And I believe in the very first panel, we heard of the fact that this is a major land war happening, and yet the banks are working, and yet the post office is working. So there are a number of things happening that distinguish this major European land war than others. So in total, A plus all the way around. If we're judging from February 24th, and as we can all attest to, this is really the reality we're in now. So let's just say that that's the case.
You've heard everything, and I think basically, Andrei, you've wrapped it up for us. I just simply want to thank everyone who was part of this. I think that this was, on one level, very historic, because I don't think there was an ounce of fat in this particular conference. There wasn't a single moment or a single moderator or a single panelist or a single keynote that wasted our time. In other words, in effect, I think that this has been as good an event as the last 120 some odd events that we started back in 2000. And with that, I'm very grateful. I'm inviting everyone who's remained to come to our event, another event, which is a reception, which is a happy, it's our kind of our happy hour. And we treat you for having abused you for 9 hours in this room. We'll try to make sure that you can celebrate with us with refreshments and with good speech, good words amongst yourself on an informal level. So I invite you to the American Foreign Policy Council. It's 509 C Street. Mike, remind me, you're in the northeast area, yes? Northeast. 509 C Street. I invite all of you over to AAPC. And again, so long to all of those, including the ones on the air. I forget that we also have a crowd on the air. We will be doing more of this. We're doing a historical encounters event in September. We're doing another national identity event in October, our roundtable, and we are certainly going to be looking forward to the next security dialogue we do. So stay tuned. There's a lot more to talk about. Okay.